Oh, are you still playing this thing? Oh, are you still playing this thing?
Get ready. Get ready.
You know, Neo, I can't disagree with that. You have my full support. you know, as a European, do you go to the grocery like every time you want to eat, like, or like once a day or something like that? You know, it's like, hey, you go to work.
Are you still
Head
playing
to the
this
grocery
thing?
for whatever you're gonna make for dinner. Come on back, you know, whatever, right? Or is it like once a week thing or a once a month thing? Because I know in a lot of European towns or cities, it's like there's not a lot of like opportunity for cars and everything to get around and get loads of groceries to go and bring them back. And so you usually go, you know, for what to feed yourself for the next couple days, as opposed to like the next couple months or weeks or whatever. Not to mention less processed packaged foods and more fresh stuff due to good regulation. Playing Asik, thank you for the 301 bits 3 times. Yeah, we're still playing this game, man. Yeah. But like, we go shopping once a week. Because most of what I eat is fresh veg and fruit. And meat. Although meat in a freezer lasts forever. We, as a household... It's the royal we.
And a horse wiener!
Yeah. Veg,
What did you
meat,
say?
and horse wieners.
A horse wiener?
That's the diet right
Now
there.
That's dangerous!
Freezer space, yeah. Thank you, Planet Isaac, for the 1,111 bits. Yo, high in protein, obviously. So
I am a sandwich, yeah. Because I got meat between two buns.
Do not eat me. I am not an edible sandwich. Okay.
I am a sandwich, yeah. Because I got meat between two buns.
Oh. Thank you, Phobos, for the 869 bits, and Playtastic, thank you for the 869 bits. Cool. No, Nick, thank you for the 144, 113, and the 123 bits. Yeah, cool. Cool. Warm in here? It's warm in here. It's definitely warm in here. It's a shop 20 seconds session from you. Yeah, when RPG Chick lived in New York, it was very similar in that regard. It's like you go down the corner store, get food for the next day or two, and that's it. You know, you don't really leave food in there too much unless it's like a condiment or something like that. But in most of the U.S., things are more rural, and you have a lot of space, so you go and get things that last, you know, non-perishables for a while, and shopping is usually like a once a week, once a month kind of thing. We try to do once a week because, you know, I eat a lot of fresh veg and fruit, so. Of course, there's frozen on all of that, but yeah. I never had it, so I don't really have it to miss. Sardines! The U.S. was built around a car, sort of. Thank you, Nene, for the 100 bits. Cars weren't really invented until the U.S. had already really been established, but like any kind of bigger city you get into, you'll notice that it's still very narrow streets and everything that were built for like carriages and walking and stuff like that, especially New York, especially if you consider how busy it is. But when you get to like some of the smaller cities or more rural areas, it was definitely built around the car because you see like parking lots and wider roads and everything like that. I mean, New York as a city is amazing. It's horrible for getting around in a car. Yes, you do not want to drive in New York City. That is a bad idea. But, you know, subway and public transportation is robust. As much as it needs to be updated, it's still robust. Yeah. But yeah, the car was invented in like 1909 or something like that, and it wasn't really even popularized until like 1950-ish, 1940s maybe. But yeah, like you're talking not that long ago, you know, to the point where like there are people still alive that lived when cars were not popularized. So the US was pretty well established by then. But yeah. Well, the reason is, Cindy, is that a lot of Americans eat processed foods. So you get like a whole bunch of cans of SpaghettiOs and, you know, TV dinners and stuff. And so you just kind of go into the cabinet and go, oh, I'll grab another freaking jar of SpaghettiOs or whatever. So that's kind of, unfortunately, the way that a lot of Americans eat. There's not a lot of freshness and like unprocessed foods in our diet, unless you go out of your way to do it. But the thing is that because communities are built more rurally from like services and everything, you pretty much need a car to go out, which means you need to go out, which means people don't want to do it every day to get what they need. So that's why, typically speaking, you go shopping like once a week or once a month, or maybe once every other week or something like that. We like to buy meat in bulk because it's a lot cheaper that way. So like we don't have like an immense amount of freezer space, but we have enough for the two of us. So we'll do like once every like 3 or 4 months, we'll go to like Costco and get a lot of meat because it's way cheaper that way, like way cheaper. And we just stock up because meat is good forever if it's frozen, by the way. So you never have to worry about it going bad. Yeah, it might like taste a little off or get some freezer burn or something, but it never actually goes bad. Basically what freezing does is put bacteria into hibernation, and so it just stops the spread of bacteria, but once it thaws, then it just kind of starts back up where it left off, you know, kind of thing. And so it's basically just like a pause button for meat. Yeah, that's what we use processed food for as well, is not really like an emergency, but like I really don't want to do anything right now, I'm just gonna eat this, you know? It's like a major backup kind of thing, for sure. Also, European fast food tends to be less. Although I wouldn't say that necessarily less fat is a good thing, but less carbs, definitely. Fat is an excellent energy source, and people should take more advantage of it. We've demonized fat into equating that eating fat equals fat on you, and that's not the case. It's just an energy source. It's a very good energy source, actually. Bacon is like one of those really good foods for you because of the high fat content and low volume. A lot of protein. Well, there's different kinds of fat, obviously, yeah. We talk about like trans fat and stuff like that. Meat in general with a nice little fat cap. Anyway, it's always interesting to get to know how people go about their daily lives and everything, you know, puts it into perspective. I think perspective is a really, really important thing to have. You know, seeing how different people live their lives and why they live their lives that way. It's really important. And it's a point of curiosity for me. I just enjoyed learning all that. By the way, though, just in general, European processed food has better regulation, regardless of whether or not salt, sugar, fat, whatever is the important factor there. All right, so welcome into Trails of Cold Steel, day 6, I think. I think that we're getting to the point where things are going to ramp up. I also think that based on the pacing of the story, I think this is also going to be a 4-chapter plus finale kind of game, just like Zero is. In fact, I'd wager that the majority of the games going forward will do the 4-chapter plus finale. So prologue, finale, 4 chapters equaling 6 chapters in total is kind of be the basically the they found the way that they like it, you know, that's their little niche kind of thing. So without a like obvious, hey, things are being shaken up here, I think that's probably how we'll end up seeing the rest of these games go from here on out. Because Trails of whatever, they were all 10 chapters or something like that. And that it didn't make it longer, it was about the same length, but they just broke it up more often. And it feels like these are gonna be 6 chapter games technically, because the prologue is not a prologue in this game. By the way, we are in chapter 4, and I think we're about to finish chapter 4, which means that either we'll see if there's a chapter 5 or if they go straight to finale from here on out. That being said, that doesn't mean that we're close to beating it. I don't think we'll beat it today, that's for sure. I think that the earliest we'll beat it is tomorrow, but probably Friday. Based on the pacing of the game, I can't really say too much because I don't know. But not only that, but like, you get a feel for kind of like how a game goes, right? And you kind of get an idea of like where the ending is based on the story progression. But when it comes to these games, they just kind of keep going and going and going and going, and it's really hard to predict where it's gonna end. So if I had to take a good stab in the dark, I would say this is gonna be like where the shit really starts to hit the fan, and then we'll get our finale chapter, and then that'll be very long as well, which will take some time. So, which is funny because nothing has really progressed in the story at all, and all of a sudden we're just gonna get bad stuff happening, which is how Zero went. Basically, 4 chapters of virtually nothing going on, and then finale. Yeah, honestly, second chapter's final dungeon was really kind of stand out in its length. None of the others have really done it that bad. I would say Zero's final dungeon was pretty long. Azure's was kind of long, but not that bad. Like, not second chapter bad. All right, let's get some hellos out and we'll get rolling. We got Berserk here. What's up? What's up, Titus? Rio Power, hello. Mick, how's it going? No Name, what's up? What's up, Jazzy? Playing Isaac, hope you're doing good. What's up, Northrex? Wow, the Nightbot is here. Hello. No, I'm just kidding. Fearlacor, hello. How's it going? No Name, what's up? What's up, Neo? Mr. J's here. RPG Chick, hello. Cindy, what's up? What's up, Berserk now? Zenith, how you doing? Jazzy might have said hello on that already, but that's okay. You get 2, Jazzy. Don't you feel special? Come on, Zero, what's up? What's up, Phoenix? Who else is in here? Zyfreak, Guten Tag. Want some duck? Tiger, hello. Weapon, what's up? Isaac, how's it going? Problem with moving fat is that you substitute it with sugar and then you get a problem. Yeah, right, exactly. That's one of the big, well, it's not even just sugar, it's sugar and carbs. You know, like you substitute fat for sugar and carbs, you're getting way more, like, what is it? It's like the difference between simple and complex energy sources. And you want, what is it? You want the complex ones, I think, because the simple ones get reserved for later or something like that. I forget exactly what it is. The labeling doesn't matter. What matters is that fat and protein are better energy sources than carbs and sugar by a lot. By a lot. And you should prioritize those over carbs and sugar 100% of the time. Fish is great to have on a weekly basis. Fantastic. Low fat, which can, obviously we just talked about fat being good, but lean can be good in its own way because it tends to prioritize protein. Back in the day, all of those were a rarity in nature, but they also were a massive source of energy, so whenever you had access to them, your body seemed to eat as many of it as possible. Oh, fats. Yes, I see what you mean, yeah. You know what's actually funny, Neo? There's not too much salt in modern diets. Actually, there was a new study that was released, what, about 6 months ago? Maybe a year ago, something like that, where they were studying the average intake of salt on a per average basis across all forms of dieting and everything. And they actually found that the average American diet has closer to the correct amount of salt, and that other people needing to eat more salt. Basically they way underestimated the amount of average salt the human needs on a daily basis. So the actual American diet for sodium intake is pretty much on point. It's the fact that they pair it with all the other horrible things that it becomes a problem. What's up, Ryoke? How's it going? Liver arc concept was cool, I guess. Mayru, guten Abend to you as well. Silver Dragon, how's it going? Yeah, like I will always say the concepts in this game are always really, really good in terms of the storytelling. It's the writing that's bad. The writing in general is extremely generic, tropey, cliche, and just it disobeys its own rules constantly. And then the whole slapping the player in the face with the we're not gonna leave anything for you to discover and be subtle about our delivery. We're just gonna straight up tell you who's the good guy and who's the bad guy, except for the ultimate bad guy, because you're never gonna guess him since there's nothing to tell you whatsoever in terms of like conveyance or like leaving breadcrumbs or anything, you know what I mean? Like the concepts of the storytelling are so good, but the actual penmanship is pretty garbage. And that's like kind of the rub with this game's storytelling, because there's definitely a lot there. I think what needs to happen is the writer of this series needs a partner, somebody to help edit out the trash and garbage and build up the storytelling method better, so that the concepts can shine, you know? Yeah, the internet keeps us salty enough. True enough, No Name. Considering the writer is the CEO, isn't that a little bit of a conflict of interest? You know, because he's gonna sit there and smell his own farts until the cows come home, and nothing is ever gonna get better. And no one's gonna tell him that he's wrong because he's the CEO. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's kind of a problem, actually. Also a bigger problem, Zyfreak, yeah. There's a lot of hidden rules in Japanese office etiquette and stuff, yeah. Alright, so we are chapter 4. And we did all of our jobs, so we're basically at the end of chapter 4. Where the stuff is going to start hitting the fan and things are going to be happening. So we just did the Phantom Thief B thing. We slept and then we heard somebody getting up in the middle of the night, so we're gonna go check that out. Oh. Instructor Sarah. Apparently she just sleeps in her uniform. Did I wake you? I just thought I heard something, so I came to see what it was. Can't sleep? I'm just feeling a little nostalgic being back here, I guess. Years ago, someone suggested that I become a bracer, and that's what I did. Spent my days working with a bunch of odd friends and companions, going through request after request. Seems weird now how busy I used to be back then. It does sound like you kept on your toes. Still, this building must mean a lot to you. Yeah, it does. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish I could go back to those days sometimes. It was definitely exhausting, but I guess I was usually having too much fun to notice. More than anything, I really felt like I belonged here. Oh, don't get me wrong though, I really enjoy my work now. How could I not? I ended up becoming your class instructor. As far as I'm concerned, life's just as fulfilling now as it was back then. No need for you to get all soft and start worrying about me. Alright, but I'll keep doing whatever I can, so that you always feel like you belong here with Class 7. Thanks. Look at us, up in the middle of the night, talking away like a couple of barflies. If we had a bottle or two here, I would have loved to drink until dawn with you, but we're all out. Tragic. You do know I'm too young to drink, right? Huh, well, we should probably get back to our rooms and get some sleep. Tomorrow's gonna be another action-packed day, so we'll need all the rest we can get. We'll be counting on you again tomorrow, Instructor. You're gonna need my tender mercies, too. You've got some hard work coming your way, so you better get a good night's sleep. Yeah, so, it's the festival, which is actually really funny because that was like basically how Zero went. Like the game started to ramp up during the festival. It's just like this is basically Tales.
Picture on me someday.
Trails from Zero, where nothing happens until the festival, aka Chapter 4, and then things start to happen. That seems like a very American thing that could happen too with certain people. In fact, actually, there's
The time is finally at hand.
there's a lot of Japanese companies have started hiring a type of person. Okay, so let me first explain. In Japanese culture, work culture, you don't really fire people because it can be considered that you're losing like honor or what's called face. Face is like basically honor or like your social standing. Okay, so you can lose face, and by being fired, you lose face, and that can be frustrating to go back to your family and tell them that you got fired because you're gonna lose face and they're gonna think less of you. Yada 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 yada. He's T-posing, and what they'll do to fire you instead is they'll just basically ignore you. They'll just stop giving you work. They'll stop interacting with you, and you just sit there in a corner all day long. And in a Japanese society, this can be considered very painful to deal with. And so you leave. You just quit, right? Which is funny because In an American culture, you'd just be like, all right, cool. I'm just going to sit here on my phone all day. So, you know, like whatever, what do I care? You know, I'm getting paid. Easiest job in the world. But what they've started doing is hiring, quote, loud, rude Americans. Not kidding. That's the job title. That's the job description. A loud, rude American. So by the nature of face, a foreigner cannot lose or gain face. They don't have any. They are not part of their culture, so they do not get face to lose. So you can hire a loud, rude American to fire people so that they don't just sit there and do nothing all day and soak up company resources. So there's a loud, rude American position in many companies nowadays that will go and fire people. That's their job. Their job is basically to be a loud, rude American and fire people because they can't lose face, they can't gain face, and so they just that's how they get around that. I know, right? I'm like, I'll take that position. I'm not even a loud, rude American, but I could do that job. I have no problem. You know, because it's not a factor of fighting against my culture in order to get it. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about the dishonor or the honor. Oh, it's really important to know that if a foreigner fires you, you don't lose face. That's also part of it. So because any interaction you have with a foreigner is not a direct exchange. Like you can't. There's no bartering of face going on, right? So you can't gain or lose face unless you go out of your way to do something bad. If like you're sitting there being a shit to somebody, it can impact your face, but basically there's no exchange going on. So that's part of it. Please do not cut my face off. Saying I'm not loud. There's a difference between projecting my voice and being loud. Loud is obnoxious. Loud is like being loud for the sake of loud. Me, I project and I have things to say and I like having a discussion and I have emphasis in my voice. I think there's a difference. Like the literal meaning of the word loud, yes, I talk pretty loudly most of the time, but I also project myself quite a bit more when I'm streaming. If you see me in person, I won't talk quite as loud unless I'm really excited.
At last, the hammer of judgment shall rouse this indolent.
It's not going to be
capital
the
from
hammer of
its
judgment. Judgment shall arouse this indolent capital. What was the game where they kept using arouse instead of rouse, and it was just like very awkward?
Yeah!
Was it Terra Enigma?
Comrade G,
A very
all
arousing
the
game.
necessary preparations are complete. But it feels like you have so few men accompanying you.
Wouldn't it be wise to call in a few others for backup?
There's nothing to fear. As long as I have this flute, not even the railway military police stand a chance of stopping us.
No, definitely not No Name.
Tomorrow, the people of this land will at last know our name. My dear comrades, I shall be counting on you all. Yeah!
I'm willing to bet this guy did that, and we just don't remember. Actually, Mecha, kind of. Color in my authoritarian country? How dare you? Alright, I'm gonna go check up on Group E before heading over to the Railroad Military Police Command Post. Just give me a call on your Arcus if you find anything during your patrols. Will do. Leave it to us. I was expecting Captain Claire to be our point of contact. Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to agree to cooperate with the Railway Military Police. I'm not exactly delighted about working with them, but things are looking pretty serious. I'm helping them this once and acting as your point of contact, but I won't let them forget for a minute that they owe me. Anyway, I'll see you all later. Tell Fiona thanks for the breakfast. Alright, we should get moving too. We've got our designated areas, so we'll be patrolling one by one. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Instructor Sarah said she'd contact us around noon. Let's be off then. Let's be off then, and then 50 other people pipe up. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's be off.
Right.
It wakes up Snorlax as well, yeah, it's true. Well, I actually don't know where I'm supposed to patrol, so I guess I'll just hit up the red exclamation marks, and that's that. Oh, we got a suspicious character at 12 o'clock. You know, I think the better way for them to have handled this festival thing was if we were just enjoying it and then bad things happened and they didn't expect them to hit it, you know? Or maybe they had like an inkling and weren't quite sure. But the way they're treating this whole segment is that they're 100% certain they're gonna hit the festival, which is ridiculous because there's zero evidence to support that. No law enforcement agency in the entire world would go bend over backwards on a hunch without any kind of evidence. I mean, like if they're investigating something and there's something that suggests that maybe they hit big events or something like that, and then okay, fine, you know? But like, there's no way that they just have very, very little information and just assume that they're gonna even hit again, or they have any kind of agenda, because we don't know what their agenda is. We have no idea who they are, what they want, or anything whatsoever. I mean, what I'm saying, Zyfreak, is like, doing stupid stuff and just accidentally being right is one thing, but like, they felt that they were, like, the way it's written is that they are certain that this is gonna happen. Lo and behold, it's gonna happen, you know? Thank you, Dio, for the 110 bits on an unrelated amusing topic. You were fighting a pair of bosses in Bravely Default without being too spoiled. They're a healer and a sickly offensive mage, both very much evil. After killing the healer, the sickly mage went all with him dead, my treatment stops too. The next fit I have will be my last. So with the short time I have left, I'd like nothing more than to crush you all. Poison ticking, killing her. Oh my gosh. That's actually fantastically fitting. I do want to play that Bravely Default remaster. Maybe I'll do that next. No, yeah, maybe, yeah. I enjoyed Bravely Default. It's a Bit of a awkward slow start though. Unfortunately, the payoff for Bravely Default doesn't come until quite a while, I think. Bravely Default 2 was only really good from a mechanical perspective. Everything else was pretty meh. I mean, the music and everything is all good and all that. There we go. Oh, I couldn't get my map. The biggest problem with Bravely Default 2 is the counter mechanic. Everything else is really, really strong.
Woohoo! I can almost taste that grand prize.
Crow?
Ah, hey guys. How's that field study coming along?
Oh, it's going fine. But why are you here?
Oh, you don't know? Classes don't run back at the academy during the summer festival.
Oops.
So I came here to squeeze as much fun as possible out of
Meaning.
the summer races, of course.
Wait, you came all the way here to bet money on horse racing? We're minors. We're not allowed to place bets.
Do I look like a lawbreaker to you? There's a magazine that's running a prize contest for the summer race. Send in your predictions, and if you're spot on, you win a really fancy prize.
So you came all the way to the capital just to check on that?
If only we all had such boundless energy.
It's called Bravely... oh, yeah, you called it. Okay, never mind. I thought you said Bravely Default 2, TOO, and I was like, no, it's called Bravely Second, and then you wrote it that way. Yeah, Bravely Second is, from what I understand, like an actual direct sequel to Bravely Default 1. It's basically like Final Fantasy X2.
All right, time for some serious...
I played the
brains
demo
and
of it,
guts.
and I was kind of bummed that it was basically the exact same game, and so I just kind of didn't care. But like Bravely Default was fine, so it's not like it's a bad thing to have the exact same game, just... I don't know, it felt... I wanted something at least a little new, but I wouldn't be objective
the money
to,
here, okay?
to getting it and playing it now that I've kind of grown up on that kind of thing. You know, if somebody remakes the same game, but like with a new story and everything and slightly different mechanics, it's not the end of the world. I mean, look at these games. There's actually a lot of merit to it and value in the fact that they basically make the same game 12 times, you know?
Thank you very much. Come back anytime.
Yeah, Bravely Default at the end of the day kind of basically turns into, it's your standard RPG with a slightly neat mechanic that changes things up, but otherwise
Anyway,
you're not really
I'm
getting
heading
much
over
depth
to
out
the
of it
cathedral of the
mechanically,
Salt District.
aside from the job system, of course. Oh, really, Zyfreak? That seems weird.
Peace.
Thanks.
Come on, guys. Let me win that prize.
That seems a rather pedestrian.
That seems unlikely. It seems very unlikely, because what if you're playing, like, with a Pro Controller?
So irresponsible.
Maybe it's just analogs or something, and that's an option that you can use the mouse.
Looks like there's still places here we haven't explored. Let's go look somewhere else.
The weird combination of what's voice acted and what's not is very awkward. Especially considering after the last game, everything in the main story was voice acted. I sensed someone suspicious. Stupid. I hate that shit so much, dude. I think this is I think it's one of the biggest drawbacks to the storytelling of this game, because it's such a hand wavy, like, throwaway to just be like, oh, I can just detect something suspicious, so I never have to write in like something organic that makes it seem fitting for the thing for me to discover it, like finding a clue or, you know, being in the right place at the right time or anything like that. It's just like, I sense someone suspicious, and then voila, that's your in. And it's like, I sense someone suspicious. How the fuck do you sense someone suspicious? You don't read minds. There's no mechanic in this world that suggests that you have like a key or chi or whatever you want to call it that you can detect that is, you know, formed based on your intent, like in Dragon Ball Z, you know? It just doesn't exist. They made up shit without any kind of world building on it, and it's just such a throwaway for plot progression, and it's frustrating. Especially considering they really don't need to do anything like that. There are so many simple ways that are also cliche that you can use that will be acceptable. Yeah, it's cliche and maybe not the best, but it's better than just, I sense someone suspicious. Get the fuck out of here. What's up, Longfellow? I don't think you can use Switch 1 Joy-Cons on the Switch 2. I'm almost positive you can't. But maybe you can if from the wireless. Obviously they don't fit into the Switch 2 because they're not magnetic. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, okay. I didn't know you could. Of course you could do that. Oh my gosh. I went out of my way to try and get a Switch 2 Pro controller. I didn't even realize you could just use the Switch 1 Pro controller as a USB controller. Done deal. That's how the Switch 2 Pro controller works. Derp. Ugh, man. Why does it feel like Vita's in on it? No. I don't think so, actually. Maybe. Here's the thing. They had friendly music playing, and they referred to her as the awesomest, coolest person ever, which they're very, very blunt about labeling characters as good as bad in that way. But the thing is that the ultimate bad guy, it's not Gideon, it's somebody else. And it's going to be somebody we're familiar with that the game has given us zero clue on who it could be. So it could be Vita, based on the awkwardness of our engagement with her, but I think that's just the game's poor writing of, oh look, you meet somebody famous and you're the coolest ever compared to, you know, to you, they think you're the coolest ever because Gary Stu, Mary Sue bullshit. The Switch 1 Pro controller can't wake up the Switch. Interesting. That's weird. That's kind of a huge detracting factor, though. Oh, because it's not being connected through the USB until it wakes up. And so it wakes up through Bluetooth. Got it. That actually makes sense. You wake it up and then it connects the USB. What footprints would you have at stone? Hey. Into the window he goes. Unless we had muddy shoes, we wouldn't have left footprints. Very unlikely that we would have had muddy shoes, though. That's not really that big of a deal, though, Zyfreak. The controllers are pretty good on their battery life.
Sure are more people out than there were yesterday.
It's the event. It's the
They must have all
festival.
come to see the Imperial family's parade.
Well, I will say that. Let's see if I can find mine. The Switch 2 Pro controller does have 2 new buttons. On the back, there is a GL and a GR button, and those, depending on the game, you can basically macro those to whatever button on the face you want. So if you want to play one-handed and you want to just use this button, you could like macro A to that button back there, and then you just play one-handed. You know, if you're just kind of chilling or whatever. Like Earthbound is playable one-handed using L and select instead of A and B. It's pretty sweet. I mean, that's all the way in the SNES era, so absolutely, there's a really good chance of you being able to play one-handed. But anyway, those are unique buttons that can help you customize your control in a way that's a little bit more meaningful for your playstyle. The presentation of this event is really boring and bland. There's like a couple stalls here and there and some banners, and like that's it. Like, where's the actual stuff going on? Oh, goody, he's here. Oh, you can remap the game chat button too? Oh, that's actually pretty good. Good. That's a feature I just never care about using. I know a lot of people might like it, but for me, like if I were, I don't know, if I were like 15 again and I wanted to play with my friends and stuff, that game chat button would definitely be something that I'd want to do. I would want to be hanging out with my friends all the time, playing video games or whatever. But as an adult, I don't really have, like, as an adult, you just hop on Discord or something and just do voice chat that way, or whatever the built-in game chat is or something like that. You know, you don't really think about it that much. But I guess if I had my high school friends that were still like, you know, hanging out with them all this time, I would probably be more into that, but yeah. Little does he know that Princess asked me to the dance last night. That's what I was thinking. He should have very, very casually, nonchalantly been like, "Oh, Princess Elfin, yeah, we had dinner with her last night. She even invited me to the dance. But I had to decline because we're busy today. Anyway, have fun. Bye." You know, like... I'm sure the chat system works fine. It's just like that kind of social interaction with my friends isn't exactly something that's very common anymore. Actually, my high school friends, I don't even know what the hell they're up to anymore these days. I haven't seen them in decades. To be fair, my memory of my high school friends isn't exactly the best one. Sure, they may have grown up and you know, there was high school. Of course, we're going to be a bunch of immature idiots. But I just don't see the likelihood of them actually growing out of that culture, so probably for the better. If they have, then, you know, that'd be cool to link back up a little bit, but not worried about it. The friends that I actually really enjoyed hanging out with that I would want to link back up with were like my D&D buddies from after school, and a lot of the people that I played World of Warcraft with, because those were some awesome memories. Although a couple of them come in here every now and again, so. No, because the way XP works in World of Warcraft is that if you're too high level, you just get 0 XP. So those boars would get you to about level 11 or 12, and then you get 0 from them forever. So, no. Grinding on boars for 1,000 hours would get me nothing, literally. South Park lied to us. Yep. 12 noon. The reason they do it that way is so that you're forced to move forward into the next zones. There's plenty of content, and the XP scaling is not a problem like it is in this game, where it's a totally different system. This is a turn-based RPG that's an MMO, totally different experience. You're supposed to go out in the world and explore it. This is basically locking you into a certain level before you can make any progression, or before you make any progression. Something sounds off? Yeah. But judging by Faye's reaction, it doesn't sound like the terrorists are wandering the streets. I think there's something happening behind the scenes that we just can't be sure what it is. Keep sharpening your instinct of yours, it'll prove invaluable. It's almost time for the Imperial family's limousines to head out to Val Flame Palace to their respective events. Crown Prince Cedric will be going to Heimdallr Cathedral in the northwest. Princess Elfin is headed to the Mater Park in the northeast. And Princess Othervert will be going to the Heimdallr racetrack in the southwest. Princess Othervert's got an extremely capable bodyguard with him though, so I'm not as worried about him. I've tasked Group B with looking after the Crown Prince, so I'd like you to keep an eye on Princess Elfin. Just make sure she gets to that garden party safely. After that, you can resume your patrol. Limousine carrying Princess Elfin is about to leave Val Flame Palace. Our mission is to make sure she gets to the garden party safely. We should get to Mater Park as soon as possible, then we can follow the main street. Why wouldn't we go from the palace to the park? That makes no sense. They've turned down the scaling in World of Warcraft? Or do you mean in this? In this they did. It feels like they actually did, yeah. After taking the tram to Mater Park from the tram stop, the main story will advance. Oh, there's literally nothing to do in this chapter, so... yeah. Going to Termater Park! I can understand, like, if they reduce the overall, like, those look like very tiny cars at first. That door is comically large. And especially with how easily it opens. That's a comically large door. That's very awkward. Anyway, I can see reducing the overall experience and then removing the cap or the like the scaling rather. And it would take a little bit longer to level up, but that's fine because you're continuing to get XP. You'll end up at the same level by the end of it. Why would she even be there? That seems very unlikely that she would be in attendance. My sister, that is. Like, yeah, she's a friend or whatever, but, like, for this kind of event, it seems unlikely that they would allow her. It's quite nice to be out and about like this once in a while, though it would be nicer, even nicer if you'd gotten dolled up. Just think, we would look so adorable making our debut together at the garden party, wouldn't we? I wish you'd think a little bit more before you say something like that. We may be friends, but I'm still just a baron's daughter. I can't very well go around equating my appearance at the party with that of the Imperial Princess's debut or otherwise. Oh, you're old-fashioned, Elise. Both the national and local governments are headed by commoners now. Times have changed, or is it that you're still annoyed that I asked your brother to dance? Maybe I should really invite him to be my dance partner next year. Your Highness, please, that's enough. Oh, come on, I'm sorry, Elise. It seems there's still a ray of hope for you. After all, it doesn't look like he has a girlfriend at the moment. Still surrounded by that many lovely ladies? I doubt that'll remain true for long. Oh, surrounded by that many lovely ladies, I doubt that'll remain true for so long. I mean, he's adopted, but still, they grew up together as brother and sister. So yeah, sure, it's fine, but it's still gross. It's still gross. I suppose you're right. If Rain were to find someone, perhaps that would be best. Yeah, actually it would. For him and me. I'm sorry, just thinking out loud. But don't mind me. The people are all waiting for you to wave to them. Toggleable level cap, which means as long as you keep it on, you don't actually out-level at the next gym. I've found that the way they do it in the most recent Pokemon games is that you can out-level it, but you can't capture Pokemon higher than that level. And when you're higher level than the badges allow, it doesn't. It's like a really low chance in order for them to not obey your commands or something. Oh, good. I'm so glad there was this whole thing about making sure the princess gets there. They made this big huff about making sure we follow the princess, and then there's nothing there. I'm not sure about the disobedience with traded only Pokemon. That might be the factor at play there. I don't remember. But I will say that in the recent ones that I've played, they don't disobey at a higher level unless it's really high, and it's even then it's a low chance. But I typically stayed under the level thing anyway, because I mean, if you're just going through the game, you'll pretty much never outgrow it. And then the whole structure explodes. Kaboom! Both the princess and my sister are dead. Roll credits. So Elise is here too. Looks like she came as Princess Alphen's attendant. Those two must be pretty tight. The princess really looks the part though. Indeed, that dress of Imperial Crimson suits her wonderfully. Blonde hair, red clothes. It's a killer combo. Damn, I'm starting to feel jealous of Patrick after all. Alright, looks like the area's under control. Let's go grab something for lunch and do another sweep of the city. I'd be totally okay if nothing out of the ordinary happened today. Yeah? Really? Whoa. You'd be okay with the fact that there wouldn't be a terrorist attack on the city? Wow. Are you sure about that? I don't know. Are you sure you don't want a terrorist attack on the city today? Afterward, they had a quick lunch at one of the stalls. After they finished up, they decided to do the sweep. That would be way too dangerous, No Name. No matter how hard they searched, nothing seemed amiss. Finally, Group A made their way towards Draco's Plaza, where traffic had previously been restricted. I mean, this would be a good opportunity to take over the palace, because the security is way down. None of the officials are there, and they'd be all the like princesses and princes and everything would be stuck outside of the palace, leaving them more vulnerable. So if you set up and establish order around that imperial palace, you can start building up a concerted effort to go and find them, you know? If you wanted to execute the current leadership, that is. If you were trying to take over the city, that is. I imagine most of these ceremonies around the capital are finishing up about now, though Princess Alphen and the others won't be coming back until later this evening, right? Yeah, the ceremony itself ends soon, but there's a social event afterward that lasts until this evening. It seems that this is likely the time that many will begin to let their guard down. The perfect time for terrorists to make their move. I really hope we're just overthinking this. So do I, but at the very least we need to remain vigilant until the day is over. Okay, the traffic restrictions have been lifted now, so let's walk around the plaza. Oh, hey.
Toa, Angelica.
No, it's Angelica. Yeah, they all drag their feet across the ground as they walk.
Meet all of you here. Well, isn't this a coincidence?
President Herschel?
We certainly weren't expecting to encounter the two of you out here.
Huh? Looks like the goddess herself brought us together. And now that she's granted us this chance, what do you two say we...
I'm afraid we'll have to decline. We have our field study to attend to.
It's not about girl on girl. It's about the fact that I'm pretty sure she's an adult and the students are underage. That's the problem. At the very least, what's her name there is like 15 or something like that. And I'm pretty sure Biker Lady is like 20.
What she said.
And it's really awkward.
Lame.
Will she ever learn?
Angelica's 1 year above them? Okay, so she's 17 or 18. I guess it's not quite as bad.
Looks like those rumors about her were true.
Did you ride your orbital bike all the way here?
Yeah, you can make it from Trista to here in 40 minutes on a good day. So I plopped Toa on the back of the seat and off we went.
It almost seems
That
like
doesn't
a
bother
metallic
me.
horse.
I don't care if somebody is, you know, a little promiscuous or whatever. That doesn't bother me at all. Do what you want to do. That's your life. If you want to hit on anything with genitals and legs, go right ahead. Well, obviously, if it's animals, that's wrong. But point I'm getting at is I have no problem with her aggressiveness, her cattiness, or her promiscuity. That's her prerogative. I do have a problem with the fact that she's probably an adult and they're underage. That is definitely a problem.
It's pretty cool.
Angie's not the most careful driver, so it wasn't exactly what I'd call a leisure cruise. I really love the festival atmosphere, though. I just wish I could enjoy it without the threat of a terrorist attack hanging over us.
Yeah, that means that she's possibly 17, because it's a high school essentially.
Wait, how do you know about
But
that?
I'm pretty sure most of our class is 17, so it's hard to
Did
say.
instructor Sarah
Either way,
tell you?
it's fine.
Yep.
I thought she was like, I
Field
thought she
studies.
wasn't a student and she was just like somebody that comes around and helps out or something. So,
Yesterday, I was the one who passed on the governor's request to Instructor Sarah, for example. I got pretty worried when I heard about terrorists, so Angie and I decided to see what was happening.
I see.
It appears you've done much for us without us even realizing it.
Thanks. It's nothing really. I'm not doing any of the heavy lifting.
That's why I said it's kind of fine. Like there's this really weird line. Like if two 17-year-olds are in a relationship and then one of them turns 18 but the other one is still 17, it's all of a sudden wrong. That's kind of weird. In most of these like age of consent rules, laws, things, whatever around the world, typically the major defining factor is age difference, and that's usually like why that's fine, you know? In fact, don't like a lot of people will be like, actually the age of consent in Japan is 14 or some other like brain dead bullshit thing. And it's like, first off, it depends on where you're at. Second, it's almost always positively having to do with age gap between the two parties involved. And that's why it's whatever. So like, that's why I said, whatever, okay, if she's only a year older, she's in school too, that it's like, I'm not gonna make a big huff about it because there's more subtlety to the situation than that. But I thought she was like a teacher or like an aide to the school where she came in and worked on the mechanics of stuff. And I thought she was like 20 to 25 or something like that. So that was where the issue came in. Oops.
Oh? I thought you were helping with all the paperwork.
Like I'm not
there's so everything runs.
When it comes to age difference and they're both very, very young, I'm not gonna make a huff about it because again, it's like that's a little bit more of a subjective, personal thing. So I don't really have a stance on that. And I'm not gonna make a huff about it. But if there is a significant age difference and they're underage, absolutely, I'm gonna make a huff about it. Which these games do quite often, by the way. So just to be clear, that's where my like immediately jumping down the throat of the game comes from, because they do it so often that I'm like, great, here we go again, you know?
And that you're the liaison for our contacts in every region because Instructor Sarah keeps slacking off.
Seriously? I swear, just when I'd started thinking she was better than we were giving her credit for.
Yeah, that's a little much, even for her.
It's fine. Really. I'm sure she's got lots of stuff on her plate. Anyway, I heard you guys got to meet the princess. I'm so
How would you know that?
I wish I could have met her too.
How would you know that? We've told nobody. Nobody could have told you. We don't have communication with one another.
Ourselves. She really does look kinda angelic.
Oh, if I'd only shown up earlier and tagged along with you.
Check the Cold Sky profiles, okay?
Princess Alphen's beauty is definitely one of our national treasures. But your sister's quite the looker herself. I hope I get a chance to meet Elise again someday too.
Actually, she's attending the garden party as Princess Alphen's attendant right now.
Really? Oh, if only I could get Princess Alphen, Elise, and Fee together in the same place.
Well, she definitely has a type. And it's starting to go back towards that creep factor again.
We could call them the Fabulous 15s.
I retract all of my statements in defense of Angelica.
Don't look now, but I think you're being co-opted into some sketchy-sounding group.
Sounds good to me.
If I'd known this was gonna happen, I would have listened to my father and attended that party after all. But no, I couldn't have. I couldn't spoil my charms by wearing a dress. Oh! I could have worn a tuxedo instead. Why didn't I think of that earlier?
Angie? Maybe you're putting a little too much thought into this.
Hey, the gang's all here.
Crow?
Oh, we didn't know you were here either.
Fancy running into you.
Yeah.
You said you were going to the summer races, didn't you?
How'd the main race go?
Well,
don't ask. Who could have guessed that Black Prince would come from behind and burst to speed like that? and then Lumber Blitz barely squeezing past into second. There's no way anyone could ever see an upset like that coming.
Strictly speaking, to it really depends on place, Neo. Yeah, like I said, that's why I say I don't have a stance on something like that, because it depends on region, country, state, everything. You could cross a freaking county line and suddenly it's different, right? It's relatively arbitrary, and I don't have a strong opinion on it, so I'm not going to make a statement on it because it's not a topic I give a shit about at that point, right? So making a big huff about it is just going to lead to divisive opinions. But yes, it does depend on region. And let me just be clear that just because it's legal in some places does not make it necessarily okay. But like, because in a lot of states, the age of consent is very low, which is fucking gross. And there are a lot of people right now trying to massively lower the age of consent, which is fucking gross. So just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's right. So that's all I'll say about that, is that in the end. But I'm not going to make a huff about something so close together. But when she, who's supposed to be like 18 to 20 or something, starts going after the youngest people in our group, there's something there, and it's glorifying it, and it's gross.
Oh, I guess I won with those 4 to 5 odds. Glad I decided to pony up some cash for that after all.
Wait, you're the one who won the special prize? Oh, stop feeling up lady luck, would you?
You're just sore because I've got better karma than you.
Angie really does have scarily good luck with stuff like this.
Sounds like the bell's chiming 3 o'clock.
Guess that means all the ceremonies must be wrapping up.
Perhaps we should make another round of our patrol areas, just to be safe.
That seems like a sound idea.
Yeah, we should get back to our patrols.
Okay. Take care out there.
Huh? Back to work already?
I've got my Arcus with me, so just give me a ring if anything happens.
Will do.
Huh? Huh? What's wrong?
Oh, Cecil's coming back for more pets, huh?
It feels almost as though...
My guess would be there's been an increase in the water pressure.
Yeah, this must be...
Is it some kind of festival attraction?
I don't think so.
It's spilling out, so no. Oh no, there's water. Oh, so devious.
This must be the terrorists.
Yeah, it seems that way.
She says that very nonchalant, like, this must be the terrorists. Yeah. Yeah, it's the terrorists.
Angie, Crow,
That's what I was thinking, Berserk. It's a decoy. I'm guessing it's just to distract people.
Police have their hands full. We need to handle this ourselves.
Like, make it seem like it's some benign act of nature, and then the real stuff happens elsewhere.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's all...
No, we've got this. You have something else you need to take care of. Something important.
More important than this?
What do you mean?
Mater Park.
So this is just a diversion?
I'd bet on it.
It's a cute little lizard. Such amazing fight scenes going on here. You know, I just like to point out that Final Fantasy VI did awesome with stuff like this. They just had like the little sprites bouncing around off of each other with little ting ting sounds, and it was cool. And it doesn't even take that much effort to do that kind of thing. Just like have something going on instead of them just standing there like staring each other down. I hate that so much. I hate it. Put some action on it, man. You may be established guards with lots of experience, but don't worry. The The teenagers from the military academy are here to save the day. They're taking orders from us now. Wow. When did we get that authority? Like, we're fucking children, and they're just like, oh gosh, we established guards who have systems and rules put in place on how to handle this stuff, don't know what to do, but don't worry, these teenagers from out of town definitely will be able to give us the correct orders we need.
What?
Come on. Oh, this is the plot. This is the plot from Bad Dudes on the NES. Ninjas have kidnapped the president and your girlfriend. Are you a bad enough dude to rescue them? That's what this is, essentially, more or less. It's like they've kidnapped the princess and your sister.
I do hope you'll forgive me for showing up to this party without an invitation. Ugh. Truth be told, I have no real qualms with you personally.
Why would you?
However, you are a willing collaborator with the man we loathe, so I'm afraid that makes you guilty by association.
I figured that's what you were after. Let those girls go. They have nothing to do with this.
Your Excellency!
I'm afraid we just can't do that. After all, they've yet to play their biggest part. That of your faction's most shameful fate. Oh, but fear not. I have no intention of taking their lives.
Yet.
Police!
We had an opportunity for an ambush, and then we're just like,
Rean?
nah, let's just go head on, and they got guns, and that's fine.
What do you made it?
Dad, are you alright? The brats from Thors. So you've come to meddle in our affairs again, have you? Not this time, I'm afraid. I won't allow you to interfere.
That's the flute sound.
Is he controlling those beasts?
So that's how those monsters came to be running around out here.
Doing that sound effect made my nostrils tickle, and then I had to sneeze.
Rean! Be careful!
Well, they got guns. If we take a step, they'll just pull the trigger, so... But, you know, guns in this game are just kind of like... little pellet BB guns or something, I don't know.
Elise! Your Highness!
You!
My, I can certainly tell when I'm not wanted. I suppose we'll just have to leave then. Go, my beasts! Strip them to the bone!
Right, commencing the boning of these adversaries then.
Not going to lose to a couple of these things.
2 large monsters. Combat pattern analysis complete.
Combat pattern analysis complete.
All right, let's take them down.
Who the fuck is even talking?
Okay.
Bring it on! Go! Another chance! Elliot!
Got it.
Ooh, the tanky.
Right! Leave it to me. Got it?
Will do.
Flames gather on my path!
Performance just for you.
Thank you, Neo, for 110 bits. And butts. Thank God it's Seed. We're saved. Sir, that's a different game. Oh, I was just testing you. Of course, they're the Shepherds. Still wrong game. Rebel Alliance? Well, they got loaded up with debuffs, so yeah. They just ate each other. That was actually amazing.
My turn. All right, let's keep going.
Raven reached level 4, nice.
I've only...
Shepherds is Mass Effect, right?
We must pursue them at once. There's no time to rest.
Dad!
Maverick Hunters.
This little scratch? Nothing to worry about.
Then his arm falls off. Oh.
But never mind. Her Highness is in danger. Please, go after her.
All right. Wait! Take me with you too.
No.
Patrick? No. I need you to stay and protect everyone who's still here.
Those monsters are still roaming around outside, and the governor is wounded.
Please, if you're here, at least I can go knowing my father is in safe hands. Fine, I'll stay.
That's settled then.
Let us give chase then.
Your Excellency, please let the Railway Military Police know what's happening as soon as you can.
You can count on it.
Eternal Sonata, oh, okay. Oh. This is one of the passages beneath the city. Looks like it, and judging by the direction it leads, I don't think it's an area we've been to before. I don't see any traps. Wow, apparently we still get a signal down here. Lloyd the Bannings des. It's me, Sarah. The governor told me about what happened. Already? It's been like 2 seconds. What the fuck? That's not even an... Give me a full update on the situation. Our targets are Gideon and 2 other armed terrorists. They've abducted Prince Selfin and Elise, and we're pursuing them through an underground tunnel as we speak. We're doing all we can to catch up with them. Understood. I'm making my way there as fast as I can, and I've got the RMP in tow. Keep up the pursuit. Try to stall them until we can get there. But don't do anything that would put the hostages in danger. Their safety is our top priority. Let's hurry. All right, we won't let them get away. See, the thing is that a hostage situation is much more delicate, and they would absolutely, positively, definitely, 100% not send any teenagers into a hostage situation because they lack the delicacy of handling that kind of interaction. We'll be arriving in 10 minutes, which is weird because it took us 5 seconds to get all the information we needed and also be on the way already and also get the RMP involved and get in the car and drive. But whatever. Until then, all we can do is hope that they can pursue the terrorists on their own. I hate to admit it, but I doubt there's anything else we can do right now. I'm glad to see the RMP living up to their sterling reputation, though. Sounds like you guys handled the attacks at the racetrack and the cathedral like seasoned pros. Well, none of the Imperial Guardsmen were stationed in those areas, and we did receive invaluable assistance from Group B. You could just accept a compliment when it's given, you know. So how much of an idea did you have that the terrorists' real target was going to be the garden party? I bet you had more than just a hunch. With the orbital calculator, you've got a brain. You got for a brain, right, Miss Icy Maiden? I estimated the chance at roughly 40%. No one actually can estimate that kind of thing within a percentile. Like you might just throw it out as a whatever, like I was pretty much like 90% sure this was gonna happen, you know, kind of thing. All that really means is that you had a slight inkling of a doubt, but you weren't positive. But like, no one actually sits there and goes beep boop beep, 42.8% chance of attacking the garden. You know, like nobody does that. Literally 0 people in the entire world have actually done that, and you can't quantify that kind of thing anyway. You can't quantify it. There's no way to add a numerical value to it. 40% is too clean of a number. Also true. I have a cat underneath the desk, and I wanted to pet him. Targeting the Garden Party would make the biggest spectacle after all. I believe their aim is to harm the reformist public image, which means Her Highness should be safe. Unfortunately, I can't be so certain about that girl with her. And that's why we'll probably never see eye to eye. The reasoning is because, like, when it comes to personal actions and human nature and the possibility of things happening and everything, it's so just, people are not like robots. They're not machines that have like an exact percentage chance of a thing happening. A lot of time when things happen, it's just like, I don't know, there's way too many variables. There's the variables of just like, you know, what is going on with every single person's life. There's the variable of like, maybe you just randomly encounter something that changes your perspective. Maybe you have an emotional impact on something and it causes you to be more aggressive or violent in a way that you wouldn't possibly expect. I mean, it's so stupid. Like to boil down human interaction to a percentile is the most idiotic writing element one of the most idiotic writing elements ever. Although it is a very anime thing to do, so, you know.
Those damn terrorists.
Yeah, gosh darn terrorists being there terrorizing and everything.
Please be safe.
Oh, he said at least first, okay.
Monsters! My turn.
My turn.
Right, hey!
Go!
Right, hey! My turn. Let's go.
Oops, I hit the frozen one. I didn't mean to do that.
Go!
Right, hey!
My turn. Got it.
An opening.
My turn. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
What if you had 9 leaves, though? What if you had 9 leaves, right? Oh, the power of the 8 leaves is supposed to be really good, but what if you had 9? I mean, that would just be like God status, right?
My turn.
Well, now you're just being greedy. Like 9 at least is, you know, not too many, but 10? That's unreasonable.
Advantages, okay.
Go!
My turn.
Right. My turn.
My turn. Go!
I'll pick you up. Right.
Got it.
An opening.
Go! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Where are we? So they blew a hole under this thing just knowing that this would lead to something important? Unless they had like the structural maps or something. It's really creepy. I had no idea a place like this existed to be at the capital. Duh. Fucking duh. A better phrase there would be, I never would have expected something like this to be under the capital. Like, duh, nobody knows this is here. Like, almost nobody in the entire world knows this is here, especially... Once again, I love the story concepts. The writing is so bad, though. It's just idiotic. It appears to be a catacombs built during the Dark Ages. Oh, they definitely came this way, and I don't think that was that long ago. Everything is good but the writing, basically. Alright, you can tell from their footprints. Okay, we just need to keep heading this way. Follow me. No. I refuse. They're also, like, wildly illogical in a lot of how they present comments. Everything's proceeding just as I'd planned. If we can make it out of these tunnels, we will have achieved all we set up to accomplish here. Not bad for our first mission. What are you people planning? Just what do you hope to accomplish by abducting us? It doesn't appear that you're interested in trying to ransom me back for my father's money. I ask that you remain patient for just a short while longer, Your Highness. We are but humble patriots who respect the honor and the traditions and values of our country. So, by the way, there's another thing about that bothers me about her prediction about, like, knowing that their objective was to undermine the reformist faction. See, the thing is that we don't even know who they are. We have no information on their faction, their motives, their interests, or their beliefs or anything. We had no information as far as the story was telling us. So to make this wild, sweeping assumption, and it being this late in the game, like if it was the beginning of the game, and the game was basically telling us, like, they have an understanding and history of this faction, and so we should know, we know that, like, the game is telling the player, hey, this is their motives, and we can take that moving forward and help apply it to the rest of the plot. But we're late into the plot, and so making this wild assumption about, like, this faction that we've engaged in but have no idea what they're about so late in the game, it just feels like, once again, slapping the player in the face with lack of subtlety and storytelling, and not being able to make your own assumptions based on what the game has told you and how it may apply to the rest of the game, you know? Like, if they know nothing about this faction at this point in the game, then the player knows nothing, and nobody knows anything about it at all in the game, except for the faction themselves. So, to make that assumption that they would try to undermine the reformist faction is just throwaway shit again. We would never see now. By the way, this is the exposition that the player should have gotten about their motives and their ideals, that would have given credibility to the rest of the dialogue suggesting that they may have done something like that. However, without us getting information about that, there's no way we can make a prediction about what they would do, because the last thing that they did was just attack 2 military bases in order to start war. That has nothing to do with reformist faction or the imperial faction, whatever, at all. It just has to do with them trying to start a war, the end, you know? Because it had to do with Calvard and not internal politics of Erebonia. So, once again, we wouldn't have been able to garner that information from their previous attack, and that's the only interaction we have with them, and the only thing that we know about them, and that's it. All of us. We don't know anything else about who they are or what they do. So, making that assumption about their motive is idiotic, to be the nicest I possibly can. We would never do anything to bring harm to one of the bloodlines that symbolizes that very nation. You sound just like... Don't misunderstand me. We feel no sense of brotherhood with the aristocracy. The vast majority among us are of common birth, myself included. Commoners that want to be subjected to noble rule. Do you know what the phrase... Oh, what's the phrase? Cognitive dissonance, I think is the phrase. I think that's the phrase. Cognitive dissonance. I want to say that's the phrase. I'm pretty sure that basically what that means is the things that you fight for are in direct opposition to the things that help you. It's like, how do I say this without getting really political? It's like, I guess this is kind of like objective, and it's not too political. It's like women voting for ultra-conservative values that subject them to less rights, less freedoms, and more control. You know, you lose autonomy, and yet you still, like, fight for it, which is, like, in direct opposition of your freedom, you know, and things that are good for you, all that kind of stuff. So that's basically what this guy is doing. It feels like cognitive dissonance, where, like, he wants to be essentially a servant of the rich and submissive to nobles, you know? That's fine. It's fine to not want to make your own decisions. And you the thing is that when you have the freedom to choose, you have the freedom to choose that life as well. You know, you don't have to live making your own decisions. You can just find somebody that will help make those decisions for you. And that's what choice is all about. Choice is being able to find what you like in life and trying to get there and be happy with the way you want your life to be. So basically that's like why it's silly, because you still have it's not like you can't do that. Normally, you can still choose to do that. But in the same regard, here, if he wanted to be subjected to noble rule and have no freedom, he could very well just offer his services to somebody of wealth and live that life, you know? But the point I'm getting at is that this feels like a cognitive dissonance thing where, like, if he's a commoner and he's fighting for noble rule, it feels like that's in direct opposition of any kind of freedoms or like better life that he could be having, you know what I mean? And at the same time, it's like, oh, well, if that's what he wants, then that's what he wants. But like, you can still have that when you have freedom and choice, you know? Monarchists are still a thing. Sure, I mean, I get it. But the thing is, Lone Fellow, that's why it's cognitive dissonance, because there are tons of people out there who will believe in a political system that is in direct opposition to a better life for them, you know? I could go on and on and on and on about all sorts of situations like this, but it will get increasingly political. And while most of the information will be objective, still it will create conflict and divisiveness in the discussion. The point is that just because people still believe in a political system that is in correct or direct opposition of their freedoms and livelihood, doesn't mean that it's not cognitive dissonance, because they're led to believe that it would be a better system because they've been misinformed, or they've been tricked into thinking something, or they've been slowly having their mindset warped by bad actors and misinformation in order to fully actually believe that it's the right thing. So cognitive dissonance is still at play there regardless. The vast majority among us are of common birth, myself included. However, there is a certain man among you whom I'm afraid we simply cannot allow to remain alive. What do you mean? If that's what you want, let Her Highness go then. If you need a hostage you can injure, I should be enough. Oh, what is your name, little one? Serving as Her Highness's attendant, I assume you must be of high social standing, no? Elise Schwarzer, daughter of Tio Schwarzer, Lord of the Northern Region of Ymir. I may not be particularly high rank, but I am of noble birth. If you need a hostage, use me instead. Oh, well, aren't you a fascinating young lady? You seem to have picked up quite an unexpected gambit. Now, how shall we use it? Yeah, you shouldn't have told him who you are, unless your life was dependent on it, but, I mean, she's 15. She's not really gonna know the subtlety and value of remaining silent to not give the enemy an advantage. She thinks that proclaiming that she's noble will free Alfina of her, capture. Oh, hello.
Watch out, guys!
Here we go!
Right!
Okay.
Oh. Well, he didn't come over, so I guess... Well, actually, that almost killed him anyway, just some normal attacks.
Arcus activate!
Okay. There we go. Got it. Laura, let's go.
Understood! You have my face, of course.
Yeah, it's because I have the fast forward on.
Shatter! And open! Right!
These are basically like normal enemies, so I don't need to worry too much about them. I thought they were like mini bosses.
When we fight together,
I did it!
Success.
I did it!
Oh, that was scary. There seemed to be some strange force at work making things difficult for us during the fight. The way they appeared was weird too. It's like they were waiting to ambush us. Perhaps it was due to that man Gideon's power, or rather that flute he holds. Yeah, that flute seems to give off some potent vibes. I've heard there's some powerful relics from antiquity are still around. Wonder if that's one of those artifacts. Well, we're gonna have to deal with it one way or another. I would say one thing that really bums me out about a lot of Legend of Heroes games is they don't prioritize the different artifacts enough, I think. Like you obviously you get the major super duper ultra powerful ones, but some of the lower tier ones don't seem to make an appearance enough. Every story seems to revolve around one major super duper powerful artifact, like the bells or the one thing from Liberarch or whatever. Wow, we managed to catch up to them real fast. There they are. I'll go on ahead. I'll fire off some warning shots to stop them. I'm with you. All right, I'm counting on you.
It's far enough. What?
They didn't have to stop to fight, and they're right behind us or right in front of us. It seems, I guess they're carrying people.
Rain! You came for us!
Show's over. Let Her Highness and Elise go. Now.
Considering all that you've done, I can't say I'd be entirely comfortable letting you go free.
But if you release them, we might be willing to consider it. Damn kids.
It's 5 against 3. You've got no chance. And fleeing while trying to carry 2 hostages? I don't think that'll work out too well for you.
So, would you please just let them go?
Impressive. Very impressive.
As soon as he starts to reach for the flute, you cut off his head.
I had no idea Thors was educating such gifted students.
Save it. Look, we can keep this stalemate going all day, or you can release them. It's up to you. But I'm warning you, if there's so much as a scratch on either of them, you'll wish the police found you before I did. You.
Rain! Rain!
I like how she's lovingly staring into the terrorist's eyes, saying that.
I'm not so proud that I can't see when we have no chance of victory.
Then...
So you'll let them go?
Absolutely. If you can defeat him, do it.
Hey, does this smell like chloroform to you?
A volatile anesthetic?
Fear not. I simply thought it best they sleep for a short while.
Oh, now that they're out cold, then they're less vulnerable to being used as a hostage. Now's the time to slice your arm off and take that flute out of your hand.
After all, this is hardly a sight fit for the eyes of such innocent maidens.
Dude, you're just letting him play it, bro. He's right in front of you. Like, stop him. You swing your sword and cut off his hand. It's that fucking easy. Like, I'd be slapping that thing out of his hand so fast.
What the?
They're not even, he's not even hiding behind them. No, I wouldn't use a shotgun. There's too much chaos involved in that, but he's got a sword without either of them in the way. Just done. That's it. In fact, his stance like this, all he has to do is just slice upward. Like, that's it. Done.
A howl?
This roar.
Oh, zombie dragon. That is the strangest looking cat I've ever seen. Dark Dragon of Ruination, or Arugula.
What the hell is that?
It's
a bone dragon?
A boner dragon.
Behold! The might of the demonic flute, an artifact capable of holding even the shadow that reigned over Heimdall during the Dark Ages in its throne. Now, I'll have you delay your journey to perdition no longer. Farewell, dear ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
Yeah,
no
but
way
what
we can
you
take on that
underestimate
thing.
is that I have S-craft attacks.
What are we gonna do?
I can't estimate its strength. Or even the best way to fight it.
We're not just going to roll over and die here. If you think back on how much we've grown just during this field study, there's no way this
Yeah,
thing is
we
going
ate
to take us down.
gelato, okay? We have grown so much.
My blade is ready.
Too impetuous to know when you're beaten, are you? Go, Dark Tyrant! Bring down the merciless hammer of judgment upon these hapless fools!
What the hell is that? The Dark Dragon of Ruminations, or Arugula. Didn't you read the title card? Yeah. Yeah, right? I'm not a fan of when games do the title card thing. I think it's a cheap way of not introducing the character organically, but, you know. Neil, thank you for the 110 bits. Didn't you read the title card, idiots? That seems like something Disgaea would do. Well, nobody's at 200 craft points, so this will be slightly annoying, but I have a couple of people that were close to it, so I guess I could hopefully maybe...
Target lock.
My turn.
Did it resist the speed down? It sure did.
I'll pick you up. Of course.
Keep it up, everyone!
Okay.
My turn.
Performance just for you. And Rhapsody, you feel wonderful audience.
13,000 on hers, damn nice. Well, it's almost nearly dead.
You okay?
Okay.
I mean, it is nearly dead, rather, not almost nearly dead.
There you go. Yeah.
My turn.
My turn.
Okay.
Go. Now's our chance. Elliot.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, was
Nice
tough.
work, though.
It's re-dead again, or whatever. Grim Butterfly.
Not bad.
Didn't even elixir her Phoenix down it.
Impossible!
Laura! V!
Roger.
Roger Dodger.
Ah!
What? What? You damned! What? Yeah!
There you go. Cutting the flute in half, though, may have been a bad thing.
The demonic flute.
Let's check. And mate. Whew, that was a tough one.
What's our plan, Comrade G?
Why are you even allowing him to move? You should have been subduing him a long time ago.
You vile.
Like, you got all close up and personal, started being aggressive, having aggressive action against him, and then just left him there. Like you're in some kind of duel or something. Like, you should have been
Comrade G.
subduing them.
I am fully prepared to lay down my life for our cause. It is not death I fear. But this operation is too important to leave even a corpse behind. I'm afraid I must do what needs to be done. Even if that means harming a member of the Imperial family.
And then somebody's gonna come to our rescue and
I think it's about time.
Ting.
About to play.
oh. Somebody new.
Who are...
Oh my, aren't you a quick little kitty? Just my type.
Found the plot of the game, finally.
That's the Sylphid I know.
Oh, that's God dang it! I just had his name in my mouth, and then I kept on getting Richard Epcar in my mouth, and I'm off my tongue, and that's not Richard. It's fucking what's his name? God damn it! He's in so many things. He was voicing one of the minor NPCs earlier, but he does like the night guy from Octopath Traveler 1 and a bunch of other stuff. Forget his name.
Comrade S.
Patrick
Comrade
Seeds,
V.
thank you.
Oh, you came for us. What a relief. Now we can...
These must be...
We're terrorists.
Dude, you really egregiously using those ellipses there, where it's like, ah, yes, now we can. Is this the? What is ... You know, all the ... dots everywhere. Like, come on, bro. That's... Like, it's already bad using them in general, but like 5 in a row?
I seem to recall specifically telling you to leave this operation to me. But I can't say I'm unhappy you decided to check in.
Sorry, boss. But if you got yourself caught here, we would have been off to a pretty bad start.
Yeah, it's definitely Patrick Seeds.
I do apologize for cutting in, but we figured it was for the best. Comrade C decided to join us too.
And so I have.
A mask.
Comrade C, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Did my planning for this operation seem that flawed to you?
It's Dark Helmet, man.
On the contrary, it was almost...
Actually, it reminds me of what's his name from, whatever he calls himself from Code Geass.
But no plan is completely foolproof. One must always factor in unpredictable elements. As the ladies and gentlemen of Class 7 here have demonstrated so brilliantly.
How does he know who we are?
Who are you?
We have already fulfilled our primary objective. Courting dishonor by harming a member of the
How do we
Imperial
decide
family
when
gave
it's
us
appropriate to
nothing.
use IRL logic to analyze game story and when we simply shrug and go, don't think it's too hard, it's cartoon? It's about how it's portrayed. Like, there's definitely a measure of, like, what do you call it? What's the word? Like, when you kind of, suspension of disbelief, right? There's definitely a measure of suspension of disbelief. But you can have good, like, animations and, like, cutscene movement in order to portray the things that you want in a logical way. It's really when it breaks logic that it becomes a problem. And not just like logic of like the rules of the universe logic. That's fine. You make a world, you create the rules for that world. But it's about when it doesn't make sense from like an execution perspective. So for instance, in Final Fantasy X, oh, that's right, Cecil's on there. I kind of disrupted his movement, his sleep a little bit. All right, so in Final Fantasy X, when somebody dies and if they have like resentment in their life, they turn into a fiend, okay? That's not logical in our world, but that's the rule that world has set up for itself. So as long as it obeys those rules and obeys the logics of the systems in that world that they've built up, then it's fine. That's the suspension of disbelief. But once you kind of like start disobeying your own rules and you stop having compelling real actions being done, then it's a problem. Like, these are supposed to be military students and that they're supposed to at least at the very least know like what they need to do in order to subdue an opponent, and yet they just like sat there and did nothing while they just fucking played a flute right in front of him. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? If they had all they had to do was push him in a different position so he was a little bit further away, so that he couldn't do anything, or maybe one of the guys held a knife to Elise or something like that, so that he couldn't make an action without him. Like, you know what I mean? It's that simple. It really is that simple. All it took was just a tiny little thing to make it not feel as if he could have just hit him right away or subdued him right away, you know? Or maybe when he came to cut the flute, he cut the flute and then immediately after she dropped down and stopped him from getting any closer to him or something like that. You know what I mean? Like the way the pieces are moving are poorly executed. And that's why it feels like very eye-rolly, you know? They're just sitting there doing nothing. It's the same thing when you have a cutscene like earlier in the park when the monsters came in and the soldiers are just sitting there going like this with their sword, you know? And it's like, have some action. Maybe they're kind of, you know, just a quick little animation, something that lets us show that there's actually some interaction going on there. Instead, they just have their idle animation. You know what that means? All that means is that they plopped a model on the field and then just left it. They didn't do anything else to it. They just plopped it on there and said, good to go, you know, instead of just creating something that gets like the player knowing that there's some movement going on. So I will say the line is kind of gray, Lone Fellow, and you kind of find that line where it works for you. But there's definitely points where it's like, look, suspension of disbelief. Like for instance, when you get on a world map and you're a huge character on the world map and you take 20 steps and you're in the next town over, obviously that's a suspension of disbelief moment where you're actually traveling, you know, to the next town over, which may take days or weeks, but we're not going to have you sit there and walk through the field for 20 days doing nothing. You know, that's ridiculous, right? That's a suspension of disbelief moment. But if you got to go to the next town over and this is supposed to be a world-sized map and it says that you got there in 5 minutes instead of 5 days, well, that's kind of stupid also, right? So, you know, there are lines and there are definitely points on either side of those lines, and sometimes it's up to you on determining where that line is because it kind of vague, you know? But when I complain about something being on one side of the line or the other, it's usually because it's pretty egregious, I would say anyway. You say the evil Empire's fairy powered mana cannon takes an hour to charge. That's fine. Apparently that's how the thing works. If the thing fires a second time after half an hour, but at the cost of being completely told in the process, that's fine too. I agree. If it just randomly fires a second time without any issues, whatever, that's an issue. Yes, exactly. That is precisely it. They have set the rule that the cannon takes an hour, and firing before then can cause damage to it. Then yes, you can do all those things that Neo said, but the last thing doesn't make any sense. You've lied to the player by saying otherwise. That's definitely a problem. Suspension of disbelief is higher than mine, but the soldiers carrying the hostage bridal style kind of bothers you. They're kids, so they're kind of lighter. It almost kind of feel easier than slumping them over the shoulder, I think, because they could kind of squirm. But they also got their hands tied, so I think it's also an ease of the model. But yeah, when it comes to something very light like that, you can kind of hold it however you want to, and it would be fine to walk that way. Not to mention they're probably pretty strong being soldiers, so they got to be like what, 60, 70 pounds? Not that much. Yeah, you know, I agree, Mecha, that, you know, having a higher threshold for the suspension of disbelief is kind of a value. It's kind of like one of those ignorance is bliss kind of things where if you don't see the flaw, you just kind of sit there and enjoy it, and it's like whatever, you don't care about the finer points. And, you know, maybe it's a curse to like notice all these little nitpicky things that I do. But at the same time, I also know that by criticizing a game, even in the most nitpicky way, that the chances of getting better games because of that is higher. And I just want game developers to do better. That's all. I don't think like game design is in the shitter or anything these days. Like some people are super bitter about game design these days. I think games are fantastic nowadays. I think modern games are awesome, and there's a ton of them that are just brilliant. But you know, everybody could do better. You know, even with a low budget, you can do better. You can just like, sometimes it's as simple as just a little placement of an NPC, or how the scene, like the order of what actions happen in the scene, that just makes it feel logical and less like, why are they just standing there doing nothing, you know, kind of thing. That's where I have a problem. Like I said, if they had started the previous scene with the flute, with them being further away, like on the opposite side of the room, so they couldn't get to him, and then played the flute, it would have made sense instead of them being 2 inches in front of him with nobody preventing him from slicing the flute out of his hands beforehand, right? Not to mention during the battle, they should have probably pieced out, right? They should have just run away. Why didn't they do that? You know? But then when we came to charge up against him and slice the flute away, then we just sliced the flute and stood there. We didn't like shoulder him against the wall to knock him down and subdue him. We just sat there. What should have happened is he should have been further away, played the flute so we couldn't have stopped him. And then when we beat the monster, maybe he started to try and get away, but couldn't quite get away because the monster was like swinging his leg around across the entrance, and that's why he was stuck there. Maybe that was something that they could have portrayed as well. After we beat the fight, you see him trying to run for the exit, the monster swings its leg and he has to like back up a little bit, and then we go and beat the monster, we charge him, cut the flute out of his hand, and then immediately Miss Eye Patch over there drops down and knocks me away. And then the flow of events makes sense to lead us exactly in the same position that we're already in. And none of that would have taken a lot of extra effort or animation, like development time or anything. All of those things would have made a lot more sense in how the scene plays out, so that you're not sitting there staring at each other, screaming at the protagonist to actually subdue him when he has every fucking opportunity in the book, you know? You know, I feel both good and bad about that, you know, because a lot of the time you can just go through a forest and be like, ooh, pretty forest. But now you're sitting there going like, oh, look, it's just the same tree copy pasted across the entire forest. And now I notice that. Yeah. What's up, Emily? Welcome in. Another example in the Animorph series, the titular morphing ability has a stated time limit of 2 hours. And going over this locks you into a morph. This is immediately proven to not be an empty warning in the very first book, where exactly that happens to one of the main cast. In later books, the rest of the characters often hit close to the time limit and have some serious trouble transforming back. Something which can easily be explained by just assuming that the time limit is actually slightly more than 2 hours, or just being like, it depends on your threshold and limit and personal like focus and everything, yeah. But the guy that gave them the power just said it was 2 hours to stay on the safe side, plus 2 hours is easier to remember than 127 minutes, yeah. That's actually really good. They like, when you say there's a limit to something and it's close enough, then that's fine, you know? It's like the whole what's her name predicting that there was a 40% chance exactly that they would attack the garden, which is stupid. But like, if she had said something like, yeah, it was roughly a 50-50, that's this vagueness that actually makes sense, you know, instead of being like, actually 42.7% chance of attacking, which is ridiculous. Nobody's gonna calculate that kind of ridiculous like variable, you know, because humans are not so methodical and like robotic, you know. But if you say, you know, like the cannon, if you're using the cannon example, if they say, you know, it takes an hour before you can shoot again, and you shoot after 57 minutes and it's fine, that's acceptable, you know, because it's like, nothing is ever exactly that much. It's always just a general safety number as a guideline kind of thing.
Do you not agree?
No, you're right. Release them.
What? That makes no sense. They have the advantage on us and they're just gonna release them? That makes no sense whatsoever.
Elliot, Machias, I'm leaving the two of them to you.
Okay.
Got it.
That makes no sense. Why would they give them the hostages after they've got us by the ropes, or on the ropes, or whatever the thing is?
In the hopes that we may yet resolve this without bloodshed.
That makes no sense.
What say you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7? Will you stand aside and let us leave peacefully?
Like hell we will.
You abducted the Imperial Princess and an innocent girl. Drugged them.
What Erebonian would stand idly by in the face of such an outrage?
It's 5 against 6. This won't be easy.
Guys.
You got guts, kids. I'll give you that.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind a little roughhousing.
Also, I'm pretty sure that dude would just mow us down.
No, it's only right that I be the one to test their mettle.
It makes me wonder who that
Wielders
is,
the
of course.
longsword, the great sword, the twin gun swords. Stand and face me. I shall be your opponent.
Like, it's obviously somebody from the academy, like guaranteed. It may even be teacher, you know, and the actual divine blade has been compromised or something.
Think of this as an entertaining way to kill some time. The railway military police are already on their way. Until then, pour out the vessel of your wrath upon me.
Interesting.
He's awful sure of himself.
Is he serious? There's no way he can win against all three of them.
No, it's Johnny Orphan Stomper! Thank you, Dio, for the sub gift to Johnny Orphan Stomper. Why would you spoil that the main villain is Johnny Orphan Stomper? Because bad plot writing.
Whoa, what kind of weapon is that?
It's a glaive.
Another relic from the Dark Ages. A double saber.
Oh, it's Darth Maul.
I am C. That is all you need to know. Now, come at me if you think you're able. Then allow us.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be a force loss.
Target locked.
Here we go.
Yep. I might have to live long enough though, but I have no healing whatsoever except for items. So I think what I'll do is I'll just die first.
My turn.
And then if I have to beat him, then, you know, I'll get the retry and it's fine.
My turn.
Right, height! Isn't strong enough.
Go. Not yet.
His health is actually going down. You know what I think this is? I think this is one of those fights that you can win and you get a reward for doing it.
I'm sorry, everyone.
But you don't need to win it.
That's RC for you.
Ooh, can't deny he's got the
I already
brains
made the
and
code,
brawn to lead.
I already made the Code GS comment that he looks like what's his name from Code GS.
What power?
He might even be as strong as
If
Sarah.
it wasn't the constant missing and getting counterattacked, I'd feel like I actually have a chance and I might have actually tried that. But as soon as I kind of saw that I was doing some damage to him, I was like, yeah, no thank you.
Just, who are you people?
From today, you shall know us as the Imperial Liberation Front. In our hearts, the flames of silent anger. In our hands, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator. That is our cause, our purpose.
The Imperial Liberation Front.
If you were the Imperial Liberation Front, shouldn't they be going after the Imperial family and not the Reformist faction?
What dictator?
Freeze, all of you.
Instructor, Captain Claire.
Justin.
Nah, her name is S or something. The double glaive thing is actually a really bad weapon type. The whole point of a polearm weapon is to give you tons of extra range and precision. It's so yes and no. Like, the thing that a double glaive lets you do is kind of hold it like this and fight against multiple people a little bit more easily, but it shortens your range. So there's like a give and take of it, but the way he's holding it just makes it look like a sword that doesn't give him any reach, you know? So it's like the weapon that he's wielding is just for cool factor and not for any kind of like practical use the way he's using it.
It appears the time has come to make our exit.
Ah, the good old gas bomb runaway trick.
I'm sure we'll meet again.
What?
Oh, or an explosion, okay.
A bomb?
See you around.
Ta-ta for now, my little darling.
Let's see you claw your way out of this grave.
The passage is collapsing. Hurry!
Right! Couldn't leave well enough alone.
Rean, you carry Her Highness.
Got it.
That was pretty touch and go back there. But I'm glad to see you all pulled through.
Well, thanks to you, Instructor.
Remember, no two characters can have the same hair color while on screen at any given time, almost ever. The only time I've ever seen this to be different is when all the Emperor's kids are in the same room. But you have two shades of blue over there. You have that pink, purple, blonde, dark blue, green, red, silver. No two hair colors are the same.
I had my doubts we were going to make it out of that alive.
We could have come a bit sooner. Sorry.
Well, he has to hold her up.
There's no way we'll be able to follow them now.
Indeed.
It's like when you give mouth to mouth, you just have to do it,
Imperial
right?
Liberation Front,
If you're
is
holding
it?
her like that, you have to put your hand there, or else she's just gonna fall. Or Well, I was gonna say, by the way, I forgot to mention that I knew that she was gonna wake up while he's holding her. It had to be that way because that's gonna make her fall for him even more.
Your Highness, Elise.
Oh, thank goodness. Whatever drug they were given doesn't seem to have had any lasting effect.
It also drives a wedge between him and his sister a little bit more, which seems awkward because it makes a lot more sense for Rean to grab his sister and not the empress or the princess rather, because the familiarity and you know family aspect makes a lot more sense. There's like a closeness there where it wouldn't feel as awkward. But they intentionally made that line on purpose to set up
For rescuing me.
the whole probably poor attempt at comedy or division.
I'm just glad that you're safe and unharmed.
What happened?
Are you all right, Your Highness? How are you feeling?
Rean? I'm fine. You should worry more about your sister.
Looks like the intelligence division was right on the mark. We have a number of the routes back to the surface locked down. Think we could smoke them out?
Personally, I doubt it. This tunnel system is incredibly expansive, with too many areas we know nothing about.
Same thing with having a sharp spike on the back of your sword, by the way. Pommels are one thing, but something that's been used a lot in real life battles, but a sharp spike on the back just means you have a dagger aimed at your body. Oh yeah, I know, right? Yeah. You do not want any kind of sharp edge or anything pointed towards your body from your own weapon, you know? Yeah, exactly, as you say. Because, like, even just, like, engaging in weapon or swinging the weapon around, right, can cause, like, if you're swinging the weapon around and you got a spike coming off of here, you're going to stab yourself in the arm.
Continue the search for a while longer, then focus on restoring order in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll send a report to the other divisions and let them know the situation's been resolved.
Those are pretty common, like, military uniform pants with the puffed out edges from olden times.
So, Imperial Liberation Front, what's your game?
Obviously, they want to imperially liberate the front, or whatever.
In the end, the Railway Military Police brought the chaos under control, and the first day of the festival came to a close. Despite his injuries, Governor Regnitz kept on top of things, ensuring that the rest of the festival passed by peacefully. The next morning, it was time for us to leave the capital behind and make our way back to Trista.
Their game is Scrabble. Oh, Pink Sammy with 91 friggin' months, dude. Thank you. And here I thought it was Boggle.
I really don't know how to begin thanking you. You've done so much for our family that I doubt we'll ever be able to repay you.
One is a good start.
There's nothing to repay us for. We just did what we had to. Oh, come now. There's no need to be so modest. It scares me to think what might have happened if Elise and I had been taken away by those people. So I can't thank you all enough. Please allow me to extend my thanks for your help as well.
By the way, there's a really good chance that the trauma that they experienced with this event would be extremely damaging to their like personalities and the future and their growth and everything, because like both of them have lived extremely comfortable lives, and just everything is just a game to them, and everything's happy-go-lucky, and you know, they can just kind of do whatever they want. And then to have this, their autonomy taken away, their lives at risk, it would absolutely damage and change them 100%, especially at that young age.
I'm truly grateful.
Elise.
Oh, I'm just glad you're safe.
Group B's efforts were a great help to Cedric and I as well. Thank you again for your assistance in restoring order to the city.
But everything in this game is all just like sunshine and rainbows and happy-go-lucky, and nobody dies and nobody gets damaged, and it's just like smiles and
Just think of it as returning the
ice
favor
cream
for your help
for
pushing
everybody.
to make Class 7 a reality.
Still, now we've got the Imperial Liberation Front to worry about.
Regrettably.
You think mental health is an actual factor that they even care about in this country? They just chalk it up to it's all in your head or some bullshit.
That incident in Nord, for example. But now they've finally stepped out of the shadows and announced themselves to the world. They appear to be insurgents in the truest
Hi,
sense
asshole.
of the word, led by several key figures. C being the most prominent. The intelligence division is doing its utmost to gather information about these leaders even as we speak.
Norg from FF8, obviously, same universe.
They struck me as rather mysterious in some ways. Even though they abducted us, they rarely showed the kind of maliciousness one would expect from terrorists. It seemed more like they were in the grip of some kind of intense passion. True. Not that it excuses abducting your highness like they did.
An intense passion, you say?
It did seem that way.
In our hearts, the flames of silent anger. In our hands, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator. That's what their leaders said when they made their appearance.
Indeed. All the ham-handed theatrics of a middle school play.
Yeah.
I know, right? That's what I was
You can
thinking.
tell how gleeful he must have been to say the flames of silent anger in front of an audience.
Well, it's no mystery what they're referring to, at least.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't miss you.
Wait, isn't that...
Is he?
Dad's with him too.
Interesting that the one of the leaders and major players of the reformist faction is sitting here chilling with all of the kids of the Emperor, considering they're in direct opposition.
Just in time, too.
Your Highness?
Did you come all this way just to bid us farewell?
Of course. After all you've done for us, I thought it was the least I could do. Is this the rest of Class 7? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Cedric Ryce Arner. I wanted to thank you for coming to my sister's aid in her time of need. Allow me to extend to you my most heartfelt appreciation.
You're too generous, Your Highness.
The honor was ours.
I think if you use ellipsis way too often, you should be forced to make your entire game written with ellipsis. Just be like, the honor, dot, dot,
Thank
dot.
you, Your Highness.
Thank, dot, dot, dot.
This is the Crown Prince.
This is the, dot, dot, dot.
Fee?
I certainly would.
The whole game has to be written like that now.
Manliness from the gentleman.
Challenge. Not just be challenged, dot, dot, dot. There should be a law. It should be like, egregious use of ellipsis. I sentence you to rewrite this entire game using only ellipsis for every line, without any direct comment on anything that's going on. Everything has to be vague.
Alphen, come on.
I think that's a little harsh, Your Highness.
Well, you're still just 15. You have plenty of growing ahead of you. Still, it isn't often I see you keeping the Imperial Governor company.
I suppose that's true. I just happened to be here on business, so I thought I'd take the chance to say goodbye to everyone.
How are you feeling? Are your injuries all right now?
Yes, nothing too serious, fortunately. I'm still feeling it, but it shouldn't be too much longer before I'm back to my old self.
That's good to hear.
I'm glad to see you looking all hale and hearty, Your Excellency.
Thank you. While no one could have foreseen how it ended, you did manage to complete this month's field study. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I'd like to congratulate you for your exemplary work.
We're honored you'd say so.
1 second.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
We three directors may have very different positions on many issues, including how Class 7 should be run. But for my part, I'd like you to enjoy student life however you choose. I think the other directors would agree with me on at least that much.
Hey, what's up, Nikki? I guess he could do the reverse ellipsis. That would be fine, Neo.
I'm glad to hear you feel that way, Your Excellency.
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about, Your Highness.
Well, if you say so. I've always found you a trustworthy man, of course. But...
Ah, I see that everyone's here.
Oh, we got evil music, so this guy's bad, obviously.
It couldn't be.
Look at how everybody has a scowl on their face all of a sudden.
Chancellor Osborne.
Like, we have no reason to have any kind of negative association with this guy, but they're gonna make
As a
him seem
matter
like
of
the bad
fact,
guy.
The Chancellor and I just came from an audience with His Majesty the Emperor.
I'm overjoyed to see you safe and well, Princess Alpha.
Just one, actually. Just one. It hasn't even been a game because we saw him in Azure, which was the last game, so.
Clearly, the goddess has bestowed her blessings upon us.
Thank you, Chancellor.
I'd also like to reassure Prince Oliver that we're starting a nationwide hunt for members of the Imperial Liberation Front.
Oh, well, he's in, I don't remember seeing him in Sky, but he's in Zero. In fact, you as your character have direct interaction with him.
An investigation into the backgrounds of its members is also underway, so you
In Chapter 2.
My. Nothing gets past you, does it?
Yeah, I don't think you actually see him in Sky. I think he's only mentioned.
Well, I suppose that means you have the security detail for next month's trade conference well in hand?
Oh, that's where it is. Yeah, I thought I recognized him.
Of course. I'll see to it that everything is taken.
Oh, he's about to go talk to Lloyd the Banningsdes.
Ah, but where are my manners?
It's featured a lot in One Door and Third. Yeah, I skipped most of the doors because, oh, God, that game was not good.
I'm Gileath Osborne, representative of the Erebonian government. Though I imagine those of you who read the papers may know me better as the Blood and Iron Chancellor.
It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency.
Your reputation precedes you, Your Excellency.
I've heard much about the recent exploits of Thor's Class 7.
Traveling across the Empire for first-hand learning with your field studies, it's quite the fascinating program. I hope you'll keep up the good work.
We shall endeavor to.
Thanks.
I hope we'll live up to your expectations.
Ah, yes. It's been quite some time, young Gracie. I'm glad to see your new career path is working out for you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I wouldn't be where I am today if not for you. I really owe you for all you've done for me.
General Van Dyke was my superior back when I was in the Army. As such, I'm planning on granting you a bit of additional assistance. I should have it ready for you in a few weeks' time.
What are you...
I have great expectations for you all. Nurture the bonds you share, and train up bodies and wills of steel. For I have no doubt you'll need them in the turbulent times to come.
Oh, that's basically admission of him wanting to start war, which we already know he does. Is this world story still going on? It feels like they're covering different nations in each mini-series. I'm wondering there's going to be a final game that's just a battle royale game. So, as far as I know, the developers of this game, or the CEO of Falcom, which is the writer of these games, has said that there's really only one more series left before the end. Which could be Horizon, and it could be the one after Horizon. We don't know. But judging by how things get drawn out so much, there could be one after that. So chances are that Horizon or the one after that is going to be the final series in which all of the things coming together will play out in a hopefully meaningful way. I don't know where Daybreak takes place, but if I had to wager a guess, it would be that one country that nobody ever talks about. I forget the name of it. But they're part of the trade agreement collection as well. But don't tell me where Daybreak takes place. I don't want to know. I want to be surprised. Chapter 4 end.
Drinks are on me someday.
Nice.
Good showing, everyone.
Oh, we can't get to level 4 now. Well, I did say we would finish up Chapter 4 today. It's about how long I expected it to take. So this is about 2 weeks later, which is about 2 weeks until the trade conference, which is about when things will get spicy for us, because that's basically what they showed at the end. At the beginning of the game was the end of the game they showed.
It was the peak of summer, and the sweltering sun was beating down on the residents of Trista. After returning from Heimdall, we were given a whopping 5-day summer vacation before the school year resumed. Turns out, Thor sticks to its military roots, only granting extended vacations to students over the New Year's holiday. However, nobles are allowed to visit home, ostensibly to give them time to become familiar with their family's holdings. And, as you might expect, that meant most students from classes 1 and 2 spent summer away from Trista.
Oh, take it easy, Neo. Have a good one, dude.
Meanwhile, classes 3 through 5 were stuck on campus, envying the nobility.
They're not crickets. They're
trained as usual.
It's the typical anime summer thing. The cicada. But yeah, so it's a cicada, which this is it's something that you do here in the summer, and especially in Japan, so they use it in every anime ever. But yeah, they do get pretty damn loud, and it is a thing. But it's way overused. I
The
agree.
other members of Class 7 and I chose to stay in Trista as well, facing the heat with our fellow students.
They should install an orbital air conditioner. How about stop calling it an orbital air conditioner and just an air conditioner? Can't say I've ever lived in an area where there were cicadas. I'm not even sure if I've even heard one in person, to be honest. June bugs, we get those. We get June bugs out here sometimes. Are they talking about the trade conference? Mayor Dieter Croy also happens to be the International Bank of Crossbow CEO, was the first one to propose it, the trade conference. Prince Oilifert will be attending on behalf of His Majesty and Chancellor Osborne. Damn, they didn't talk about the other country that I had forgotten about. One second. Oh, yeah, I mean, At that point, it's kind of like just because, you know, if I wasn't conscious enough as a kid to I still count that as like never having really been around a cicada or anything, because if I don't have a memory of it, then it never really happened. You know what I mean? But I mean, that doesn't mean that I wasn't capable of having that consciousness at an older age and that I just forgot about it. But yeah, I don't remember anything about that time, so. You know, I'm very confused because they keep framing the Chancellor Osborne as like the reformist guy, but then he's like highly militaristic, and it's like, which one is it? I don't really know what his political stance is, and it's really hard to make any kind of predictions on what he wants and what his motives are when they don't tell me his actual political stance. I thought he was like super authoritarian, but if he's against the emperor and the authoritarian rule of a imperial government system, that would seem like he's anti-authoritarian. But I mean, if he's just authoritarian with a different flavor, then it needs to describe that, because it just says there like he's reformist, like they want to reform the imperial government system. That doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't tell me anything at all. You mean you don't remember when you were 12 months old? Weird. Yes, I understand that, Jazzy, but like a class system with an imperial rule by definition is an authoritarian rule, because you have one person at the head that determines everything, right? That is authoritarian, okay? But if you're reformist and you're trying to reform away from that, then you would be more towards a democratic system, which is less militaristic by nature. But because that's just how authoritarianism works. You control your population using a strong military presence, which makes sense that you have a military academy game in Erebonia since they're an imperial government system, right? So it doesn't make sense that he's highly militaristic, but he's the reformist faction. It's not giving me information that makes sense from a political movement perspective, but they're also really holding back on information to help me fully develop an idea of how this is moving forward. It's like, it's very closed in on, here's the little school life, and that's it, you know, and there's these little bits here and there that kind of detail out tiny little parts outside of it, and that's it. But yeah, don't tell me what I'm supposed to know or anything like spoiling the plot or whatever, because I mean, obviously, if the game hasn't told me, then it's the game's fault, and we need to eventually open that up. But that's all I'm saying, is that I'm trying to figure out what's going on and why the Blood and Iron Chancellor is so highly militaristic, and yet he's the reformist faction. It just doesn't make sense. Well, they're talking about the non-aggression pact. But, you know, they've been trying to get around that non-aggression pact forever. What's up, Kim? What's interesting, though, is like, if Chancellor Osborn is framed as a bad guy, and the Imperial Liberation Front is framed as a bad guy, but they're working against each other, that doesn't make any sense either, because usually a game like this would have a common foe to stand up against, and not multiple foes at each other's throats, you know? Sure, all I'm saying, Kamen Rider, is that if you are anti-imperialistic, you're anti-authoritarian, and authoritarian is pro-military, whereas moving away from an authoritarian control would be less militaristic. That's all I'm saying, you know? Generally speaking, that's how that goes. So either there's got to be a hidden agenda that the game is intentionally keeping away from me, or it's not doing it right, or it's just not describing his political stance enough to me that I could get a better idea of why he's so militaristic. I mean, I did plenty of those doors, but a lot of the requirements for the doors were ridiculous, and I just wasn't going to do that. Either way, that doesn't matter anyway, because a game's major plot points should be described to the player within the context of that game. Some of the subtlety can be kept out, and that's fine because it helps you. Like, if you play one game and you kind of pick up on some little details, and you can helps you predict like what might be going on here and there. Like, oh, this is Ren from there, and she's here. You know, I wonder if this is because of this, that, or the other. And then you end up getting all the way through Zero and Azure and realize that there really wasn't that much Enforcer stuff going on until later on, obviously. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is you make these predictions based on the subtle, small stuff. But the major plot points need to be self-contained within the story that you're playing, you know, and everything needs to be there from that, so that if you don't perfectly remember every single game and every single bit, that the game's major plot points still make sense to the player.
Excuse me. I'll have you know I did
Thank
no
fuck
such
voice
thing.
acting. I was just getting annoyed by that. That's why I'm wondering, Keistis. That's why I said I don't know if they're intentionally keeping it from me or the player in order to reveal it later, or if it's just poor conveyance to the player. I don't know which one it is.
Good morning, instructor.
Morning, everyone. Anyway, I'll have you know I've got a good reason for being late today. And that reason is we're going to be welcoming a new classmate today.
Although I will say, Keistis, is that it's just a political stance that's widely known to the world, and it shouldn't be hiding that away from the player, right? It's like, you should know where his political stance is because it's very public, and so it shouldn't be this, like, hidden thing, you know?
What?
A transfer student at this time of year?
Seriously?
All right, come on in.
Righto.
Huh? Crow?
But isn't he a second-year student?
I'm Crow Armbrust. starting today, I'll be joining you fine folks as a member of Class 7. It's gonna be pretty sweet, guys.
What?
Oh yeah, I should have known that the empty desk would signify that there's gonna be another person in the party.
What? I mean, how?
Are you sure you want to know?
Yeah,
It's a
he's got
long
arms
tale
for
fraught with
breasts,
the
so they come
intrigue
out
of
and
school
just like, blah,
politics.
blah, 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 you know, like that. That's why his name is Arm Breast.
I don't think I'd put it quite like that. Back in his first year, he slacked off so much that he ended up failing a few of his classes. Then he came crying to me in a panic, like, oh, me instructor Sarah, they're not gonna let me graduate. So as a special exception, he's going to be joining us for the next 3 months to pay.
Sarah's VA is definitely the highlight of all the voice acting, I think.
You can't be serious.
That's an even more pathetic reason than I was bracing myself for.
I think you already know that Crow was one of the trial users for the Arcus test they ran last year. So I thought he might be a good role model for you. In that sense, anyway.
That's what I'm thinking too, Keistis, that is not like some kind of reformist thing where they'd want to topple the imperial government system, but more like they want to reform it, and that could be reforming it to be more militaristic or less militaristic. We don't know, you know? So yeah, it does put into question, though. Here's the problem, is that you have Maccius over here, right? Maccius is so anti-noble, which means that it's definitely a reformist faction to make it less in control, which would be less militaristic. But even then, it might just be like, maybe he wants to free the maybe, you know what? Oh, I know what it might be. You know how there are little local factions of military? So the way a noble system normally works is that you have a bunch of nobles dotted around the country, and each of these nobles have, like, control over a certain territory, okay? And in their territory, they're the authoritarian rule, and they each have their own little armies that are loyal to that noble. But obviously, they're entirely loyal to the central government, which would be the emperor, right? So in this case, many of the nobles could say, actually, we don't want to send our army to help you because, you know, our family, our noble house does not agree with this kind of thing. And technically you could refuse to send your army to help the central army in wartime based on some things without actually having your rule be called into question. Because at the end of the day, the emperor is the authority over everything, right? But if you were to eliminate the noble aspect of everything and make it just one sweeping military under the umbrella of the emperor without the families having control over those individual families, that would actually make it a way more authoritarian society with a very central agenda and one that could be controlled instantaneously by a single person and those loyal to the emperor making sure that it happens. So that might actually be what he wants, is just complete and utter control without noble families having any kind of individual say with their little provincial armies. So actually, in that regard, that would be way worse, like objectively, for almost everybody except for those in control. So that actually might be what's going on with Fart Smell, whatever his name is, Osborne.
And don't forget, he'll also be joining us on our future field studies, too.
Nice. Looks like you saved me the trouble of having to explain it all. Anyway, let's let the good times roll.
Oh, yeah, Arena! Okay, yeah. Now she sounds familiar.
Oh, and since we're all classmates now, no need for all that sweet talking you lay on the other second years, all right?
Right. Easier said than done, I fear.
If he was any more laid back, he'd be comatose.
Instructor, I can't help but notice you left the door open.
Wait, is there someone else?
Huh? Are you serious?
It's gonna be, what's her name?
Oh, I was hoping to catch you off guard. All right, come on in and say hello.
Gonna be Biker Girl.
I thought you forgot I was out in the hall.
Oh. No, class president. No. Oh, right, of course. Obviously. I totally forgot about her being almost positively a party member.
What?
You must be joking.
Hey, aren't you?
You're the girl we met in the Nord Highlands.
Yuppers! Long time
The
no
Norg
see.
Highlands, where all the Norgs come from.
But I see a couple of you I don't know, so guess I better introduce myself. I'm Milliam Orion. And this here is Eric Getlam, but we'll just call him Lammy for short.
What the hell is that?
Holy crap!
It's that thing we saw at Ark's fort.
So this is that strange girl you met in the Nord Highlands.
I just want to know how the big slappy donger got in the room.
Oh, and a little house rule before anything gets blown up. No bringing that thing out in the classroom. If he accidentally smashes
Maybe it's like it goes
wall
into a
or
pocket
glass
dimension or
ceiling,
something.
I'm the one who's gonna get
Which
beat
does
up.
exist in this universe through technology, actually, because we learned that the, what do you call it, the Liber Arc from the Trails in the Sky series was essentially set in a kind of dimensional space in a way. It was just sort of hidden from this view. It was still there, but just kind of out of view in a way, you know? So we know that technology exists from like 10,000 years ago or whatever, but it's a lost technology, and this thing looks like it might be part of that lost technology that's been repurposed. So it's possible that she puts it away in some kind of temporal dimensional space.
Nice to meet you guys.
Where does her desk go, I wonder?
Tell me you're kidding. Please?
I really wish I could.
Well, I can see we're in for some fun times these next 3 months.
Well, I'll have to use her a little bit in order to get her in her link up, I suppose. But the game will probably force both of them on me in the next story, so. Guess we'll find out pretty soon if it's going to be Chapter 5 or Finale Chapter. First, no one was sure what to make of Crow Armburst and Intelligence's Division Agent Milliam's oriented and transferred Class 7, but within a matter of days, it almost felt like they'd been there all along, of course, because they're hero protagonist peoples, and they're the coolest ever, and everybody loves them. It's just, like, natural. It's like we're all brothers and sisters from the same family. I'm sure none of you need to be reminded that it was none other than Emperor Dreckles who ended the War of the Lions, but did you know the historical records that tell us that he had an amazingly few soldiers under his command? Initially, his allies numbered only a few confidants and several warriors from Nord, and while supporters rallied to him in each region, his rank still couldn't hope to compare to the other prince's armies. Nonetheless, they continued to advance, liberating region after region, and after half a year of bloody battles, Prince Dreckles met perhaps his most well-known supporter. By the way, it's really important to note that history is written by the victors, and when you're living under an authoritarian rule, and the history books say that the original founder of the country liberated all of the villages, chances are he didn't liberate shit. Brought to heel, maybe? Milliam, right? Would you happen to know the historical figure to whom I'm referring? Sure do. Leanne Sandlot, also known as the Lands Maiden. All right, you are. Well done. Sandlot was the daughter of a court who ruled over a remote region, and accounts tell us she showed great martial skill from a young age. In particular, her skill with the lands was unparalleled. No records exist of her ever being bested in combat. The Lance Maiden also had a group of mighty warriors under her command who fought alongside her in battle. Yes, it's from the Sandlot movie, exactly. Perhaps you'd like to illuminate us as to the name of this famous band, Reen? The mighty group of warriors led by the Lance Maiden, that's the... Probably Stahlritter, because the Gralsritters are the Grail Knights. The Stahlritter. I imagine if you know German really well. Eisenritter, the thing about Eisen, I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean anything. I'm drawing a blank, but I feel like I should know that word. I want to say Stahlritter. I think that's probably it. Nope, it's the Eisenritter. Iron. Okay, Eisenritter, also known as the Iron Knights. Yeah, I bet if you know German, you wouldn't need to know anything about finding that. They were bandit knights said to be able to charge across the battlefield like lightning, cutting down all on their path. Correct, you've done your homework. The Wandering Prince met the Lance Maiden one day during a prolonged conflict in a remote region of the country. After recognizing each other as reliable and trustworthy, they pledged to fight together under a united banner. With the Lance Maiden and her knights bolstering his ranks, Draco's army swept through the one region after another. In just a year, he was able to defeat the brother princes and free the imperial capital, Heimdallr. Yeah, I took 4 years of German, but it was in high school, so I have forgotten a lot. As an interesting footnote, the castle the Eisenritter used as their base of operations 250 years ago. Just so happens to be the only hop, skip, and a jump away from Laura's home in Legram. Indeed, it's known as Lohengrin Castle. It's a beautiful old building situated on the shore of Lake Ebel on the west of Legram. Oh, you mentioned that before. Does anyone live there now? No, due to the dangerous terrain there, no one goes near it these days. It exists simply as a relic of a bygone age. The Arseid family is responsible for the care and maintenance of the castle, though really only minimal work is done. Speaking of the Arseid house, wasn't one of your ancestors the Eisenritter's second in command? Indeed, the Lance Maiden's most trusted assistant and confidant. From what I understand, the Sandlot family line ended with the death of the Lance Maiden, and it's partly because of that the Arseid family mourns her death each year. I see. Oh, what a fascinating story. But Graham, huh? I never had a mission there, so I'll never be able to go. Maybe I should have stopped by when I went to Bearhide a while back. You'd think she'd at least try to conceal the fact that she gets sent all over the country on secret missions. I know, she totally just let it slip that she was doing something in Bearhide too. Well, I suppose it's better than her being all distant and cagey around us. Okay, so tomorrow's a free day, which means the next Wednesday you'll have your usual practical exam. You better all bring your A game. Oh, Milliam and Crow, a few must have instructional materials you guys are going to need as part of the Class 7s finally showed up. I'll hand that stuff over to you once you're done here, so I want you to come with me to the faculty lounge. Alright, homeroom's out for the day. Flee while you can! Machias, if you'll do the honors. What do you think? Well, I don't think we have to be on our guard around her, at least. What are you talking about? We already established in the previous little narration that it feels like she's been around here, like, all the time, and she's like family or whatever, so why are we having this conversation several days later and not the day of her being added to the class? I'd rather she kept that giant silver thing of hers hidden. I don't think she's a bad girl. I was taking a nap in the courtyard yesterday and she came and fell asleep next to me. What does that have to do with whether or not she's trustworthy? They looked like a couple of kittens all curled up together. Their personalities may be worlds apart, but they're both rather cat-like in their own ways. She can't be more than 12 or 13, still practically a child. Yeah, you're right. She's all so chipper all the time that it's hard to really be cold towards her. I don't think I could bring myself to spurn her. She's got this natural charm, I think. Be that as it may, her presence here reeks of blood and iron, if you take my meaning. Oh. Right, the blood and iron chancellor. Certainly seems that way.
As such, I'm planning on granting you a bit of additional assistance. I should have it ready for you in a few weeks' time.
It's hard to believe a girl like her could be an agent of the intelligence division. But just going off what happened in Nord, there's not much that would make me doubt it now. And then there's that thing, Ardgalam, that's always with her. She calls it Lammy, but aside from its name, we don't really know anything about it. It seems to be made from some strange material with both metallic and ceramic properties, hard but pliable. It doesn't look like anything we could even make with the most cutting-edge orbital technology. When I touched it, it felt really nice and cold. Wow, so you actually touched it? It hasn't escaped my notice that it seems strikingly similar to the combat shells we fight in our practical exams. I think it's safe to assume that they share some kind of common origin. The instructor said she was forced to accept it, though in a sense Milliam was forced on us too. You're welcome to think what you will, but I don't trust her. Either way, she's technically our classmate now, like it or not. Maybe a little early to tell whether we can trust her as a friend, but we should be able to figure out pretty quickly whether we can count on her as a member of Class 7. Well, that's a logical way of breaking it down at least. You're right, it's still pretty early to make sweeping judgments. Knowing her background would be great, but what's really important is whether we can count on her in a fight. Agreed. As students of a military academy, that's probably the most important issue. We'll have to wait and see. Well, considering we're living in the same dormitory, it'd be good if we all got along. Yeah, I wouldn't want to think we're either trying to make her feel unwelcome either. And then there's Crow. What's he like, Reen? You seem like you get along with him pretty well. I don't know if I'd put it quite like that. If I had to say, I'd describe him as a capricious gambling addict, way too prone to ante up for every hand. Ideos help us. Sounds like the kind of miscreant one would be better off avoiding. We can count on him when the chips are down, though. He really helped me out last month when Elise went into the old schoolhouse. He's good in a fight and pretty handy with Zarkus too. Maybe we're worrying over nothing then. Still, I'm not really sure how to connect with him, you know? Well, at least we're in separate dorms for the time being. We'll just have to see how things go. I guess they could just keep adding more desks, couldn't they? I doubt we're gonna get any more party members, though. 11 potential party members is pretty huge. Like, in third, they gave you like 1 million party members. But it was just like basically all the party members from the previous games, even if you got them for just a short period of time. So it didn't really... It wasn't really like they were meaningful party members. They were just thrown to you, essentially.
Oh, hi there, Reen. Do you have a moment?
Toa? Well, this is a surprise. What can I do for you?
You've got a new student in your class now, right? Well, her student notebook is ready, so I figured it'd be best to get it to her as soon as possible. And since you handled it last time, would you mind coming to get it for her?
Oh, you're talking about Million. Sure thing. I'll come get it right away. You want me to swing by the student council room then?
That'd be great. Thanks.
She sure doesn't waste any time. I should head on over to the student council room before it gets too late.
Doy the Bennings this. I almost missed that.
The door's open. Come on in.
Sorry if I disturbed you.
Oh, Reen. Not at all. Sorry for making you come all the way out here.
Don't worry about it. It's class business anyway. That's quite the spread you've got on your desk there. Is it just me, or does your workload only ever seem to increase?
Well, I've got a little extra going on right now that's keeping me a little busier than normal. Anyway, this is Milliam's notebook. Crow's already got one, along with the added pages on the Arcus units you all have. So she's the last one who needs.
Wouldn't it be easier to just call Milliam into the office to get
I'll be
this?
sure to pass this on to Milliam next time I see her.
Like, why is that my responsibility?
Actually, if you don't mind my asking, how much do you know about why she's here at the academy?
All I know is that she came with a recommendation from the Army's intelligence division, really.
Are you referring to Milliam?
You know those combat shells you fight in your
Because we did just get her in our party.
being used with the Emperor's authorization.
So that's like an actual recent addition.
Apparently, it's something similar for Milliam. We can't deny her admission if the Emperor's pushing it through.
This goes all the way up to...
That's exactly what it is, Berserk. It's a way to force an interaction between me and Milliam instead of just running into her on campus or something.
Seems like it. The Chancellor was the one who set up
We started, in my opinion, the best girl so far is Big Sword Girl. I think she's awesome.
Neither of those organizations could have been established without His Majesty's consent. That's what's unusual. Anyway, because of that, the Academy can't really turn down a direct referral with that kind of backing.
So that's how it is. But even accounting for that, I never would have expected Crow to be transferred into our class too.
Yeah. I was just as shocked as you when I found
True,
out.
Sarah's good.
He's a habitual class cutter, but I always figured he at least had enough credits to graduate. I feel like a failure as student council president for not noticing. Maybe even a failure as a friend.
Whoa there. I think you're being a little hard on yourself. What about
No, it's more
Angelica?
like, whoa there,
She
we're
have
not
enough credits
friends.
to graduate?
Angie at least makes sure to attend the classes she needs for graduation.
Look, as far as like romantic interest, I have no preference whatsoever. I just think Sword Girl's cool, and so is
Girl
Sarah.
not only hadn't attended enough class units,
If you got a
he
particular
also didn't turn in some essential assignments.
waifu type thing going on there, that I have none.
But as long as he's active and engaged with his Class 7 work over the next couple months, he'll be able to graduate.
Ah.
I saw that it was being remade and rebalanced to be more in line with Daybreak's combat style, but that's all I heard. I don't really care about Sky 1 remake.
This 1-2 punch
It's a
of training
60-hour
students
prologue.
wasn't just a happy coincidence. Am I right?
Well, yeah. The principal thought placing Pro in Class 7 might be beneficial for the rest of you, too. His grades might be a sorry sight, but he really knows how to get things done when he wants to. Did you know he was responsible for all of the event planning at last year's Academy Festival?
Crow did that? Voluntarily?
It might be kind of awkward having a second-year student in your class, but I hope you guys will all get along. That goes for Milliam too, of course. She might have an unusual background, but at the end of the day, she's still a 13-year-old girl.
She's still just a child soldier.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So she really is 13 then?
Yeah, she scored really well on her entrance exam though, so I think she can handle the curriculum fine. She might be small, but she can roll up her sleeves with the best of them.
Now where have I heard of someone like that before?
Considering we're supposed to be freshmen, like first-year high school students, that actually makes more sense. Like, we should be last-year students at the age that our team is on.
Excuse me then. Hello, Reed Schwarzer speaking.
Checkerboard Booba Girl from Star 5. Yeah. Same, Chrono, honestly. Actually, I don't remember the name of any character from Star Ocean 5.
Hello, Reen. It's your favorite instructor here. Are you still on the Academy grounds by any chance?
As much as it pains me to say it, I am.
No need to sound so suspicious. It's just that after I gave Milliam all the things I had for her, she just took off somewhere. You know how she tends to be kind of a mischief maker. So could you find her and drag her back to the dorms for me?
All right.
That's what happens when you compromise the integrity of your game with too much fan service and not enough quality, like, writing. If it's just
only
jiggly
imagine what
boobs
would
and,
happen if she
and
were to
thighs,
flash that
then you don't
silver
really have a
thing
game.
hers
You
around
have a Gooner experience, you know what I mean? So, like, you've basically said the most important factor about this game is extremely sexy ladies and nothing else. And so you don't have the integrity of storytelling and development to make a reasonable mark on the player other than boobs. And that's exactly what happened with Star Ocean 5.
Capable hands, brave leader of Class 7.
Star Ocean 6 was a very good game, and they still had a little bit of fan service for those that care about that kind of thing.
Wait a second. When did I become
The writing wasn't exceptional, but I think it was one of the better stories in the Star Ocean.
She really does trust you. Anyway, I'll let you go then. Are you still up for helping me with a few requests tomorrow?
Sure.
Of course. I'll be around. Still, I know you've got a full slate and all, but try not to overwork yourself. And if there's anything else I can do to make life a little easier for you, don't hesitate
Star
to
Ocean
ask.
3 story was pretty alright. Star Ocean 4 story was god-awful. Star Ocean 5 story was basically non-existent, and Star Ocean 6 story was okay.
Sure. And thanks.
Star Ocean 3 story is mostly like dated anime, you know? You're gonna get like Xenosaga kind of storytelling. PS2. anime RPG. You're not really gonna get much out of that. But for its time, it was alright. My guess is she found a quiet corner to fall asleep in. Oh yeah, the gameplay is definitely harder to get into for sure. Because the shift from 2 and 3 is quite drastic since it's 2D to 3D. I think Star Ocean 3 is a pretty okay game for PS2, but remember our conversation about PS2? PS2 in general is a console that does not have a lot of like exceptional games because the development of games during the PS2 era was slam them out as fast as possible. And so most developers just kind of like created as many games as they possibly could because the technology was exploding and there was so many different things that they could do with games at that point, and they were just trying to throw everything at the wall and see what would stick. So generally speaking, you have this vast library of mediocre games, and it's really hard to find something that really sticks out and is exceptional on the PS2. $365. Does that mean it's better than what I have? Well, it is what I have. Okay. You know, weirdly, Chrono Crash, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, I would say Star Ocean 3 is definitely like one of the better PS2 RPGs, I think. It definitely kind of devolves into sidekick, hence the alert. But at least there's some neat stuff you can do with that game. The biggest problem that I have with Star Ocean 3 is the bonus board and how difficult it is to build it up and how easy it is to lose it. And that shit infuriates me. Like, oh man, it's aggravating. Especially considering a lot of it is bonus XP, which is a huge like benefit to being able to get stronger as a team. And the game could just decide it wants to take it away from you and there's nothing you can do about it. No, there is no bonus board in 2R. Wait, actually no, there is kind of a bonus board-esque sort of thing, but it's not quite the same. Suikoden 4 is extremely slow due to the encounter rate, yeah. Yeah, there's a bonus thingy, but it's not quite the same. It's more like... It's not the same as like bonus money, bonus XP, bonus loot kind of thing. It's like... more HP recovery or something like that. It's benign stuff that's not levels and loot. It's not really benign, but it's more combat oriented and less XP powering up, growing power oriented, I guess. It's less important to keep going, and it's also very, very difficult to break, I want to say. It would seem like it would be really inconvenient to have these big pads on her gloves like that get in the way of like grabbing things. You mean the Star Ocean 2 remake? Yeah, that's why I always get PS5 when I go for a game that I want to stream, because so getting access to my PS5 on my own time is a little bit more difficult, because it basically I have to like become a hermit, and I don't really want to do that, you know? So I typically will buy a game on Switch if I want to play it on like handheld in the living room while I'm hanging out with wife. But if I'm going to stream it, I want it on PS5, because PS5 version is typically going to have a more smooth performance. Not to mention, there's a possibility of getting platinum trophies if I want to go that way. Is this the door to get out? Apparently it is. To be fair, there are some games that I will play out in the living room, like when wife wants to watch it being played but doesn't want to play it herself. And at that point, PS5 is a preference as well. That's why I thought it was weird that the Crash remasters were 30 FPS instead of going for 60. Sometimes 30 FPS is just really hard to play on, especially more action-oriented games, you know? I feel like with the more movement that you have, the more you should prioritize 60 FPS over higher fidelity. Not that it's a performance issue that it's at 30 FPS, it was a choice that they made, but yeah. Two people with the same hair color on the screen. Oh god, what's going on? This isn't Legend of Heroes at all!
Wowee! There's so much cool stuff here! So this is Thor's military academy, huh? I think I'm gonna like it here. Ooh, I wonder
It's so weird because they're doing this scene when it's been several days since she got here. Why is this not being done the same day that she started here? Like they said specifically that after a few days, it seemed like she had always been here, like she was right at home or whatever for both of them. And then they have this whole scene where it's like she just got here, and it's so weird. She's been here for days. It bothers me. If you're gonna tell the player something, then do that thing. Don't pretend like you didn't even fucking say it. You know, the weird thing is, No Name, is the NES and the SNES are almost exclusively 60 FPS. So if you're from an older era, you should actually expect 60 FPS more regularly. But then people will try to like claim like back in the day retro games didn't have 60 FPS, so why are you complaining about it? And it's like, actually we did. Since the beginning of video games, you know? Yes, more or less it was. I mean, you definitely get some frame drops on some of the more busier games, but yeah, 60 FPS. Eventually, we are able to pull the kids away and convince them to go back to their homes, and after forcing Milliam to hide Aragetlum again, we made the trek back to the dormitory, sighing all the way home. Ha ha ha.
guys,
And then morning came. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Welcome back, everyone.
Just been making myself at home here.
Crow?
What are you doing in our dormitory?
Well, I am a member of Class 7 now.
Hello?
So I've been given the go-ahead to move into this dorm now.
What?
This seems rather abrupt.
But man, Sharon sure makes some amazing coffee. If I'd had a cup of that, I would have been banging down the door to join Class 7 months ago.
You flatter me, Master Crow. Would you like me to bring some of the cakes I baked earlier as well?
Do you even need to ask? Anyway, sorry it kind of came out of nowhere, but it's good to be here.
Looks like he's already made himself at home.
Sharon didn't seem to miss a beat either.
That'd be me as well, eating all the cakes and coffee.
So you're gonna be living here too, huh?
Yep. Us newcomers have to stick together, right? I just finished hauling all my stuff over from my old dorm. Looks like I ended up in the room right across from yours, Reen.
I see. I can already see things getting a lot more lively around here.
Ooh, man. Moving all those things really tired me out. I was hoping I could just stow all my junk in my old room, but Toa wouldn't let me.
Well, of course she wouldn't.
He must be pretty exhausted. Well, I suppose now's as good a time as any to officially welcome you to the Class 7 dormitory.
The pleasure's mine. And seriously, you don't have to make a big deal out of it. Come on, loosen up a little. We're classmates now. Just treat me like one of the gang and we're golden.
You sure about that? All right, one of the gang it is. Feels weird to think of you that way after all this time, though.
There's no harm in welcoming you to the dorm, at least. I'm certain we'll be fast friends in due time.
In that case, we'll be waking you up in the middle of the night by pulling the sheet over your body and beating the shit out of you with socks filled with nickels.
For sure.
You know, one of the guys.
Oh, and if you guys don't mind, I want to get in on the action when you explore the old schoolhouse tomorrow. Gotta get back in the groove with my Arcus again, after all.
Huh? A schoolhouse? Who'd want to go to school on their day off?
Well, we've got this special schoolhouse here.
Oh, soap and sit. Okay, yeah. We're gonna explain the labyrinth behind the old schoolhouse to Milliam. I mean, you could just throw away the socks afterwards.
Sounds kind of cool. I want to come too.
How did I know you were going to say that? Didn't I just get done telling you how dangerous it is?
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. As long as I've got Lammy, it'll be easy peasy. And if you didn't take me with you, I'd just break down the door and come after you.
I wouldn't really put it past her either.
All right. Have it your way. I'll be sure to let you and Crow know when I'm planning on heading into the old schoolhouse.
No, we're gonna have at least one more chapter
Just go
of
wandering in there on
foreseeing
your
the
own without
change
us,
of courts and everything, and figuring out what works with everybody.
Oh, I can't wait to see what it's like down there. So exciting!
It's a labyrinth full of monsters here, not a theme park.
Looks like I better give my pistols a little TLC tonight.
And that concludes my overview of the next field study schedule. How are things coming along on your end, Instructor Valstein? Well, I've contacted all of the relevant authorities, and I've also considered the group placement of our 2 transfer students. Excellent. Then let me ask you once more. Are you both certain that you are in favor of going forward with this? I do feel like it may be a bit early for them, but I see no reason not to. The students here, they're going to have to face it sooner or later. So, if we're 2 weeks away from the trade conference, that means we're 2 weeks away from those cannons being used and fired, which is where the game started, more or less. It did the same thing that Zero did, where you started at the final dungeon and gave you, like, you know, a quick little blip of it and then started you at the beginning. And that's when the next field study is going to be. So, I'm fairly certain that we're going to start the final chapter coming up here. Furthermore, I've already secured the Lieutenant General's permission to proceed. Very well then, we will continue as planned. This may be a difficult reality for the students of Class 7 to face, but I can only hope their grappling with it now will help guide them down the right path. Well, Chapter 5, maybe it's either it'll be a short chapter, or the game is going to be longer than what it showed me. Like, it's not actually the end of the game that it started me at, or there's like something in between this point and that point, because I'm pretty sure the whole trade conference thing is when those cannons were fired. No. It was later. No, the cannons weren't fired during the trade conference. They were fired in the middle of Azure, not Zero. When the whole yeah, this was later. No, that was the same game. Hold on. The trade conference was Chapter 2, and the cannons being fired were, I think, Chapter 4. So the way that this game moves forward with time, I think maybe one more chapter. Well, I don't have anything to do, so never mind then. True, good point, Iceburner. I mean, to be honest, every first game in a Legend of Heroes series is typically just a tutorial prologue game. Like, if you look at the first chapter in Trails in the Sky, basically the entire game was a prologue to the second game. Zero was essentially 80% of it was a prologue to the major plot of that game, which was entirely just a prologue to the second game. And then so far this has just felt like a massive amount of side content with a small amount of main story being hinted at, and that's it. World was lore building as game 1, yeah, and I don't think that's a good choice, honestly. I feel like a better way of handling it is having a major plot element as part of this that can still be built off of for a second game, you know? I think basically the writer of these games bites off more than they can chew, and since they got into the habit of making 2 to 3 games per series, they feel like that's what they have to do, and so they just stretch everything out so fucking microscopically thin that you get a lot of filler and fluff and nothing until one little plot blip appears, and that's supposed to like make you feel excited because it's almost like the game is holding you hostage. That's the way it felt for Azure and Zero. Was the meat on Azure was pretty decent, whereas Zero was just fluff and meaningless nonsense. And then they threw in the whole cult plot at the end to give the players something. Oh, I wonder when Cecil left. Okay. No. What? Aw. I said I had an outfit, but I don't see anything. Sort of, yes, Berserk. I mean, it was definitely a major plot element, but they dragged it on forever and added nothing to it for the longest time, you know? Alright, I think it's best that we spend time with our new friends. Oh, she's in the dorm. Okay. In order to build link levels with them. Of course, it's filled with cute things. Basically, all of Zero could have been probably 5-10 hours, 1 or 2 chapters. And then a lot of Zero could have had 1 or 2 chapters removed or cut and edited to be a little bit cleaner and more focused. And then you could have easily had one game in a more meaningful plot development. And then you take away the unnecessarily epic aspect of the ending of where Azure Zero was, and just make it like a major plot element without it being so final boss epic-y, you know? And then voila. You have an actual one single meaningful game that would be a lot more focused and well developed. I think the major flaw of this game series is forcing out so many games and needing to fill in so much filler in order to make it feel game length. Especially considering they're already long games on top of that. Each of these games is a long game by itself. But all of this entire game could be condensed down into about a 15-20 hour experience and still have pretty much everything intact. I was afraid it was going to do something like this in this little short story. Yeah, there's a lack of editing in the story writing. It's just massive filler. And I'll be the first to admit that, you know, when things get good, they get really good. When the story starts to get more focused, it's excellent, I think. Alright, I want to spend time with her as well because I want, if there's anybody that I'm going to see if building up rapport with adds extra link levels, then it's going to be Alyssa, because she's going to be guaranteed main party member for me when I have a choice. Ferris from Final Fantasy V? Same universe as Final Fantasy V, confirmed! It's the same reason why authors always have somebody read their books and give feedback. And a good author takes criticism and feedback and adjusts. Yeah, I mean, it's always, like I said, it's always been my complaint since the first game, is it's always just way too wordy and drawn out and full of filler and fluff. And I appreciate, you know, having some more complex world building and, you know, more like content, but a lot of this needs to be relegated to side quests that are optional side quests and not forced on the player. Okay, so they can get a higher length than 4. Maybe it's just chapter locked? I don't know. If that's the case, then I may not want to build up with anybody else aside from the people that I intend on putting in my final party. And in this case, the only other... Oh, she's here. I didn't see her there. Why does she have her normal clothes on? She doesn't have her swimsuit on. The best part about it is they didn't even have like a stance that suggested they were in the water. She just had her hand on her hip like normal. But all the other scenes, they put on their costumes normally. Even the optional scenes. Nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously what's happening there is they had a little bit of a snafu on that particular scene and forgot to have a code to change over the outfit for the scene. I agree that, especially when you have a lot of these little link stories and everything going on, there is a lot to make sure you get right. A lot of organization and all of this kind of stuff. Tons, like an unreasonable amount. So messing something up is completely reasonable, especially something small like that. In fact, it's actually kind of funny because when I played Cyberpunk 2077, I played it on the PS4 version, which is objectively the worst way you could have ever experienced Cyberpunk. I don't know why I chose the PS4 version. Oh, I didn't have a computer good enough for it. That's why. I would have done the PC version otherwise. But I don't think I had a... I didn't know if I was going to get a PS5 or something like that. But anyway, the point I'm making is that Cyberpunk 2077 had to be released early because they kept trying to make delays, and then aggressive fans kept sending death threats to the developers and their family. And so the developers were like, fine, you want the fucking game? Here it is. It's not finished, but here you go, bitch. And it was kind of buggy here and there. But the thing is that it wasn't even like that buggy of a mess. First of all, Cyberpunk still sold amazingly, like really well. And it's highly praised as a video game, and they fixed it later on. They were very adamant about making sure that they fixed it before it was, before they stopped updating it and everything. But what I'm getting at is when I played Cyberpunk on PS4, it was a buggy mess for sure, and it was the worst way to experience Cyberpunk. But the vast majority of all the bugs and glitches on that game were visual. Like there would be a cutscene where you'd like maybe you'd be like kicking down this door to go and beat up these like criminals or something like that, right? And what would happen is the dude with you would kick down the door and then run in there, but he had like 2 guns in his hands, and the 2 guns were just floating there where he was in front of the door instead of in his hands. So he was going around doing finger guns at everybody, shooting them up, and his guns were just floating there in midair, and it was actually fucking hilarious. There was another glitch where like if you started a mission and you, how do I explain it? You would get into a car to start a mission, but if you had parked your car in the same place that the mission car starts in, you'd get in the car and then your car repopulates, and then you would just like shoot up and everything and stuff like that. Like really, really minor things that didn't actually matter that much, and they were more funny than anything else. I will say the worst part about the experience with Cyberpunk was that the ending crashed 3 times, so I had to beat the game like 3 or 4 times before I actually got to see the credits and see the ending. But other than that, it was like fine. It wasn't really that big of a deal, and I didn't complain or care about those glitches, and I thought it was actually really fun. But I do want to replay it on PC because I think it would get a much better experience, not to mention there's the DLC. Oh, I also found a way to really easily get underneath the map and see the like out of bounds. It was really easy to go out of bounds, basically. I jumped on a dumpster and jumped over a fence, and then I was out of bounds, and it was hilariously easy. But yeah, I never really had that much of a problem with the bugs and glitches of Cyberpunk because it was mostly just hilarious or visual. So I mean, in that case, who cares? As long as they work towards fixing it and it's not a mess, then fine. This sounds like a really, really annoying quest. My car was disappearing, yeah. There was also something where it was like there was an overpass, and this was actually hilarious. There was an overpass, and I was on the underpass, right? And so there were cars on the overpass above me, and I was down here, and it was something really just like simple. I was going to go to get into my car. And what happened was that the Z coordinate was like messed up, so it was detecting me as up on the overpass. And when I went to go get into my car, right when I approached it, a car from the overpass came past over me, but because the Z coordinate was detecting me up here instead of down here, it acted like it was a collision, and my car just exploded in my face. And so I'm just like, time to get into my car. Boom! Right. Oh, that was good stuff. Oh, good. Because the quest is... Yeah, okay. I can do this quest then. Don't really care about it. It's just some like typical occult thing. And it's just like little school rumors or whatever that have no value to the actual story. Oh, the Fisher guy. Maybe I can get a better rod. Ooh. All right, I'll save my points. What's up, Durian? 83 months of subbing. Thank you. Every time I reel in, it sounds like Donald Duck.
That's a catch.
I like the idea of fishing. I just need something to entertain me in between all the waiting periods and something to wash my hands off with. Then I don't mind fishing so much. I hate having dirty, filthy hands and then having to touch everything with dirty, filthy hands because then it just spreads dirty, filthy to everything. And I want something to entertain myself because fishing is a lot of waiting. So as long as I got something to entertain myself with and I have something to wash my hands off with, like, and I don't just mean a dry fucking towel. I mean something to like clean my hands with. So when I put bait onto my rod, I can go and clean my hands. Then I'm good. After that, I don't particularly care for fishing. But fishing minigames, I almost exclusively don't like. Although I will say the fishing minigames in this game are fine.
Not bad.
The Seiryu was a normal quartz? That's actually kind of better. Nice. I was hoping it was. That's exactly what it was. Sweet. Because Bakio is and the other ones that are named after the 4 gods of the winds are all double status effects. Oh. Nice. Sweet. Hey, what's up, Hologrammer? If I didn't have quest tracking for this quest, I would absolutely 100% not do it. 100%. Like if I did figure out where these areas were, unless the notebook told me a little bit more about it. But this is like absolutely side quest with fluff that has no value to the main story or anything about the game itself, which I don't care to read. I mean, sometimes a side quest dialogue can be fun, but I just know it's going to be loaded with nonsense, and I don't really care. Not nonsense isn't like it's dumb or anything, just generic stuff, you know? Yep, and like I said, I don't mind fishing or any of that stuff. I just want a little bit of my conveniences and you know, things to wash my hands with, and I'm good to go. The biggest thing for me is the washing of the hands, because I hate having dirty hands and then having to touch everything and getting that dirt and filth on everything. Because I mean, you're dealing with fish guts, you're dealing with worms, you're dealing with, you know, putting your bait on a hook that that means you're really getting in there into the grimy dirtiness, and your hands become grimy, dirty, filthy fish gut hands, and I don't want to touch a bunch of other stuff and get all that on everything else, you know? Exactly. After you've masterfully baited your rod, you need to wash your hands. That's just good hygiene. Well, I'm glad I did this quest, because Nightmare seems like it's a really good one. Or, like, it could be a really good one. Anyway. Alright, now we go here. For the other required quest before you go into the other place. This one I'll have to pay attention to. By the way, I'm noticing that bar in the middle of that bike seat has got to be so fucking uncomfortable, dude. Look at so okay, the bar is there to kind of separate the front and the back passenger, right? Okay, I get that, fine. But like, you're still having a lot of pressure being pushed back onto that bar, and that's like right at your tailbone. Dude, you are going to break your back with the amount of pressure and vibration that's going on and how much weight is being pushed onto your tailbone there. That is really painful looking. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's exactly how I got my severe back problem that I have now, is by sitting too long in a situation where something like that was pushing against my tailbone or lower back. Fun. They must be riding in a vacuum because their hair isn't really blowing all that much. I think it's slightly to the right again. Shit, I don't remember this one. When changing gears, it should be to the right again because you're gonna kind of speed up a little bit, but you'd also slow down slightly. I want to say slightly to the right. Okay. Probably only gonna get 1 AP, if any at all. Oh, she's going out to the trade conference? Oh, I don't remember her being there. Volcanic rain. Something, something, something again. Volcanic rain. Oh, it's my banana phone. Well, Alicia will probably use that. Wait, is this where the faculty lounge is? Oh, I still have a thingy. We should talk to her anyway, so. I do find it interesting that we haven't really learned anything about this cat despite the cat being in the intro cutscene. Well, I mean, it's kind of implied that the cat is intelligent. Wait, what shouldn't she? Oh, first floor, as in ground floor. Exactly, it's not one brain cell shared across all cats. I was looking at something else and I looked back and everybody's sitting there in a friggin' one-piece bikini. It's like, oh, didn't even realize this was the idle screen here. Oh, this is a prove that men aren't better at swimming kind of thing, or whatever. Being manly versus just like being effective. How come I always miss that first one? She's got all that hair giving her drag. She doesn't wear a cap. And I actually speak dolphin. I know you're all impressed. I know you're all impressed. My accent is terrible. Fuck you. What? Alright. Time for the old schoolhouse. The old schoolhouse trick. This will be basically, you know what? Yeah, that'll be the start of chapter 5 and leading into the little bits there. But I'm going to take my break now since it is 5 o'clock, halfway through the stream. We still got plenty of time left in the stream before we wrap things up, but I need to refuel and recharge, and that means I need to eat food.
Right.
So we're going to put on some tunes here.
Right.
Right. Well, let's go with this. Yeah, that'll be good. Cool. BRB. Enjoy the tunes. And we'll be right back with more Trails in the Sky. Trails of Cold Steel, sorry. Who can keep track of all that? Well, howdy ho. All right, I'm back. Bladder empty, stomach full. Well, more or less anyway. Let's get back into it. So at this point, oh, I've been left the turbo the entire time. Turbo on the entire time. At this point, we just have to do this generic little dungeon thingy, and then I guess I have to prioritize her over Fee because she has like the healing, right? So normally I would who would I guess my tag team would be Emma, what's her name, and Fee, her and Fee. I don't 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not yeah. Okay. Well, whatever. Also, I did get some fresh blackberries that I plucked the other day. Oh, those are really good. Let's get down to business to defeat the dungeon. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Her casual outfit is super cute though. That's awesome. I like that. Really? That's actually his uniform? That's not his casual clothing? Okay. Does that mean I can change my party? It does. I don't have to have Millium. That means I want her to have... Oh, she does. She has pretty much mostly status immunity. Want her to have some delay immunity and status immunity. Feint immunity is kind of meh on her. Now the quartz. So she starts off with a Silverthorn and attack 2 and Hydro Cannon. Honestly, she can just keep all of that. had one that was like both impede and something else, didn't I? Genbu, Byaka, and there was another one I have, Seryu, which is freeze and mute. I suppose, whatever, I don't really care. Oh, wait. I can do one better. I can actually do Seryu here and not use the shield. Oh, that's perfect. And she's got the shield breaker on the other one. All of the required ones are things I kind of want on her anyway, so that actually leaves this open for something like the Dragon Vein, which is something I want that I don't really want to put on somebody else that values spells. But if I had a status like breaker, I would prefer to put that on there somewhere, which I don't think I have another breaker. I think I've only gotten those 2 breakers. Okay, so as far as her, these are required, so I definitely want that, and I want that, and then the red one can be, well, I feel like the red one for her should definitely be the Volcanic Rain. Her red one can be, I guess the fort's not a bad idea, because I hate using somebody else's turn to do the attack up. That's fine. And then we give her some better stuff. That would be good. I think Lefort would be better on her, especially since there's that requirement there, or Fortuna rather. And then Adamantine Shield for sure. Then I need Breeze on her. And probably the, oh, there is a leg breaker. Oh, well, you don't care about that one. Windbell. Or actually no. In fact, no, double. Let's put Breeze on her, because she's going to be the primary healer with the Windbell, because I'll prioritize her heal before anybody else's, and that way I could just give her, like, make sure she has breath with, yeah, Hade, and then we'll give her the heal so that she has the single target heals. And then, I don't know, something different elemental, like Grand Press or something. She has Phantom Phobia and Silver Thorn, so that's plenty. And then we'll give her the Nightmare. And Detection. And Cast 2. So she has the Windbell, she has Cast 2, she has Breeze. She's primarily focused on making sure that she can heal whenever she, you know, she needs to. And Passion's not bad. Wait, what's the difference between this and Passion? It's like the little star on it gives it... Oh, that's... Okay, so there's different levels of each of these as well. Like, there's rare Impassion and regular Impassion, and the difference is this 200 HP. Okay. Well, I'd rather you have Impassion. Not to mention the 200 HP. Everybody's HP is fine. Okay, that should be fine. Alright, this is actually my preference on team, so... Oh yeah, right, I did already say that there should have been 6 chapters, with the prologue being the and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 being the epilogue, or the, not epilogue, but the finale chapter. So I'd already determined this a long time ago, and I keep on forgetting that the game basically tells me how many chapters there are right here. What's up, Len? Who the heck is Len?
Please
I
be
can do
careful,
this. Yeah.
everyone.
Of course.
I've got this.
Is that a treasure chest?
Nope.
Now's my chance. Here we go.
Right, fire!
Of course.
Yeah. Here,
My turn.
it's my turn. Yeah.
Of course. Hey.
Nope. Either the damage is really improved, or these enemies aren't ramped up quite as high as the previous time I came into this dungeon, the previous floor.
Now that's what I call a chest.
No, I do not want to save again. Damn it, back up.
Bring it on. Here we go.
Well, everybody's loaded, so
Go.
And open.
Flames.
That takes care of them.
easy peasy mushroom squeezy. And an Yggdrasil. Ooh, that could be very good. Let's see what that's about. Oh, right, I can't equip it there. Summons a sentient tree to skewer enemies. Sounds fantastic. I'll just replace Grand Press, actually, because it seems like a better earth spell. Has a chance to petrify instead of reducing movement. This is basically just an upgrade to earth spells.
Good spot.
Anything named Yggdrasil has a really good chance of being powerful. Yggdrasil is the life tree, the world tree.
What even is this? Caught one. Wow, this is a big one. Wow, this is a big one.
Oh, the good news is that I actually need the craft points because I just burned everything on that chest fight, so hey.
What even is this?
It's an eel, bro! Some unagi. Some of the best. Oh.
Now's our chance. Let's get
Oh, I did get advantage.
Go. Now's our chance. Laura.
Of course. My turn. Off guard. Go. Your swordsmanship
I've got a
gets
way to
better
go
with
to get to
every
your
battle.
level.
I have a lot of Sepith to work with.
It's my turn.
Right.
Oh, these are pretty tanky.
No, it's
Go. Second floor. Yeah, now's our chance.
and open.
Okay, here, this is it. I've got you. It's my turn.
Go.
Yeah,
Of course.
I can do this.
My turn.
It's my turn. Yeah, now. I've got. I'm so sorry. Nice shooting, things.
All right, even more Sepith to work with. Oh, is this mechanic? Yeah, I don't know if I explored everything enough to want to actually do that. We'll see where the treasures are. There's one down up there, which means that there's nothing that I need. Well, yeah, there's nothing I need to do except for go to the right direction anyway. So.
We have the advantage.
My turn. Second. Go!
And over. I can do this. Yeah, here. It's my turn.
My turn. Okay, it's safe for now.
Crystal Flood. Recover 50% of damage as HP. Oh, recover EP through offensive R's. Recover 1% of damage as EP. So that's awesome. She basically has EP and HP drain on attacks. I should definitely utilize her magic a little bit more during ambushes and stuff. But it's just so much easier to just smash A, right?
Here we go.
I can do this. Okay.
Oh.
Right. Hey! We should keep going.
Can't argue with those results.
Yeah, more of that.
And that cost her still almost 100 EP. I only got 12 back. I think, right? It was 220, and I'm missing 140. Oh, okay, so I actually got about 80 EP back. That's kind of huge then. Especially if you get a good AoE attack like that. You're vastly minimizing the cost of EP. In fact, I don't need to use my special skills if I get a good spellcast here.
Here we go.
I can do this.
Right.
I don't need to use my craft points on those tankier enemies. Done deal. Actually, I think it might be faster with some semi-decent menuing as well.
Here we go.
I can do this. Now.
Right. Hey!
Okay.
Arcus.
Go.
Yeah. Right. Fire.
Of course. Hey! We should keep going.
Once again,
That's what I call a chest.
once again, this game is showing that magic is the way to go. Freeze, petrify, and stat down. Like that. That's petrify, so this is freeze and petrify, and also stat down. Pure upgrade, I like it. But I lose 10 defense! My whole world is falling apart!
I wonder if we're around halfway through now.
Come on, video game. Remember how I said the game just makes these like sweeping assumptions? Like it looks like the character's just kind of making a guess, but it's always bang on. It's always completely 100% spot on true. From there, golly gee, I wonder if bullshit, and it's always exactly accurate, and I hate it so much. When she says, I wonder if we're halfway through, the game is saying you're halfway through, but it's like, look, I get it that you want to convey to the player your progression through the dungeon, but like that dialogue is nonsense. It's complete hoopla nonsense garbage that does not make any sense that she could even remotely begin to understand how far we are into the dungeon when there's nothing in here that tells us how far we've gotten.
I can do this.
Here we go.
My turn. Hey! We should keep going.
That's funny because I built Joshua to be an offensive attacker, so single target bosses would be physical, or rather his skills and crafts and stuff like that, right? But I gave him 1 or 2 big spells, usually time spells, because the extra speed on Joshua is really nice, and speed in general is always king. But basically, when it came to every random encounter in every single one of these games, it's almost always magic.
Okay.
Here we go.
Now. Let's keep going.
I want to say in third it was especially egregious when it came to magic use. Everybody just had a good spell with decent magic power, and it would just trivialize pretty much everything magic, or every random encounter, but also a lot of the bosses, considering there might have been like multiple targets on a lot of them and stuff. Treasure chest bosses were almost always just smash out a bunch of spells, done deal.
I can do this. Let's go. Of course. Go. Okay.
Look at that, just by using spells even on my non-spellcasters, I murdered that pack of enemies before Emma even got a chance to cast her spell. .40 defense is okay. Especially since there does tend to seem like there's a lot of linear scaling, so at a certain threshold, that 30 defense would be exceptional, or 40 defense, or whatever.
My turn. Now's a chance. Flora. Of course.
I can do this.
Bam.
This is it for you. It's my turn. Yeah.
Here we go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, more of that.
But yeah, I almost, even if I have like a more physically focused character, I'll probably put a good spell on them or something. The only time I don't put prioritize magic is when the game forces people like Argus on you, or whatever his name is, where you have very little magic power. But the good thing about Richard and Joshua both is that they have like god tier stats where everything is just good on them.
My turn. Go.
It's my turn. Fire.
Right. Now. Go. Your swordsmanship is better at every battle.
Nicely making progress. I'm awesome.
Damn it, I got Blackberry on me. I need to wash my hands real quick. They said the FC remake will have more voice lines than any other game. Oh, nice. That's actually good. That's a really good argument to be made for play the remake instead of the original.
Well,
Gee, come here. You followed me in here. I know you want to come up here. If you have to do incredibly crazy optional stuff to get a best weapon to make them good, then they're not good. Like, just being the best eventually doesn't make you a good at that thing. Because, like, if you have to do all this ultimate boss stuff to get there, then you have nothing left to use it on, right? You know?
Here we go.
Right. It's my turn now. Yeah. Here.
Go.
My turn. We should keep going.
Overpowered is, in my opinion, defined by something that you can get that makes you extremely powerful, and that's relative, obviously, but it has to be easily obtained. If you have to go way out of your way and do all these like ultra bosses and everything to do it, then it's not overpowered. Like, you've already beaten all the content of the game, there's nothing for you to use that power on.
Finally done.
Wow, this was a really short floor, like, kind of surprisingly short. They still have the little surprise exclamation mark thing, despite this being the same every single time.
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
Yeah, if that's one of the reasons why people don't understand why FF7 Remake is longer, because every line is voiced now, which means it takes longer to get through a scene just by the nature of it being voiced. And also there's a much greater focus on cinematic storytelling as opposed to just having dialogue, and that takes time as well. So just by the nature of all the text being spoken and voiced and acted and having a scene, you're adding several hours to the game just by that alone, you know? And yeah, I'd also say that generally speaking, when you go to like howlongtobeat.com and you get a time frame on how long a game typically is, I'm usually going to be quite a bit under that. And it's not because I rush through games, it just I learn and I adapt and I make my way through things very quickly. And I'll even end up doing all the content. Here's an example. I got the Platinum Trophy in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It took me 160 hours. It took Seven Sins 160 hours just to beat the normal mode of the game, right? So, like, does that mean 7 is worse than me at games? I find it to be quite the opposite, actually. It's just that he plays differently and learns and adapts to the things differently than I do. Maybe he sat there and messed with the photo mode a bunch, I don't know. Point is that I got the Platinum Trophy, which requires at least 2 playthroughs alone, because you gotta do New Game Plus hard mode, and all the extra content in the same amount of time it took him to beat it the first time. You know, I just snap through games. You know, I have a lot of experience with games, and so, not to mention ADHD, I like to just I learn very quickly, and I adapt and then find my thing, and I didn't not savor it. I just go through things differently, you know?
Arcus, activate. Of course. Arcus, activate.
Go!
This is my...
Oh, Emma still doesn't have an S-Craft, apparently. Cool. He just cast 2 spells back to back.
Not here.
That I could not move out of. Just back to back. And 3 of my 4 party members got frozen.
Let's go.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, everyone.
I can do this.
What the fuck am I supposed to do? He just fucking CC'd me to death and then just fucking... Come on, video game. Don't do this shit, dude. I swear to fucking God. Every time it's always like, wow, this game is really simple, clean, you know, we're getting through it, whatever. And then the game's like, oh, hold on, let me do something really unfair for you. Have fun with that. Fuck you. God, it's so stupid. Like, the boss cast 2 spells before I got any turns, which combined basically wiped me out of the entire battle. And look at him. He keeps going. He keeps getting turns over and over again. I don't even get a fucking turn.
Sorry, everyone. Right.
I don't even get a turn.
Thank you very much. Sorry, everyone.
Won't give up.
I can't.
Not yet.
Not here.
Now that I've given up and I'm going for the retry, all of a sudden he can't do shit to me? Fucking garbage tier design and balance.
This one looks dangerous.
Every fucking time, dude. It's always like, hey, this game's pretty fair, mostly a little bit easy, whatever. And then, oh, here, we're just gonna have an enemy that just one-shots you with a single turn. Have fun.
Of course.
Arcus activate.
My turn.
No. It's my turn. This is.
Now he's not even doing anything. Straight up, he's not even doing anything.
Oh, moon shield repression.
My turn. Go! Laura!
Understood. Right.
It's like, I'm totally fine. Ooh, wow. I'm totally fine with the challenge and everything, but that's not a challenge. That's just a big middle finger to your player, you know?
Of course. Shatter. Fool. It's my turn.
Here we go.
Fun new spell.
I can do this. Let's go. Huh? It's my turn.
Really? Healing spells can't even fucking be used in this game, dude. The amount that you get for healing spells is completely garbage. And on top of that, the area of effect has been bad. It's better to just use items now.
Yeah.
Well, that was a trash boss. It just aggravates me. Like, that kind of shit just really bothers me. It's just a complete lack of like understanding your own battle system and forcing the player to just like get lucky or use the one teeny little spell that counters everything. It's like those totally not hard mode hacks of like Final Fantasy VI, where instead of making the battle have like all of your abilities and spells be mostly usable and everything, you just kind of use what you want. Oh, but it absorbs fire, so I don't use fire. Okay, no big deal. And then you just deal with the other mechanics, the primer mechanic, which is more about working around something that's not limiting to the player. But then you get these hard mode hacks or not hard mode hacks where they nerf all of your abilities, buff all of the enemies, and then make them immune to everything except for one tiny little specific ability that you have to just figure out that you have to use. In this case, the solution was to use the reflect spell, but it's like the entire battle should not be based around one spell, and that's how you're supposed to do it. It's really stupid. It's just dumb design. Thank you, PlayNazi, with 144 bits. And that kind of lack of game design it gets at me, man. It bugs me. It gets under my fucking skin. It's so frustrating. It's just it's ignorance on game design level. You notice that I go through games that you played faster? Yeah, I just tend to go through games faster. It's not for lack of enjoying it or savoring it or smelling the roses or something. It's just that I adapt and I see things and I acknowledge them and I enjoy them and then I move on, you know? There's a reason why puzzle bosses were phased out of D&D, yeah. Thank you, Play Isaac, for the 144 bits twice, by the way. Yes, for real. You shouldn't have to be able to enter a battle, die, and just go, what the fuck? Unless it's like a super boss and you're clearly, like, not ready for it or something, you know? That makes sense.
Not bad. For real?
Yes, for real. Yes. Thank you, Planets, with 144 bits. By the way, you notice that even if I didn't use the reflect spell, I would have completely destroyed that boss. It had nothing to do with the fact that I used the reflect spell as a means to counter his stupid free spell. Yeah, I got a reflect off on him, but like, he only cast the spell one time. So because he was way too fast, his cast time was way too fast, and he had no delay after casting, he was able to cast that spell twice in a row and just basically kill me, and I couldn't do anything about it. And that's a problem with scripting. When you just give your enemy a bunch of abilities and say, he can randomly do whatever, it doesn't matter, and there's nothing that helps him determine what he's going to use. Even in like action games, bosses have like different abilities and scripts based on like how far away from you they are or whether or not you're behind them or any other kind of thing, right? And this is just like he has 8 abilities and he just uses them at random, which means that his ultimate ability could just be used twice in a row and you have no time to react and you die. That is dumb boss design with very, 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 very little effort given to the actual structure of the boss's systems, mechanics, concepts, execution, power, etc. It's bad. It's bad. It's very lazy and it's bad. There's a reason, like, when Bahamut comes on screen, he counts to 5 before doing his Mega Flare, you know? Because the game developers know it's a very powerful ability. You need to prepare for this eventual one-shot in whatever way you can, or out-DPS it. It gives you choices. And even then, Bahamut is an optional boss most of the time, but generally speaking, Bahamut's gonna have Mega Flare, you know? Notice how it, like, the countdown means that it can't go back to back, boom, boom, you're dead, without anybody being able to have the ability to react to it and recover from it. You know what I mean? Same shit. So scripting your enemies and your bosses means that, like, if they use this in the previous turn, then they can't use that in the next turn, or it's the turn cooldown, or maybe when they use this, the next ability is always going to be this or this instead of that or that. And if they use that, then they can use that you know, this or this afterwards or something like that. Basically, scripting means that you've designed the enemy to be able to not do back-to-back bullshit, but also not be able to do back-to-back super-duper easy, essentially. Well, we better get inside before we catch a cold. It's coming. It's coming. Or somebody's gonna go hachoo when they get inside. which doesn't happen. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, obviously, fine, I beat the enemy. It's not that big of a deal, right? It annoys me on a personal level, and that's why I get so bent out of shape about it. Silver Bell. Ooh. Actually could be very good, because a lot of the more powerful enemies are... Our spells are have our... Yeah. Not to mention Crimson Mirror. It's one of the problems I kind of have with this series overall. It's just a very low effort design. Oh, okay. I get one extra, but I can't spend it with her. That means... Says she should be here. Huh. Okay. That's fine. She's probably gonna be sit out anyway. Anime Trope 362 officially finished. Bing. Oh, that's the station.
Welcome back, Master Bean.
Hey there, Sharon.
I hope the sudden shower didn't catch you too unaware. Would you like me to fetch you a dry change of clothes?
No.
Nah, I'll survive. Thanks to your warning this morning, I was able to avoid the worst of the downpour. I'm amazed you were able to tell a storm was coming that far in advance, though.
Chairman Arena takes a lot of business trips, so I'm used to keeping an eye on the weather. Never being caught unawares is just one of the maid's many responsibilities.
I can't really picture any other maids holding themselves to such an unrealistic standard.
I'll let you know when dinner is ready, so just wait in your room until then. I expect the meal will take a little longer to prepare than usual today.
Oh? How come?
Well, with 2 new residents in the dormitory. I thought I might make tonight's dinner a little fancier than usual. A welcoming feast of sorts for them.
Really? That sounds like a great idea. I'm looking forward to it already. Anything I can help you with for it?
Oh, could you?
I mean, I've read plenty of them. They all end up being just like generic anecdotes shared during during a random interaction in the town or something like that. I doubt there's important backstory in any of the bonding missions whatsoever. Like, there might be some history about their like character, like, oh yeah, when I was 5, I farted on a lizard or something like that, and it's like, okay, that's backstory, but it's not important backstory, you know? It doesn't really have anything of actual value. Besides, I'm still speed reading it. I'm seeing exactly kind of the general idea of what's going on through those scenes. So it's not like I'm totally ignoring it. It's just, I don't want to voice those. I don't want to sit there and read them. I know they're just generic anecdotes being exchanged between two characters after a weird interaction occurs.
I'd be happy to run to the market for you then. It's still coming down out there. Might as well go back out while I'm still damp, right? Don't worry about me. I don't mind.
I haven't seen a single important thing in any of the bonding missions, though. And when we get to the later bonding missions, like when we're actually like, well, actually, it's not based off of your affinity. It's based off of your progress through the game. So I don't know, actually. I don't know. Besides, the fact that your bonding missions or stories or whatever are like a choice, you could just completely ignore some characters and not know anything about them. So I seriously doubt there's anything of relevance in any of their backstories or bonding dialogues or whatever.
That should be exactly enough merit to cover the expense.
All right. I'll be back soon then.
Take care out there.
If you give somebody exactly enough money to go and buy a thing at the store, I actually lose respect for you. Because it feels like you're just being so petty that you're meticulously mathing out exactly how much a thing would cost. Instead of just being like, yeah, here's 20 bucks, go get a few things. That'll probably be about $17. And it's like, just give me the change or keep it or whatever. That just makes you feel petty.
It's gotten pretty
honestly.
dark out too.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
hey, it's Erica Lindbeck.
You wouldn't happen to be one of the Class 7 students from Thor's, would you? Out for a little late night shopping, are we?
And even if you don't trust them, you're so concerned with a few bucks that you waste like hours of your time mathing out exactly how much the expected amount is. And then on top of that, you leave the person with no wiggle room. What if the prices have been raised intermittently or something? Or maybe it's based off of weight, like you need 3 tomatoes, but those are sold to you on a weight basis, not on a per tomato basis. So like, now if I don't have any extra money, I'm left there with my hand up my ass without being able to get what you need. It's petty, it's stupid, it's foolish, and also the way it's framed is like she's super capable and knows exactly how much it costs, and that's also dumb. It's just dumb. It's just, come on, stop trying to make everybody a master of every trade ever.
you could say that. But how did you know I'm from Class 7?
You're one of the favorite topics at our radio station, actually. There are plenty of people out there who want to know more about Thor's dashing guys and gals in red.
Oh, you work at the radio station? I think I've seen you around town a couple times in the early morning.
Oh, really? By the time morning rolls around, I'm usually so out of it. I hope I didn't look like I was about ready to keel over.
No, not at all. Hold on. Your voice sounds so familiar.
Oh, maybe you know me from the radio? Good evening, everyone. This summer's turning into a real scorcher, isn't it? To beat the heat, we're going to be broadcasting tonight from a park here in Trista. Ring any bells?
Wait.
Excessive cash is the tip for going to do it. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it too.
Huh? You're Misty from Abentime?
You're Misty from Pokemon?
Bingo. You must be quite the avid listener, recognizing my voice so easily.
I mean, as soon as you talked, I knew it was Erica Lindbeck, so...
Glad to know I've got a faithful fan out there.
You're welcome.
Wow. I never figured I'd meet Misty herself, especially like this. I always make sure to catch Abend time. It helps me relax while I'm studying.
Thanks. But it sure is serendipitous, you know? Having a chance encounter like this, just after the rain's eased up. Ooh, maybe I should mention this on tonight's show.
I'm not sure that I really constitute a noteworthy topic for a radio broadcast. It's kind of weird. I only know her from Abend time, but she seems just as friendly face to face.
By the way, if you're having an internal thought that is that long, that's fine, because realistically, an internal thought is that fast, right? So realistically, you're thinking that as you're talking already. So having an internal thought that's a little bit longer, it's just basically elaborating it out to the player. But the reality is that the time it takes for you to have that internal thought is non-existence. So if it's one thing when they're sitting there whispering to one another in between dialogue, and it feels really awkward because everybody just happens to stop talking while you're having your little whisper fest, but a thought makes sense, which is another one of the reasons why I really hate it when they have characters speak out their internal thoughts instead of thinking them. It bugs me a whole lot.
Is something the matter? You're staring at me so intently. I feel a little embarrassed.
Well, forgive me if this sounds a little odd, but this isn't actually our first meeting, is it? If I'm not mistaken, we met once before, in a hotel in Heimdall.
Is she the opera singer?
Wow, I can't believe it. I never figured anyone would actually catch on.
Yeah, I thought,
So you really are her?
I thought she sounded familiar. I was gonna guess Erica Lindbeck on her, but I was like, nah, it's a different character.
The Azure
Yes.
Diva herself.
Erica Lindbeck is Futaba from Persona 5, and also Jessie from Remake, and a billion other characters.
Vita Clotilde.
Right you are once again.
Vita Cloaca!
Honestly, even the people I work with at the radio station don't seem to have noticed, so I'm surprised you could tell.
That makes two of us. I almost didn't say anything because it just seemed too implausible. But if you don't mind me asking, how did a star like you end up working at Radio Trista?
It's just a little something I do for fun on the side. Gotta spice life up a bit, right?
It's PlayStation
The
Vita!
best part is, the people at the Opera House in Heimdall have no idea I come here to do my show every week. So don't go telling anyone, okay? It'll be our secret.
Of course. I wouldn't dream of it. I'm amazed no one else has figured it out, though. It's not like you use a different voice when you're on the radio.
Well, there's a little trick to it. You're not the only one who was surprised, though.
Huh?
I had this feeling I'd seen you before, but I couldn't put my finger on where. But it's you, isn't it? Anyway, I have to get over to the studio now. Oh, and be sure to tune in to tonight's Abend time. It'll be a fun one. Promise.
Wouldn't miss it.
And give my regards to those two, would you?
She smells like lavender? The fragrance really suits her. So Vita Clotilde herself has been hosting a radio show in Trista. Even if I told them, I don't think they'd believe me.
Did you get a real good whiff of her as she walked by?
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, hey there, Emma. Did you just get back too?
Yeah, I just returned a short while ago. Were you out shopping?
Yeah, Sharon asked me to go out and pick up a few things for dinner. Though I ended up taking a bit longer than I expected.
Wait, do I smell lavender on you?
That's not how that works, man. That's not how that works. Especially being out in the open air.
This is perfume, isn't it? How did it get onto you?
Oh, right. I guess I must have soaked up the scent
Yeah, I soaked it up. Yeah. Everybody knows that people are just sponges for scents that are wafting off of people. It's not how that works.
She did get pretty close.
I mean, if you rub it up against her, that's a different story. You're definitely going to rub off some of that scent on you. Absolutely. But she didn't. She didn't touch me. So that's ridiculous.
Reen, I can only hope the reason you ended up taking longer than expected isn't because you were...
How dare you have a girlfriend or have any kind of interactions with women? That is just sad and disgusting.
Whoa, hold on. You've got the wrong idea, Emma. I just happened to bump into someone I know while I was out. That's all. Nothing scandalous. Nothing I'd be ashamed of.
I never said it was. Though you do seem strangely...
Because you heavily implied that it was. Shut the fuck up. Don't try to make it like it's my fault.
I wonder what would happen if Elise and the other girls were to catch wind of this.
Yeah, because you are a hero protag guy and every girl likes you and wants to be with you because you're the coolest ever and the awesomest and you're so cool and the best at everything that you do.
I swear, I just ran into someone I know after I left the store. Nothing happened. You just like raking me over the coals, don't you?
Oh, Master Reen.
Yeah, my laundry detergent is lavender scented too.
Were you able to get everything I asked for?
Sure did.
That must mean I've been
bring it over.
Finding random women and rubbing up against them. Like a cat marking their scent. This whole scent thing was just so forced. Absolutely ridiculously forced.
Huh. No, that's impossible.
Afterward, Reen decided to give Sharon a hand with the cooking, and when dinner was ready, everyone sat down to enjoy an especially extravagant meal in celebration of Crow and Milliam joining Class 7, even though it was like 3 fucking days ago! Breaking news, terrorist attack followed. A representative of the Imperial family has spoken regarding the aftermath of the terrorist attack which took place in Heimdallr recently. Spokesperson confirmed that Princess Alphen, who was placed in the greatest danger on that day, had sustained no serious injury and was able to return to school as usual. Who are the Imperial Liberation Front? The recent terrorist attacks placed both Princess and Princess Alphen in danger and resulted in Imperial Governor Regnitz sustaining injuries. While it may seem that peace has returned to the streets of Heimdallr, the culprits behind these unspeakable acts will call themselves the Imperial Liberation Front have yet to be apprehended. The elite force responsible for the capture, the railway military police, insist that they are doing everything in their power to find them. Non-consensual. Yes, exactly, Catastrophe. If she had given him a hug, then it would have made more sense. But she didn't, and now it makes no sense at all. And so they force out this weird scent plot element for no reason other than to just make Emma go, lavender, wonder what that's all about. Thank those who have helped. Chaos might have reigned in Heimdallr on that day of the attack, but that did not stop a number of people from doing their part to bring the situation under control. Each of these courageous souls has received a letter of thanks from the Imperial government. Extra special thanks are due to one young student who took command to restore calm in Draco's Plaza, and a group of civilians have succeeded in rescuing Princess Alphen from harm's way. These people have received particular appreciation for their deeds. Notice they don't name them. International Trade Conference approaches. At the end of the month, the long-awaited West Zemuria Trade Conference will finally commence in Crossbell. Unsurprisingly, those involved are already hard at work for the conference, which will be based around international and economic matters and may potentially determine the future direction and development of Western Zemuria. When asked to comment, a government representative responded, an international conference on a continental scale like this has never been attempted before. Naturally, we intend to fulfill our responsibility as a great nation. Representatives from the Erebonian Empire are expected to be Chancellor Osborne and His Highness Prince Olivert. Culture. Imperial Chronicle Radio is 1 year old. Do you enjoy listening to Orbital radio broadcasts? Do you enjoy listening to radio broadcasts? There, I fixed it for you. This report certainly does. For those who aren't familiar, radio allows you to enjoy audio programs anytime, anywhere. With the Imperial Chronicle's affiliated radio station, Imperial Chronicle Radio, now 1 year old, this seems as good a time as any to sell its benefits to the world. And a PR representative was happy to sum up exactly what makes Imperial Chronicle Radio so special. We may not have been the first radio station to be established, but this station is available in the widest area and conducts the most balanced and impartial broadcasts. With a name like Imperial Chronicle Radio, I highly doubt that. That's like saying a particular news network that's famous for lying is calling themselves the most balanced and impartial broadcast ever. You know the one. Travel, Lake Ebel. In today's travel log, I will be visiting beautiful Lake Ebel on the eastern side of the Empire. This stunning spot is an ideal destination. I'm being vague on purpose. We're not. Stop it. I'm being vague on purpose. Don't try to name it. You know the one. I don't need to say it. You don't need to say it. In today's travelogue, I will be visiting beautiful Lake Ebel on the eastern side of the Empire. This stunning spot is an equal destination for those looking to enjoy a tranquil vacation away from the stresses of daily life. Furthermore, the historic stronghold of St. Sanla on the opposite shore, Longgreen Castle, provides the perfect backdrop to a lakeshore stroll. The area is best reached by traveling south from Barrahid along the Ebel branch line. So we'll be going to
West Lemuria
Lake
Trade
Ebel.
Conference is just over a week away now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody in the fucking world knows which one I'm talking about, though. It doesn't need to be said.
A building that tall is exactly what you'd expect from an economic powerhouse like Crossbelt 2. It's a big world out there.
I thought it was a small world after all.
Still, we've got Milliam and Crow as classmates now. Would have seen that coming. Crow opened up to us right from the start. Though I guess that's just Crow for you. And Milliam's become way more attached to us than I thought she would too. They were both able to form combat links with us right from day one. I had my concerns about how well they'd mesh with the class, but maybe I was worried for nothing after all.
Good evening. I'm your host, Misty. It's August 18th, and we're winding down a busy day here at 9 p.m. I'm here to give you all the cool you need to beat this summer heat.
Hey, looks like I'm not too late to catch this week's Abend time.
What do you know is exactly 9 o'clock? Especially since it was just the start of it.
But even this heat can't stop the momentum behind the West Lemuria Trade Conference being held in Crossbell later this month. Prince Olivert and Chancellor Osborne will be in attendance for this watershed moment in international business. Personally, I'm more interested in the view from the top of that famous new skyscraper the talks are being held in. In some news closer to home, you all have probably noticed the summer showers we're getting here in Trista. The rain's let up for now, but it's managed to push that nasty nighttime humidity right off the charts. It's nights like these I wish I could smuggle an ice-cold beer into the studio. And the director is chilling over there, drink in hand, mocking me. But you know what? Forget that guy. Anyway, for all you students out there, your summer vacation's probably wrapping up, so I hope you made the most of it. Wait, I forgot that summer vacation at the military academy is already come and gone. Whoops. Still, it's never too late to do something bold that'll keep your memories of this summer burning bright.
So, set fire to the general store. All right. If you insist, you're the one that told me to do it.
Asking yourselves, well, you might want to sit down for this one, because fate had a romantic rendezvous in store for yours truly just on the way to the studio today. A tryst with a young man in a park after sunset. Droplets of rain clinging to the grass. I'll treasure the memory forever. Or I would, if I hadn't just made it up on the spot. Chalk it up to a dreamer's poetic license, I guess. Still, maybe one day I'll feel the thrilling rush of a summer love. Gotta keep the fire burning.
Wait, is she talking about when I ran into her earlier tonight? She's got quite the playful personality. Though somehow that doesn't come as too much of a surprise.
Remember, Gary Stu Complex, everybody has a crush on him, including all the adults, despite him being a child.
It's kind of weird thinking that I just...
Male
ran
power
down the street
fantasy
a couple
also,
hours
which is
ago.
very common in shonen anime or stories. Male power fantasy is basically you as the hero have all the girls coming after you.
Anyway,
Typical
I have
shit.
to get over to the studio now. Oh, and be sure to tune in to tonight's Abend time. It'll be a fun one. Promise.
Wouldn't miss it.
And give my regards to those two, would you?
Those two. I didn't really think about it right then, but who was she talking about?
is the nature park. I wonder if something bad is going to happen. The music implies that it's a celebration, so probably not.
Huh. Ah, so you've arrived.
Good to see you, boss.
Oh, you're awfully early.
We know who they are. Why do they do this whole off-screen thing so often as if it's some kind of mystery, and it's like 2 seconds later they tell us who it is? You know, it's not a mystery. Am I an idiot? No, don't treat me like an idiot, okay? I can't tell you how many times they use this storytelling method of characters off screen say something and immediately it just shifts over to the angle for them to be visible, and it's like, you're not being mysterious. We know who they are, and you're not even hiding it from us, so just tell me who they are in the nameplate. It's just...
I see that you finished all your preparations
unnecessary.
As
well. Smooth as silk. Although you're the one who'll be taking center stage in our next operation, without a doubt.
Who'd have thought you'd volunteer to go pound the pavement in Crossbell? The Red Constellation are gonna be there. I still think I'm the prime choice for this one.
I disagree. As I can no longer rely on the power of the flute, it makes the most sense for me to go.
We know who all these people are. They're previous members of Zephyr or whatever.
Especially
guaranteed.
When you consider the very real
so they're former Jaegers. They're not Jaeger dropouts. They're former Jaegers because their band was destroyed.
That is the best way.
That's my guess anyway.
You're serious?
You really are too morose for your own good.
I could say the same of both of you. Why else would you have willingly plunged yourselves into a struggle like this to begin with?
I suppose you're right.
You got us there.
I see you've all gathered.
At the bookstore the other day, there's a series in the manga called Reincarnation Coliseum. It literally is a story where the main hero defeats ladies in combat and they become his harem. That's a pretty standard harem anime. You start off as competitors in something, and because of your close proximity to one another, you end up being part of the whole harem, you know.
Comrade C.
Fashionably late, but worth the wait.
That makes it a full house.
I appreciate your gathering, comrades. The wheels have been set in motion. There is no place for hesitation, no time for looking back. We seek only results.
I know who that is. I know who that is. Remember how I said, like, the game doesn't give you any hint as to who, like, the main bad is, and just randomly will throw it out like it's randomly the janitor who you have no interaction with hardly at all except for in a side quest, and you know the game didn't like make any kind of subtle nod that it might be them or whatever. It's just randomly the most unexpected person ever. What's another word for janitor? Custodian. Comrade C. Comrade Custodian. Boom. Nailed it. You're welcome.
I couldn't agree more.
No objections here either.
Goes without saying.
That said, I will ask you but once. Comrade G, are you certain this is the path you would walk?
My heart itself beats with the ideals of the Liberation Front. If my life should see its end in Crossbell, so be it. That tyrant must be stopped from creating the vile dystopia he seeks. Dear though the cost may be.
Oh. No. The people that attacked the trade conference were... I'm fucking confused again. Osborn is supposed to be part of the reformist faction. And then there's the people that are against the current government in Calvard, and those were the two factions that attacked. But if they're anti-reformist, why would... Wait. I'm still really confused on... Yes, I understand that, Jake. That's not the question that I'm wondering, and I'm not looking for an answer. I don't want you guys to tell me the story. I need to figure it out myself. That's the whole point of playing a video game, not to just have someone tell it for me. The point I'm getting at is, I thought Osborn was not part of the reformist when I was playing Azure, that is. and that it was the reformists that came to put an end to him. So I'm getting some crossed wires somewhere, and I need to figure out where they actually lie. Because a lot of things have not really been told in this story, and it's making it hard for me to piece together the puzzle.
Very well. May the goddess, or perhaps powers less fair, attend you. When this is over and our victory won, let us toast our success together in the Imperial capital.
Indeed.
That also means that these are potentially one of the groups that got gunned down by the Red Constellations. In fact, thinking about it now, he could have been the one that was the captain of that one group that had a portrait that got gunned down by the Red Constellations.
I understand.
In fact, I'm pretty sure this is basically very heavy-handedly telling you that he's the leader guy from the Red Constellation that got shot up.
Losing your place in the world for doing what's right, and throwing yourself into the eye of the storm.
I don't think they're even being subtle about it.
Something I could do.
Different paths brought each of us here, but the road we travel now is the same. Let us depart, Comrade S, Comrade V. We each have our own part to play in what is to come.
Of course.
Just leave it to us.
It is a little underwhelming that we actually don't deal with Gideon ourselves, considering he's the only form of an antagonist this game has even had so far, and then they just kind of like send him off to die randomly. Like it's not very fulfilling to me as a player, you know? It's just like, ah man, this Gideon guy, we want to get him for all he's done, and then he just goes off and dies, and it's like, okay, cool, I guess. Although I do recall that at least one of the the group from the Red Constellations, that like the one from the group of terrorists that the Red Constellation shot down, lived, and it was like a peace offering or whatever. So maybe he lives. But he would just go to prison after that, so. Team whatever. I agree, mostly because I've actually put a lot of time and effort into building those characters up and no time building the boys up, so, you know, whoops. He's actually a decent caster here. Should be fine. Yeah, Jesus seems like he's really taking this seriously with his hand in his pocket.
Stay on guard and don't get cocky. Leave it to me.
Very well.
Wonder what she has that starts it with the reflect. Meet the following conditions. No one is knocked out. Evade and counter an enemy attack.
My
well,
turn.
that's kind of RNG. Let's do that. Oh.
This gets embarrassing.
Oops, I won. Oh man, yeah, you fought really well together. I'm worn out. That was quite an exhausting fight. Oh no, dear, dear. Whoops. I just wanted to like kind of get them low and then maybe take out a few of them and then set up to do the bonus, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's like Blamagam or something, and Lammy for short.
Well, shall we begin?
I'll handle it.
Of course. Yeah.
No one is knocked out. Cancel an enemy art.
Yeah, you're done. Cross Raven. See ya.
If this
No, Harris.
See? Slash up all the time.
I get the battle. It's like, all right, begin. And he's just like, pow, 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 pow. We win. It's like, you killed them. You killed your classmates. It was a mock battle. You gave us our real weapons in a mock battle. I use a gun. What'd you think was gonna happen? Teach? Like,
Please hold your applause.
oh man. Oh. Yeah, it was a real close battle there, guys. Real close. Woohoo! Still got 3 AP. Maybe I didn't get all of the bonus that I could have gotten, but I'll take the 3 AP. Honestly, I'm not going to get the max rank anyway. I don't really care. I'd rather just make those fights nice and quick and easy. He thinks he was riding on Crow and Milliam's efforts. Considering the first battle was a one-shot by Milliam and the second battle was a one-shot by Crow, I think that's pretty accurate. He was definitely riding on Milliam and Crow's efforts. Oh, it's Cloud Strife, hero of the war. Cloud Nightheart Strife. After the story of Final Fantasy VII, he goes back and joins the military again. Let's see, Group A is... Oh, I don't have both Milliam and Crow. Okay. Well, I'm missing Fee, Alyssa, and I think that's it. I got Laura and Emma, and I'll just put Milliam in instead. So I'm missing Alyssa and or Fee from having a party of preference, that is. Legram and Jirai Special Economic Zone, whatever that is. Reassemble at the designated location. Huh. I just noticed something that kind of bothers me. Every guy is holding their paper like this, but every girl is holding their paper like this. Why? In fact, every girl is doing the exact same thing with their animation too, and every guy is doing the exact same thing with their pose as well. It's probably a shared base model thing, but still, you know? Paper heavy, yeah. Right, exactly. They share the animation rigs because they share the base model, even though they're slightly sized differently. The animation rigs go to the base model and not amongst multiple models. It's like if you put like a dog and gave it human animation rigs, it would be very, very off. It just goes to show that like it's a very, very simple game from a production perspective. Female base model, male base model, all shared animations, nothing else. That's it. You know, just very simple, generic stuff, and nothing really thought out or given much of a unique feeling. Okay, so maybe this is the finale, or rather, it'll lead into the finale. That's my take. My take is that this is the last assignment we'll get, and then we're gonna rendezvous at the fortress, and that's gonna be the start of the part where we started in the beginning of the game. It may not be the final chapter or the final part of the game. It may not be the final dungeon like it was in Zero, but at the very least, I'm pretty sure this task is going to lead us into that, because they said we're going to the fortress where the cannons come out. Unless, of course, I got the time frame wrong. I don't remember how many days have passed and how close we are to the trade conference. It could be that we go there and then go back later. That's also possible. Also, it seems like our team is not the one going there, so who can say? But it might also be that, you know, we don't have it in our orders, but we end up needing to go there because something happens or something, you know? I don't know. I'm just trying to piece together the game. Maybe I'm completely wrong, maybe I'm not, but it's neat to try and predict what the pace of the game is going to be. And the fact that Sarah will be there too kind of lends credibility to my claim, because Sarah was actually in your party during the beginning part. All right, just smooch already. Jeez, get it out of the way. Woohoo!
Here's a little something from the academy.
So close to A5. I think I'll probably get to about A3 by the end of the game, would be my guess.
Wow, that must have been tough.
It's so tough, like, oh my god! Oh yeah, of course, the field study day is like another week. That means the trade conference is about a week away, which means that the events of that attack are like 2 weeks away? I can't remember how much time it was between the trade conference and awakening the robots or whatever. Could have been months, it could have been weeks, could have been days, I just can't remember.
Oh, right. We're heading out on our field study today. I don't need to get up just yet, but I guess it wouldn't hurt. Or I could just give in and go back to sleep. I'm still feeling kind of beat after training last night. Huh?
Wakey wakey!
It'd be one thing if she like jumped at the edge of the bed. This is highly suggestive.
Come on, Reed, it's time to rise and shine. We're gonna miss the train.
Stop that! That's not very ladylike.
Oh, well, fuck that.
Right in the gut.
I can't believe it! My very first class trip! We're gonna have the best time! How much money do I get to spend on sweets and stuff? Oh, do bananas count as snacks?
No, they don't! Just get off me, please.
Ah, there you are.
Good morning, Reen.
Seems you had quite the rude awakening this morning.
Yeah.
Highly suggestive, inappropriate stuff with underage children.
She must have really been looking forward to this trip.
I get like the character's like interest and the whole excitement to go on a trip and everything, and I thought that part of it was cute and fun. I love the way she just kicked down the door. I thought that was awesome. But the way she jumped and the way she landed and her position and everything is just kind of gross, and it's more of that weird, gross stuff that the writer does. Hey. I got a little kitty. Oh. Milliam.
Certainly seems so.
She holds her own in class, to be sure. But at times like these, she seems like any other kid her age.
But as a note, I thought when she kicked down the door, I thought that was hilarious. She was like, it's like Reen's like, oh, I'm tired. I think I'll sleep in for a little bit. And then Milliam's like, I fucking think not. Boom. That was funny. And then the rest of it was terrible.
I'm looking forward
the
to
idea of it
getting
was
a chance to
funny,
visit
but yeah.
Laura's hometown.
I've heard that Legram is known for both its many legends and for the mist that hangs over the town for much of the year.
I don't know which stories you've heard.
I definitely had a
but
young
most of
relative
them
who
have
was
been
always really excited
exaggerated
to
in
see me,
retelling over time.
and she would always jump on my lap, and she would always jump with like her knee right towards my crotch because she wanted to jump on my lap and didn't want like potentially to injure herself. So the instinct is to lift your knee. So she'd try to jump on me with her knee like right at my gut or my crotch, and it was always like, oh god, here it comes, you know. So I get the excitement of a young kid and their excitement and to do a thing or whatever. That's totally fine. And just the way it was handled there was...
It certainly doesn't lack for scenic beauty, though. I was hoping I'd have the opportunity.
The camera
to
angle
invite
was
you to see
no accident either, by the way.
Though I
Also,
wish it was,
imagine if I had
the others in group
her normal school outfit on and not her personal outfit on. That would have changed what our view was quite a bit.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Uses.
Because she has shorts on without this outfit, she would have had a skirt on
Good
in the other
heavens.
uniform.
Can someone do something about this child? She's out of control.
Okay, looks like everybody's here. Let's go, go, go!
All right, time to set things up. Oh, hey, nice. Cool, I'm good with this team. This is basically Reese instead of, or Alicia instead. Or Fee? Yeah, Fee. Oh my gosh, I don't have to do anything? Holy crap! That's really good. Attacks and crafts called status down? Random status down? Like stat down. That's amazing. I need that on somebody else. What does it prioritize? Looks like it's a really well balanced, but it does prioritize strength over anything else. So I could actually put this on her almost. Probably not, but Milliam or even Alicia. Oh. Apparently she has my cast too. What about hers? Begin battle with immunity and reflect. Okay. That's actually pretty hot as well. That's good stuff right there. She definitely seems more of a defensive type, which I'm not quite sure I want to prioritize. It's fine. I'll wait to get a better one. Yeah, you take, I don't know, take Mirage. Don't really care. Who's getting this one? I'm gonna say let's get rid of Aegis, actually, and give this to her. Because Because it's attacks and arts. Or crafts. Specifically crafts, yeah. What character? It was Millium right here. The short one there. Cheat. Get down. Hey. It's gonna be an everyday thing now. She's 13. Which doesn't make it any better. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, she has the status immunity stuff. Good, good, good. I'm already set up. That's awesome. Sweet. Love it when I get characters that are already set up. Oh, hey, there's a world map here. What? Well, it's a map of the country, sort of. It's a little hard to read because it's a little zoomed in. It doesn't clearly distinguish the border, but... Oh, apparently the plan is to meet up in Gorilla Fortress afterwards, all of us. I thought it was just Team 2 there. Also, I feel like going all the way out there and then like doing your missions and then coming all the way back, you'd be spending a day and a half on a train alone. Not nearly enough time to do anything there. By the way, I really doubt these trains would stay up, considering that there's like almost never anybody on the trains other than us.
Oh, you're all heading out? What?
Oh, hey, it's Lecter.
Isn't that... Huh? What are you doing here, Lecter? You miss me already?
Sure did. I'm gonna be back in Crossbell starting the day after tomorrow. Might never have the chance to see you again in this lifetime, so I figured I'd drop by and say hello.
Shh, whatever. You're so silly. There's no way you or Gramps would die that easily.
Well, that old goat might scare off the Reaper, but I'm pretty weak, you know.
Who's he?
Captain Lecter Arundel of the Imperial Intelligence Division.
We saw him while we were on our field study in Nord. He's the one supposedly responsible for negotiating with the Republic's army to prevent war from breaking out.
So he's the Iron Blood they call Scarecrow.
I have to admit, He doesn't look like someone who specializes in.
You see the cat sneaking behind me?
Well, I'm sure this little drop of sunshine's got suspicious written all over her, but I hope you're getting along. Don't hesitate to give her a good spanking if she causes too much trouble, though.
Okay.
We'll try our best to be a welcoming class.
I'm not gonna cause them any trouble. Unlike you, I'm a little angel.
What kind of little angel would casually whip out something like Eric Getlem in public? Do you have any idea how much overtime we put in just covering up for you?
Huh? You do?
Passenger service bound for Heimdall. Now arriving on platform 2.
But isn't Heimdall
We
the
ask
opposite
that all
direction?
Passengers wishing to board, please wait on the platform.
Oh, from
until
Heimdall.
The train has come to a complete stop.
If you'll excuse us, Captain.
You know, just because they have the characters react strangely to something does not make it better. Because they're still glorifying it and like constantly making jokes about it like it's just a knee slapper kind of thing. It's framed horribly. It's really done bad. It's almost like the writer is kind of apologizing for his disgusting behavior to make it seem like, just kidding, guys, unless. But no, seriously, I'm just kidding, guys. No way I would want that actual thing to happen unless, you know, right? It's got big time unless energy kind of thing. It's fucking gross.
I'm afraid we need to catch this train.
Sure thing. Good luck out there, guys. Oh, and by the way, I'd prefer it if you referred to me as secretary rather than captain in public. After all, I am a second secretary for the Imperial government.
I see.
Well then, if you'll excuse us, Mr. Secretary.
You better bring me back a souvenir from Crossbell.
So from my understanding, the writer at Falcom has remained the same pretty much the entire time. And there was a period of time where like there was a lot of upheaval and the writer became the CEO of Falcom instead because of his job in kind of sort of saving the company when it was not doing so well.
They seem like an even more interesting bunch than I'd heard. Hope she gets the chance to soak in the good times at school like I did.
Well, well. For two Ironbloods, you two have a pretty cozy thing going.
Uh-oh. Looks like a scary lady's got me in her sights. Time to make my exit.
Not so fast. Didn't you have something you were supposed to give me? Come on. Cough it up.
They don't call you the Purple Lightning for nothing. Maybe you should consider giving up this teaching gig and coming to work for us. I'll bet we could offer double what the Academy's paying you. No sweat. Aw, strictly business, huh?
Obviously. I'm not getting any younger here. Hand it over.
This is the list of every member of the Imperial Liberation Front that we're aware of at present. We've made progress in identifying their top figures, too.
I see. I suppose I should thank you.
Oh, one more thing. Claire had a message she wanted me to pass along.
Wait. Pink hair. Know somebody named Claire.
I'm listening.
Their primary target
Sarah!
is Crossbell City.
Obviously, same universe as Final Fantasy 13. Oh my god.
But there's a chance that something else will be going down within the Empire at the same time. Those were her words.
Yeah, there's lightning and then purple lightning. Obviously. Sarah's purple lightning. Obviously the same universe as Final Fantasy 13 because they have the same names. Well, they actually put some people on the train this time. Stop it! Fucking hell, Coconut. Jesus Christ. I couldn't get my hand back because it kept reaching for it with claws out and it kept clawing, like tearing at me. I couldn't get my hand back on the controller because he like kept sticking it with his claws. He just wants all the attention. Thank you, Insane Man, for the Mega Tier 2. 84 months. 80 million years. Thank you. Oh, I was right. The reformist position is to unify all of the regions under a single banner, which would probably be the Imperial banner and less on individual lords. So it's like, how do I explain this? Stop it. Fucking hell, Coconut. Jesus Christ, bro. Anyway, I talked about like the difference between like an imperial system and something else, and how like all the nobles have their own kind of like independent little armies for their regions, and they have to like supply their army to the central government, the king or the emperor or whoever it might be, and you can kind of say no, I don't wanna, you know, and essentially what's going on here is that the reformist faction does want to unify all of that under a single banner, so there would be no more local armies, and it would all just be the Imperial Army, period, full stop. Which, it's mostly bad because it prevents individual lords from having any kind of autonomy in order for how they would run their business, or not business, but their little particular area, their section of the country, right? If the Emperor happens to want to rule with an iron fist, then it's very bad. If the Emperor happens to be very altruistic and kind-hearted and wants the rights of people to be, you know, managed more importantly, then it's obviously good. But if you're in an authoritarian system, chances are it's not the latter, almost entirely. Not to mention when you have a single like entity that rules over everything without question, you don't really have a law system. You have a whatever the fuck I want system. Dude, Coconut, you are being especially annoying today. What the fuck is your deal, bro? And now we got Chi behind my computer, knocking everything down as she does. Come on. Come on. I'm like holding all this stuff up so she can crawl underneath the monitor to get to her little basket that she wants to get to, but she's being weird. She likes to play coy about hanging out, even though I know that's what she wants. Huh. Didn't you? You just wanted to come up here, didn't you? Yep. And down she goes. Plop. Just as I knew you wanted to. No, they're somewhere else. The little kittens don't really come into my room very much when I'm streaming. Like every now and again they'll explore and take a look, but then they leave. I haven't really noticed them ever want to wander in here at all. But they're definitely much more attached to wife over me because they spend all day with her hanging out over there. I know every single person in the Empire, so of course he's got to be one of the 3 strongest people in the entire Empire. That's like big my dad can beat up your dad energy. This is gonna give Coconut a bunch of attention all at once, and that'll usually calm him down.
Then let us begin our duel.
Cabbage begin our duel.
Please draw a card. We're evenly matched. Let's redraw. The first move is yours.
Oh no, I lost! Ah, dang it, I'm so bad at this game.
Please go easy on me. Shall we draw then? Allow me to play first then. It looks as though I win this time.
Gosh dang darn it, golly gee willikers, I just ain't no good at playing no blade cards, I guess.
If we have to. Draw a card. Go ahead then. My victory was assured from the start.
By the way, there's a huge flaw in this game's design where, oops, that kind of thing can happen. Like, what if I only draw low cards and he draws all the high cards? You just lose. Like,
shall we begin?
You just lose. The only way that this game could be fair is if everybody was either given a set amount of cards, or you had a
Seems
choice
we need
of
to draw
20
again.
or so cards or 10 cards or whatever from a known deck.
I'll go first then. Seems the winds were on my side.
That you could, like, you know, alter your deck with for a strategic thing. But if that were the case, you would probably only pick high tier cards and other like special cards, and there would be a specific strategy every single time to win. The game is very, very, very not well thought out whatsoever. Why do I do this? Because you get Link experience every time you play Blade for the first time on a train ride.
Come on, draw a card! Come on, draw another one. I'm going first. Take this! Yeah, I win!
I haven't fought a single battle, but it was 2 hours before my last save. No. That's why I lose right away, because you get the same amount of XP winning or losing. The game is boring and poorly constructed, and winning is purely RNG, and generally speaking, you're just going to lose anyway, so it's better just to lose as fast as possible and move on and get your XP. You know, look, I'll be the first to tell you that mini games in a video game, especially as long as this one, are really, really, really important to break the monotony. It's kind of essential. It's one of the reasons why these games can feel like they're such a drag, because there's no side games or mini games or meaningful side content. Every bit of side content in this game is just, here's your another fetch quest or kill an elite monster or something with nothing of real substance or value. So having side content that's like a mini game or a special little gameplay thing, or you know, something. Like, for instance, in Rebirth, you get these combat missions that are like, you have to perform certain actions in there, so it makes you think about what you need to do and how you execute it, as opposed to just go kill the elite thing again, right? So that kind of monotony gets like to be a drag, especially when you already have a significant amount of filler already on top of everything. I mean, we just had two hours of a pure cutscene, and we're still in a cutscene, you know? And that gets to be a bit of a drag. So having a mini game is really, really important in order to break that monotony up. But these games don't have very many mini games or side content of meaningful value that makes you kind of reset your brain a little bit. So yeah. If you ever get a little like bored or feel like the game is dragging on a little bit, it's likely due to the fact that there's not enough side content to distract you from the main story. But if the main story should, at the very least, attract you enough to keep you going. Or, what's even better is the main story also has little mini games here and there dotted in between it in order to break the monotony. The original Final Fantasy VII is famously important due to the creation of this concept of breaking up the monotony with simple little mini games like the CPR one or the mini bike one. You know, they're simple, they're quick, they're easy, and it just kind of changes things up a little bit for the player. But then you have like Ratchet and Clank that tried to do stuff like that, and the mini games were obnoxious and poorly designed and incredibly difficult to win, and that ruins it. So the idea is that you're just creating something fun and easy and simple, but then if you want to, you can have harder versions of it later on in the game, like when you go to the Golden Saucer, and you all of a sudden have a bunch of different things that you can do that are all different methods of gameplay, you know? But they're harder versions of the same thing, so you can challenge yourself if you like the mini game. And there's that important game design aspect that helps lift up player interest and carry you through and break up the monotony. Even if the game is like mid for you, you know, if a game is mid, but you have that constant little lifting up and change of scenery, then it can really kind of help you vibe into that game a lot more easily. Melium fell asleep there, and instead of like actually like, you know, leaning back into the armrest or anything, they just had her standing there in her generic super tight posture pose with Z's over her head. It's one of those things where it's like minimal effort really makes that go a lot further. Oh, you got some lake effect. Yes, he's Klaus, first name Santa. Oh, I see, yeah. Not big on candles, you know? Or toilets. Oh look, it did the thing where it asked me the question in the school test thingy, and then right immediately after gave me the history lesson on who they are. So I got the answer to the question after the test was given to me. So cool. Thank you again, video game, for giving me virtually an unanswerable question, unless I go and study every optional little book in the entire fucking game. Fuck you, by the way. I'm not gonna do that. And then in the main dialogue of the story that's given to the player, it gives you the answer that you could have taken to learn and then applied it in a test. So they give it to you in the reverse order every single time. So far, every single time. Ah, yes, the Mary Sue complex. Everybody in the town knows who Lady Laura is, and they all love her because she's the coolest, awesomest person in the world since she's part of the main cast. Oh, hey, it's, that guy. There's a Bracer Guild still here. I was wondering when we were going to see him again. most castles back in the day were built as strongholds. It wasn't just a place to live. They were also built as fortresses. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, those grand halls as an opening are basically meant as a defensive structure as well, because it's essentially a kill box. All the balconies act as giving cover while they can rain down arrows on their opponent if they were to flood the main hall, and then you only have those small stairs, which first off give you a height advantage and a stair advantage, but also they're narrow and you can bottleneck and put up blockades there very easily. So the first thing that you do when you come into a stronghold that you're trying to take is walk right into a kill box. I explore the castle and everything, but generally speaking, the Legend of Heroes games are really bad at encouraging exploration unless you like talking to NPCs and reading their dialogue. And every now and again, you can get like an NPC that's from a previous game that talked about they were going to move to this area, and then you talk to them, and it's like neat, but it's not really adding anything of significant value. And I don't love the games enough to go talking to every single NPC every single time. But I talk to most of the NPCs, I would say. That's not the Bracer Guild, is it? Chapel. Also, I think I would talk to more NPCs more often if there was a reason to explore, like offering little treasures and stuff here to get there, here and there. You know, the NPC dialogue is definitely not enough to make me want to go and talk to every single NPC, you know? Okay, good. Here's our weapons. Wow. Lucky for us, as soon as we got Millium in the party, all of a sudden they started learning how to make this special military technology that no one has access to, except for apparently just the stores. This is just... Oh, I guess it gives you agility, so it's got the evasion. I mean, 10% agility or evasion is pretty damn good, but... It's mostly the magic defense that I don't like. I actually prefer the evasion over the 15 defense. Five speed over 10 defense? Hell yeah. Did I equip the right one? Right, minus 10 magic defense for 10% evasion. I can do 2 weapons again. Oh, wow. It's giving me +1 range on the weapon. That's pretty good. And 10% evasion on it as well. I want definitely her weapon to be upgraded. But I need more U material to get hers. We have Gaius with us? I didn't even realize we had Gaius with us. Alright, I think that makes everybody's thingies all the way open. Now would be a good time to check in to see what we can make that might be useful. Hopefully there's a better breath, because ugh. Yay, there is Holy Breath. Finally. Really? Whoa. Now here's a question. Is it like the one thing from, is it like quick? Or is it like every time you attack, you get to attack twice? By the way, let's get one. Well then, quite a bit to work with there. Cool. All right, let's see what we got. Do I really ever pay attention to this? No. Let's give me something useful. Oh, right. The biggest thing when I got was Holy Breath. And attack 3. Don't really need another attack spell. She's got Grand Press, Phanophobia, Silverthorn. Like, she's good to go. In fact, I could take out Silverthorn for... nothing really piques my interest there. Alright, cool. That will help with the healing quite a bit. Ooh. Oh, these are really expensive, though. I kind of do want them just because of the variety of status immunities, but it's fine. We're good with our accessories. If they were all, like, full status avoidance, then hell yeah, let's go. It's Lassie! What's that, Lassie? Timmy fell down a well.
A cross inside a circle. Any idea what it means?
No one really knows for sure. There are a number of theories, though.
Unfortunately, the meanings of most animus symbols have been lost over time.
This building is the Legrand branch of the Bracer Guild.
Whoa, whoa. Thank you. You done talking? All right, cool. It's probably because it's rural, so it was able to escape the political pressure of closing down. And it came from the Duke's household. Well, if they're anti-Bracer, you know they're a villain because the Bracers are the coolest. Because Estelle and Joshua are Bracers, and they're the heroes of the games. Also true. Yeah, it really feels like the whole reformist faction isn't about bringing down imperial structure. It almost feels like it's about empowering them. That's what it feels like to me. But then you have the whole fact that Machias's dad is part of the reformist faction, and they're supposed to have be hating nobles. So it doesn't make any sense. Although at the same time, I would imagine that if you were to make everything imperial ruled and nobles would not have any individual power over that area, that would kind of be stripping of them of their power. So without knowing their actual agenda, it's really hard to like make any kind of predictions about where the story is going. But I'm not talking about like hidden agenda. I'm talking about like a normal agenda. Like, here is my political stance, and that comes with an agenda, right? You know, we believe this, we believe that, right? Which feels like something that should be very plain to the player, but it just feels like it hasn't really been giving me any information about that. Oh, it's Torgal. I mean, Torval. His first name is Bracer. What you want, little kitty? Nothing going on. Go back to sleep. Her dad would have been a bracer. I feel like that kind of knowledge would be maybe less obvious or apparent to us, but I guess Cassius Bright would be a kind of household name, I suppose, even here. Many hands make light work. Gotta go to Duncan. Leader of the Resistance. Same universe as Final Fantasy VI. It's all coming together, folks. It's all coming together. Oh wait, no, Duncan was... That was Bannon. Duncan is Sabin's mentor. Which a lot of people theorize that Bannon and Duncan are the same because they use the same sprite, but just slightly different colored, like Edgar and Gerard. Monster and a training bout. You know what I'm really surprised at is they don't give you like fight random enemies things, like, you know, go fight 5 battles on the roads or something like that. It's always kill an elite monster and then do a bunch of like fetch questy UPS FedExy stuff, you know? It was like the first area's quest. We gotta fix a lamp or a light or whatever. Except we're filling it with oil instead of an orbital lamp or whatever. Okay. A01 to A05 and then B01 to B09.
Got a wharf here?
We do. A ferry makes trips between here and the opposite shore.
You live on a large
Across the
body of
lake, you'd be in
water
the Sutherland
and you have a
province,
wharf
right?
here? Whoa. How unusual. Oh, right, we gotta do some mock battles here. So there'll be 3 battles. Like they always are. I like how they're surprised that they can determine so much about what we're capable of just by looking at us. And then yet we gloss over the fact that we make the most sweeping assumptions about someone's prowess based on how they farted, you know? And it's just no consistency in that. It's all ridiculous to begin with, but still. Oh, I thought I was selecting yes. Every time the top option is always the yes option, except for that time. Oh, well, I don't have them geared up. Should be fine, probably. Especially if Jesus and Gaius have their things. They don't even have us fight it? Okay, weird, but also I hate how everybody's just sitting there all in this perfect, like, symmetrical formation, and after the battle they're all just in the same perfect symmetrical formation as if there wasn't even a battle that took place. Well, Jazzy, you'd be surprised to know I've played hundreds if not thousands of games, so my prowess with games is in fact quite high. I can manipulate a controller like nobody's business. Actually, I'm pretty bad because most of the really skillful control manipulation stuff is in fighting games and I'm just not very good at them, so there. Is this the actual battle we're gonna have? Because this is just my normal team now. Well, for this mission anyway.
Come, show me what you can do. Go!
See what this Chrono Burst spell does.
Go!
So it's quick from Final Fantasy, basically.
Go!
Okay.
The formation that it gave us kind of sucks, though. Put us pretty separated.
Arcus activate. Of course. Hey! Now.
This old dog still knows a few
Huh.
tricks.
That didn't do too much.
It's my turn. Now. Thanks.
My turn.
It's also exceedingly fast.
Go!
All right.
Here we go.
And over. My turn.
Hey! Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, Moon, shield is pressing check.
My turn.
My turn.
Yeah, Chrono Burst seems like it could be really good if everybody just put on Chrono Burst. It'd be very like you'd just be burning resources real fast, but you could definitely get some good stuff in there.
My turn.
Yeah, I'm already out of EP from it.
Oh no, you don't.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
You have my thanks.
My turn. Arcus, activate.
Hey. Yeah. Arcus activate.
Yeah.
My turn.
Hey. Now.
Just as I.
We should be safe now.
I did it.
Yeah, 5v1, we managed to barely beat him. Whew, lucky us. Yeah, bet you are happy, Goku. I mean, Fritz. And then we got Lagoon over here. Oh, I agree with that, Kamen Rider. Absolutely. Quilin. Oh, hey. Ooh, cool. Awesome. She already had a really powerful one. All right. Kaylin is probably a debuffy one, so let's see. Probably Helm, since she's already got 3 Delios on that. What color was it? Unless it was a Master Quartz? There it is. Attacks and crafts cause minus 25% in strength or 25% defense. Oh yeah, that's gonna go on her though. So she's already got, actually no, because she's got different debuffs. She's got magic defense and magic attack down. So that gives him an opportunity to do, it was gold though. Has anybody got required gold where it could be more useful? No. That means I would need to get rid of like, well, I can't get rid of Reaper. I mean, I could get rid of one of the debuffs, but I suppose I could just do, I could put it right here actually, which would just make her attacks even more awesome in terms of breaking debuffs and whatever. And then, yeah, that's fine. I don't need 2 people to have the shield spell unless it's a particular challenging fight where I want a bunch of people to have the reflect or whatever. So she can do sleep, blind, minus magic defense, magic offense, petrify, poison, freeze, mute, and strength and defense. Every time she attacks, she has a 10% chance to do all of those. Or if she uses an ability, attacks and crafts. So yeah, I like that a lot. That is awesome. I love the quartz system in this game for that reason alone. And if I can ever get the opportunity to make more of those kinds of things, I would put it on Butt Smell here as well. Reese's Pieces. I don't know what his name is. I've found that debuffs and status effects in these games have always been very, very, very important. However, I will also say that generally speaking, final bosses or near final bosses always tend to have like complete immunity to everything. So we'll see how that works out later on. I'm hoping that they tone that down a little bit, considering that first off, those bosses shouldn't be immune to stat downs. That's part of like your build and everything. It really fucks with that way too much. But also because of that potential build, I feel like maybe they may have balanced bosses around it, you know? I do love every time I engage in a battle, just seeing tons of debuffs and stat downs and stuff. Like, there's pretty much a guarantee that she's gonna apply at least one debuff.
Here goes. Okay, here. That's for you.
Here we go. My turn. Evil will fall before my blade.
I feel like I'm going stronger.
Obviously, Ford, yeah, and I appreciate you holding back on that. I mean, the one of the good things about the Quartz system is the freedom that you have to do so many different kinds of builds. And I would say
it feels almost magical.
Specifically, this
I know.
game
But if you just wait long enough, you might see a fairy or something.
offers more build possibilities. Because in the previous games, it was almost like essential that you built up certain quartz in order to get the element combinations you needed for the spells, and it was almost always that higher elements were better. So you always just had a higher element build with everybody, and then, you know, throw in a little bit of wind and water for healing, and that's it. What the fuck?
My turn.
Why didn't they turn around?
Second floor. Yeah.
Right. No, it's
Yes, sir, there! Don't mess with us!
Right.
right.
Here we go.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, sir, there!
My turn. We'll cut our own path.
Doesn't seem like I need to have written down which lights need to be replaced. Everything just has a quest objective on it.
It's enormous. Stay on go.
Oh, where's the ad? Right.
Here I go! Come on! Yeah, you didn't stand a chance!
Weirdly, whenever Milliam's stuff is fast forwarded, it's more accurate to a character. Also, I just realized that I don't have burn on anything. And burn is probably one of the best debuffs in the game. Well, let's see if I can put it on him. I think over blind I would prefer burn, so let's get it on him.
Of course.
Here we go.
Yeah! Here! My turn!
Oh, what are those icons? SAAS?
My turn.
I don't know what those icons on the top of my HP mean when I go to select. Maybe, oh, you know what? That might be the weapon efficiency on staggering, which honestly is an irrelevant thing. Without it being very clear which weapon is useful against another type of enemy, it's kind of a pointless mechanic because you fight too many. There's too much of a versatility of enemies for you to sit there and micromanage your party. Not to mention you're always limited in your party makeup.
That's the Ebel branch line, the same
So,
line we
like,
traveled here on.
You're not gonna sit here and like, oh, I gotta fight another mushroom. That means I gotta switch my party around for dick butt, and it's like, why? Just you ambush it and kill it, and it's like it doesn't matter. Wow. Ah.
My turn.
It's my turn! Yes, sir!
Here we go. We'll cut our own path.
Interesting how they got rid of the palms in this game. I like it when games give like little XP balloon enemies, you know? The problem with the palms in these games was that it was very unclear how to defeat them.
Your swordsman.
I don't have detection.
Is that a treasure chest?
Let's go, Lemmy!
My turn.
Of course.
Na 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 na.
Nice. That should suffice.
Abyss Shadow. Gem made for Jesse. Prevent death blow, delay, and vanish. 15 speed though. Ooh. I mean, that's basically the same as what she's got right here. Delay, but also death blow and vanish, which is awesome. And giving her tons of speed is always a good thing because she's my primary healer right now. So yeah. The problem with Palms wasn't that they always run. It was that you had no idea how to kill them. In Sky, you needed to do higher element spells, but like, if you didn't figure that out or have enough time to do anything, you know, then you're just not really going to get a chance to kill them. In Azure Zero in the Crossbell series, they were awful. I don't think I think I ever killed
Stay
one.
on guard.
Because it didn't, like, nothing ever worked, you know?
My turn now. Go. It's my turn. My turn. Here I go.
Of course.
Hey. Okay.
My turn.
Of course.
Okay. Here. Yes, sir.
Go. Go.
An opening. Your swordsmanship.
I feel like I'm.
No, Sky were just higher elements. Mirage, space, or time.
My turn.
Of course.
No. It's my turn.
There was Crossbell where you needed basically S-crafts.
Yes, sir. There.
Right. Huh? We should keep going.
Exactly, Fort. Ah.
Here we go. Be careful, everyone.
Go. Laura.
Of course. Of course. My turn. There. It's my turn. Now. Gotcha. We won it. Well done.
Ooh. She gets that from her thing just by itself. And then it's a 60% chance. Offensive arts cost status down 10% chance. So attacks and crafts have a 60% chance. Offensive arts have a 10% chance. Seems kind of like pointless because it's like, why would, if you're trying to apply a stat down, why would you focus on the spell versus the craft, you know?
My turn.
It's my turn. Here.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn.
Okay.
That was my turn.
Right. Yes, sir. There.
Here we go.
Okay. Here.
Of course. Evil will fall before.
I'm just kidding.
All right, there's our quarry up there, but we want to finish this first.
Of course. Off guard.
Here we go. Another chance.
An opening. Your swordsmanship.
And this should be the last light. The fact that there's a yellow bar here suggests that we are able to actually go up through here. Let's see if we missed any treasures. Nope, not in here anyway. Oh, actually, okay. Maybe later we'll go there, but it does... Usually they take away the yellow bar if you're not actually allowed to go through there, you know? Like, it'll give you the dialogue, hey, this leads here, we shouldn't go here yet, but then take away the yellow bar, suggesting that you're not allowed to go there. By putting the yellow bar, it means that this is a transition point that you should be able to access. But we're going to turn in the quest first, because we don't know if it's going to push us through the story first, so we'll go turn in the optional quest, and then we'll go and do the elite enemy. Crystal Flood, I think, which is something I have, but is a rare one, so has some stats and a chance to freeze. Doesn't somebody have Crystal Flood? Oh, you have Hydro Cannon. Well, Crystal Flood is way better, so let's just give you that, plus the stats. Not much of a caster, but her casting ability is fine. I will say this game has a really good use of interesting instrumentation, you know? There's a lot of depth to each track, using a lot of unique instruments and concepts and everything. It's not just, here is a neat little ditty on a piano, you know? It's like Trails in the Sky, the first battle theme you get. It's like a piano and like the maraca kind of thing, and like that's it. Like it's just, it's a neat little earworm sort of thing. It's like do 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 do, you know, and then like that's it. It's just really simple. There's not a lot of depth to it. Do we have full S-crafts? Then we're prepared.
Foe. We should engage it with.
It's a land shark.
This one looks dangerous.
My turn.
It's my turn.
My turn.
My turn.
We should keep going.
Evasion on it. Just base evasion. That's actually not bad, especially since it goes up. Probably 10 at the max level.
I'm awesome. Making progress.
That should suffice.
Alright, let's go grind up our S-crafts again. Not to mention, I think I can still get some XP. Like the bouncing hasn't taken over yet, you know?
Your swordsmanship gets better. A challenge.
My turn.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Hey. Yeah. Here. This is it. Gotcha.
My turn.
Here I'm there.
My turn. Now.
It's my turn. This is it. Gotcha.
My turn.
Yes, sir.
Right. You still have a lot of training.
Nice. Here we go.
Right.
It's my turn. Yes, sir.
My
Rain's
Of course.
base
We should keep
Master Quartz is so busted for farming up craft points.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Of course. Now.
Yes, sir. There.
Go.
It's my turn.
Honestly, everybody's good at farming craft points except for Laura for whatever reason. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that she's just slow, but still. Actually, I want to say her speed isn't that bad. 96, 91. Yeah, it's actually not even the lowest. Her speed's pretty good, in fact.
Of course. Yes, sir. It's my turn.
Go.
Right. Hey. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, the only bad thing about the stat downs that Laura applies is that they're one-turn durations. So you can't just sit there and like stack debuffs over and over and over again. Although I suppose if I gave her that ability that let her do 2 attacks in a row, that would let her stack them a little bit, but it doesn't stack turns. It only would stack shit.
I need to regroup. My turn.
It only let her stack a number of different debuffs, not
I go with
anything else. Like you couldn't keep stacking turns. Oh, that reminds me. Okay, they're both pretty high. I wanted to do this thing when I have sub-party members is build up their craft points as well so I could hopefully remember to sub them in and use their S-crafts.
My turn. Off guard. Go. Go. Yes, sir.
All right. Who's there?
My turn. We should keep going.
Yeah, stacking shit. You know. AKA debuffs.
Here we go.
You know, stack that shit?
Here I go. There.
It's my turn. Here we go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Alright, Gaius needs to attack one more time.
Leave it to me. There. Now. My turn.
Of course. My turn.
It's my turn. Together, we're unbeatable.
By the way I play this game is a classic example of why I play games faster than most people on average. It's not because I'm like skipping dialogue on side quests or anything. Most people don't even do side quests. It's that because that's actually a completionist playthrough, not just a standard playthrough. And I'm doing most of the side quests. It's that when I get into battle, I'm just like attack, 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 dead, and I move on and I run on. You know what I mean? Like I just adapt to combat and a mechanic and something that I like and I find that works for me quickly. And then I just stick with it, you know? I also play pretty aggressively. If you've ever watched me play like Elden Ring or Dark Souls or something, I'm a very aggressive player. Which is probably why I beat Bloodborne without dying almost at all. Every boss was pretty much a one-shot because I play aggressively and Bloodborne works really well when you play aggressively. Okay, we gotta turn that into Tovol anyway.
We're back.
Today was so much fun!
And then it's suddenly not voice acted anymore.
Seems my timing could hardly have been better.
Why did Tovol not have any voice lines? Also, that is definitely Margulis or... Huh? What's his name? I forget the voice actor's name.
Father? When did you get back? When only Klaus came to greet us, I assumed I wouldn't be seeing you while I was in Legram.
Fortunately, I was able to take some time away
Margulis
from
from Xenosaga.
to see you and your class. And while I was in town, I also had some business to attend to with the guild, which is what brings me here. It does my heart good to see you again, Laura.
It's a weird way to embrace her.
It seems you've grown since I last saw you.
It's really weird. It's like, yes, my precious.
Father, Please don't treat me like a child. But it's good to be back.
It's good to have you back. Ah, these must be your friends.
Right. These are my classmates from Class 7 and my partners in this field study.
Then let me welcome you to Legram. I'm Viscount Arcade, the ruling lord here. My daughter has told me all about you in her letters.
She's told me which one she thinks is hot and which one she thinks is not. And I know exactly who she's referring to.
So it's a pleasure to finally be able to put faces to the names.
Yeah, I don't remember the voice actor's name, but he's in a lot of stuff. It's pretty common. That's kind of a bad reward. Michael McConaughey. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know him more by his voice and less by his name. But he's all over the place. He's in tons of stuff. Why did what's his name not have his line voice? It was one line, and why even keep it in there? If it was like we have voice acting, one line, no voice acting, and then voice acting again. Why is the dialogue bad? Just... Is Chocobo Bill? Really? Oh my god, that I never picked up on that because he's got the accent going on for him. That shows a good amount of range though, that's cool. The writing is bad, it's just because I think the writer of these games has more ability with concept and less ability with the words in between the pages, you know what I mean? So it's like they need somebody that's more proficient in writing and like human interaction so that they can work together to create a better story, because the overall like broad concepts are really good. Like the it really is. It's 100% geared towards like preteen kids, boys mostly, because it's more shonen. And that's fine that it is, but you can still have like better writing instead of like, okay, boys and girls, let's count to 3. 1? What's next? You know, it's like, dude, come on, man. But then you have these like complex political movements going on, and it's like, which one is it? Are we children, or are we old enough to acknowledge and respect the political storytelling, you know? So it just kind of feels like it's at ends with with itself, right? Like it's conflicting between mature political storytelling and treating everybody like a fucking child. And I want them to figure out which one it is, you know? All the side quests are voice acted, aren't they? There's only like random NPCs that aren't voiced. All the other stuff is voiced. I agree, Motzi. I don't think it was poorly directed, but I think he needs editing, and he was left without that, right? He was given free reign to do all the things, and there was nobody there to check him on some of the things. I still think FF16 is fantastic. I think it's a 9 out of 10 game, but there was nobody there to help edit Yoshi P and his long-windedness. So you get a lot of like what's going on with this game where it's just long-winded and just too much dialogue without enough going on. But it's like that stiff FF14 presentation, right? Exactly. So I agree that there is flaws in FF16, and I'm the first to admit them, but you know, it's far from a bad game just because of these minor issues with some of the way the dialogue goes. Like when you get to the meat and potatoes of the game's story, it's fucking brilliant. Like cinematic masterpiece right there. And I think that's mostly due to the rest of the team being capable and then him having the budget and time to make it work, you know? Yep, he's all over the place, yeah. And just by the, it's funny because I don't recognize the name, but the voice, I immediately recognize it from a dozen different things. Yeah, we met 2 seconds. I know you that you fear swordsmanship or something along those lines. We'll definitely be meeting his master next game, and maybe he might even die, and that'll cause him to, like, his rage to go off or whatever. I don't remember which character Zephyr is from Tales of Arise. Let me see. I don't know. I don't remember this character. Is he part of the DLC or something? Or maybe he's a character I never used, but I do not recognize him at all. No, he hasn't had any voice lines as far as I know. Like, we just had a scene where we heard Arseed, and then Toval had a line, but it wasn't voiced, and then it was back to voice acting. It was like voice acting, Toval had a line, no voice acting, and then back to voice acting. So, as far as I know, he hasn't ever had voice lines yet. I think he had some earlier in the game, but I don't remember anything about that. Yep, Arseed, the seed of the Arse. Everybody has their dumb internal thoughts in the middle of a conversation, or not even internal thoughts. They're having like a little whisper conversation over here. It's silly. I hate how they force out everybody's independent thought every fucking scene every single time. I just, you can do that with an expression so much more easily. Sure, Captain Butt Sludge it is.
Wow, this is mega cool! He's really gonna duel the Radiant Blade Master! But is he really strong enough to beat him?
He doesn't stand a chance. Receiving instruction from him would be one thing, but to duel a master like Viscount Arseid...
Looks like the odds aren't in his favor then.
It's okay, I got my S-Crab fully charged.
You too, Father. Stop this nonsense.
Please, Laura, stay out of this.
This duel is between Reen and myself. Stand aside.
Why are they even making a big deal about it? They're just having a duel, like a friendly duel. It's not even like to settle anything. It's just, hey, would you grant me the honor of a duel? And he's like, okay. His daughter, as a swordsman, should probably be thrilled about it. It's so weird.
Are you certain this is what you want?
I am. It's an honor to have the opportunity to test my mettle against the renowned Radiant Blade Master. Thank you for accepting.
I admire your spirit. Now, show me what a swordsman of the 8 leaves is capable of.
If only I was a swordsman of the 9 leaves. Curses that one last leave.
What the?
It's the Excalibur.
He can wield such a massive blade so deftly with just one hand?
Unbelievable.
That's Galan Charles, a great sword that's been passed down in the Arsaid family for generations. It was once wielded by the ancestor of our house, the second in command of the Eisenritter.
I can sense incredible power within him. He may be even stronger than my master. Which means that against him... Green Schwarzer of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, beginner rank. I stand ready.
How lame. It's so lame.
Victor S. Arsaid, master and successor of the Arsaid School. Ready.
Begin! Now, show me what you're capable of.
Okay. And before he just walks up and hits me and kills me. More or less.
I'm sorry, everyone.
What was the point of this duel? Why even have a battle? I thought because it forced a battle scene that I at least had to do something, but instead it was just like, here, we're gonna make you think that you have a battle here, and then make you use resources, and yeah.
I could barely even see what happened.
It's not like Reen is weak.
It's more that his opponent's strength is so far beyond his.
I'm guessing that that something else is gonna happen where it's like he lets himself go, or.
This duel is not yet over. To your feet at once.
Father?
I know you're capable of more than this. But if you're still too afraid to assert your true strength, then I have no choice but to force your hand. Now, show me.
Disappeared?
No. Too slow.
If they have time to sit there and talk about it, then it's not that fast.
Whoa!
This is...
Is this what Reen is afraid of?
Excellent. This is as it must be. This is the power that slumbers deep within you. As long as you continue to cower in the face of it, you'll remain forever at a standstill.
There's always a new game plus in these games.
I want to see your true potential.
Now. 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 Now.
I feel like I have to win this, or at least do something.
Now.
You'll not get out! You'll not get out! You'll not get out!
Or just sit there and die.
Reen!
Reen! Wow! That duel was crazy!
Yeah. Though it all makes sense now, why Reen asked the Viscount for a duel in the first place.
You fool. You shouldering such a burden alone.
They don't even
all
know what
this
the
time?
burden means. They just know that he gets all Super Saiyan-like, and that's it. Like, it's so stupid. They're just making shit up.
Are you alright, Reen?
Making wild assumptions about what that actually means and whether or not it's even a burden.
Father, there was no need to go that far.
I think it was a scripted stun, and if it wasn't,
He
it's
held
dumb.
I admit defeat. I'm honored to have seen the Radiant Blade Master's signature technique.
I think you're finally starting to understand. What we call power is simply a measure of one's raw strength. Without knowing how to properly apply it, it has no real meaning. However, when you deny the power you already possess, you're only shortchanging yourself.
It's dirt.
You're right.
It's okay.
I feel like I finally get what my master was trying to teach me about the laws of nature, but I'm afraid understanding that is only going to make me even more uncertain.
Reen.
That's nothing to be ashamed of. Stand up, dust yourself off, and step forward. Grapple with that fear each day if that's what it takes. Uncertainty weighs on the hearts of all people, but it's far preferable to standing still.
The mist seems to have cleared. So, that's the Saint's castle. You can't come out right now. Someone might notice you.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. The Radiant Blade Master may be scarily perceptive, but I doubt he'll notice my little moonlit stroll.
Honestly.
Well, what do you think? I'm not sure how much we can count on the boy. It seems he's finally found what he needs to move past what's been holding him back. But I'm still not certain he's going to make it in time.
That's not for us to decide. Our role is to watch over and guide him. Nothing more. I don't want you to do anything like that ever again.
Fine, fine. Setting that aside for now. I'm sure you've already sensed it, but there's definitely something inside that castle. That place is out of our jurisdiction, but I have a bad feeling about this one.
Me too. I suppose all we can do is point Laura toward it and hope she notices too.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Strega A. Well, if I'm getting armor, then that's likely to be the best armor in the game, or very close to it. Seems like I need quite a bit of points in order to get any more ranks. Also, it's really annoying that they haven't they talked about why Reen can do the thing that he does. So it's like, it still has no value as a story element. It's like, Reen can go all silver-haired and red-eyed and he gets power, but why? Like, what is special about him? Like, what is it? They're not even vague about it. They're not even vague about it. There's literally nothing that's been talked about his little special power there. Like, it's not like he has this voice inside of him, or, you know, his past is shrouded in mystery or anything. It's all just, yeah, I can do this thing. The end. And it's an unusual power, so it should be illuminated on, at least a little bit. And this late into the game and they haven't even touched on it just feels like such a misuse of storytelling time. Yes, I'm aware that his past is shrouded in mystery. I meant like, what I'm saying about him, his past being shrouded as mystery, is not that we don't know about his origin. We don't know anything about him at all that would give like credibility or value to the potential of what his power might be. We haven't even heard anything historical about the world that might suggest what it might be or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like nothing, not a snippet, not a hint, not a vagary, not a breadcrumb, nothing. And they don't even talk about it. They don't mention it. They don't make any comment about it at all. It's just, he has the silver hair, red eye, Super Saiyan thing. And it's just, that's it. Like, it's just so glossed over, you know? And they talk about it like they're so familiar with the concept. Like, oh, so that's what he's been hiding. Wow, what a burden. As if I'm supposed to fucking know. And now it's like, I'm an idiot for not knowing. And it's just, it's frustrating. You know? I just feel like it's like, it's like an abortion of writing time value. I don't know how else to explain it. You know what I mean? It's like they had all this time from the beginning of the game to now to actually do something about it and help build up the story of what's wrong up with Rain. And it's like 40 hours into the game and still nothing. It's like such a misuse of that time. 40 hours and we have zero story movement. We're just in school doing a bunch of side shit for a bunch of assholes, you know? Yeah, we get these little flashbacks of pictures that tell us nothing. Prologue Part 5, I know. That's why I say all these games could be severely edited down and made into a single game and it would be better. Like a single, if you took the 2 Crossbell games at the beginning and the 3 Sky games and you could just throw away Sky 3, honestly. And so far, what I've seen of Trails of Cold Steel, you could turn both of those series into a single 40-hour game instead of 2 80-hour games, you know? Just by some good editing and getting away with, you know, canning away some of the more generic sidey stuff and concentrating the plot telling. And it doesn't make it good just because we acknowledge the fact that it's a slow cook. You know, I've acknowledged that for the last 5 games that it's a slow burn and everything. I get that. Doesn't forgive it, you know? It's like the whole Johnny Orphan Stomper thing. If you were here when we were playing Octopath Traveler 2, we had this joke about this character named Johnny Orphan Stomper. Because there was somebody that like did something really bad, and then somebody else was like, well, it's not even that bad because so-and-so did more of this bad thing, as if that somehow forgives it. And then like we made a joke about like, well, Johnny Orphan Stomper killed 15 orphans. Why, you know, I shouldn't get in any trouble at all. I only killed 5. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, like you still did that, you know? Like you don't just not get in trouble because somebody else did something worse. That's not how it works. You do bad things, you get in trouble, period, you know? Xena, thank you for 31 months of sub. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing good today. And it's like I get it's slow burn and all that, and I respect it, and I take it with the context of it being a slow burn game, but there's like a difference between being slow burn and slowly building up the plot and then having 40 hours of virtually nothing going on except for like we got the alphabet police or whatever fucking going on with like Comrade C and Comrade G and Comrade whatever the fuck. And that's about it. Yeah, you didn't achieve beginner rank at the 8 Leaves 1 Blade School for nothing. Beginner rank? That's the rank that they give you when you first start. That's it. I joined the class day 1, beginner rank. See you guys. See they didn't give that beginner rank to you for nothing. You know, it's what? Okay. Gotta make an offering to the Sandlot. We need the blessed baseball in order to make an offering at the Saint Sandlot. And then another monster. Oh, okay. Wow, Iceburner, I think you put it into words way better than I ever could. I'm not very skilled at putting correct words together to fully illustrate my feelings on something, and I think you did a really good job there. And that's actually one of my criticisms of the series, is that's exactly it. It spends a lot of time slow cooking banal shit that doesn't matter, like, you know, NPC number 632 that moved from Liberal 2 months ago that you talked to when you were with Estelle, and then now they're here and it's like, good, yippee, fucking doodah, I don't give a shit, why do I care, you know? Like, I'd much rather all of that time that's spent micromanaging all these dumb little NPC interactions that I don't give a shit about, and then putting that time into caring about how the plot develops in a meaningful way to keep the player interested. And I think that's the problem, like, that I have overall with the stuff, because I've said it many times. The overall, like, political schemes and everything in these games is really good. I always draw attention to Chapter 2 of Tales from Azure being just so good. The trade conference stuff was immaculate. I have very few criticisms about that, other than, like, politics is a little bit more complicated than what they did, but, like, the way the pieces moved and the shady behind the scenes deals that they did, and the like subtlety of how you could tell that Calvert and Erebony were working together to undermine Crossbell and everything was just, I thought it was a chef's kiss of dialogue and everything. That was sick. All of that was awesome. I loved all of it. And the overall general concepts of, like, how Crossbell and all that stuff was managing its stuff until the very end when it became another let's go kill God plot at the end, which was kind of meh. But anyway, the point I'm getting at is the overall general concept of these games is so good, and the interconnectedness is awesome. But the actual writing and small stuff, the NPC interactions and the things that matter about building up plot are just non-existent. And the actual writing expertise is very low tier. It's very generic, very childish, very amateurish, and very, like, focusing too much on the irrelevant and not enough on, like, the actual story and the build-up and the interactions, you know? Like, anybody could write this story. Like, literally anybody, if they were given these concepts, they could write the story. What I mean by that is, if you, like, have played a bunch of anime games or watched a bunch of TV and anime and stuff, you generally have a upfront concept of what an interaction would be like. The first thing that you think of would be like, oh, hey, this trope or whatever, and that's the writing. It's like the first thing that they thought of in order to segue the plot devices, and no depth whatsoever put into any of the interactions. There's no nuance, there's no depth, there's no, like, human writing. It's all tropes and generics that have been done a million times over in every single story. It's the baby's first story style of writing, where it's like the first thing you could possibly think of when you're
Right.
thinking about an interaction, and that's the problem that I have with it. Otherwise, it's like Octopath. Everything's good but the story, right? Music is good. The visuals are actually pretty meh. they're pretty not super great. And it's not even just because like the overall aesthetic and design is bad. Like these houses are pretty rad. I love the aesthetic and the design of the town and everything. It's the complete and utter lack of quality animation. It's like the most basic shit imaginable. But it works. It does what it needs to do, so it's fine. I don't really care. So yeah, I know the Legend of Heroes fans love the story and everything, and I do too, but the writing sucks. What the difference is between story and writing is the micro and the macro, right? The story is the macro. It's the overall plot, the overall interaction, like the concepts coming together, like the big picture, right? And the micro is the writing, the small stuff, the in-between writing, the character interactions, the growth and all that. That's the difference between story and writing right there. Anyway, that's all the time we have for tonight. It is the end of the day, so we'll be getting back into this tomorrow. I feel at the very least we will see the next chapter, whether that's chapter 6 or considered the finale chapter or whatever. I think that we will get there. And I have a small feeling, a hunch that we might beat it on Friday. So we'll see if it goes that way or not. But I do think that I will probably start Trails of Cold Steel as our next personal choice game instead of playing a filler game that we were planning on because of Lost Soul Aside coming out on the 29th. And I would like to prioritize that. However, I might have Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. So I might be able to do Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which will only be a day or two, and then we can do Trails of Cold Steel 2 and hope we finish that before Lost Soul Aside. We'll see. Anyway, it's been an awesome night. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Trails of Cold Steel, which I am excited to see how it resolves. Even though I have criticisms about the game, and I'm very outspoken about my criticisms, I am enjoying myself. It's just that I'm very realistic, and I don't hold back on my criticisms. If I call a pot a pot. So if I don't like something or I disagree with something or I feel like it's done poorly, I'm going to criticize it. But I've also praised the game in a lot of ways as well. So it's just about, what happens to be coming up and whether or not I make a statement about it. But I'm always honest with myself, and I try to be as honest as I can with you guys because I don't want to sit there like one of those plastic streamers that's like, oh guys, yeah, I love this game. It's so good. It's the best. And just lie to you bold-faced, like I'm going to tell you how I feel, and I'm going to try to be objective, and I'm going to try to be constructive in my criticism instead of just being like, I don't like it, thus bad kind of bullshit. So there are a lot of streamers out there will just pretend to like every single game so they don't chase away potential fans, and it's bullshit. I try to be honest with you guys because you guys aren't children. You don't want to be sit there and coddled and lied to. You want to hear how I feel about the game, and I'm going to tell you. So if that appeals to you, great. If that doesn't, if that bothers you, well, that's great too. And I hope you find somewhere where you can be happier at it. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and I appreciate your love and support and your bits and donations and all the things that keep this stream running because I love being here and I love sharing my thoughts and feelings on video games and playing for you guys. So we'll see you guys tomorrow with more Trails of Cold Steel. Good night.